Chapter 89. The fatty couldn't wait any longer. You want to die? I'll fulfill your wish. Chun Jong narrowed his eyes and sneered. He then lifted his right foot and lightly stomped down. He shouted in a deep voice, flowing cloud steps. The moment the tip of his foot touched the ground, a ray of light shot out like a stone thrown into a calm lake. At this moment, whoosh! Flowing cloud moved, and his figure disappeared. It was too fast, so fast that people couldn't see it clearly. Luo Tian frowned and couldn't help but worry for Feng Lei. The difference in strength between the two was too great. They weren't on the same level at all. No matter how strong Feng Lei was, he couldn't resist Qin Zhong's attack. Furthermore, Qin Zhong was an orthodox disciple of the Azure Cloud sect. His cultivation methods and techniques had been systematically trained. His strength was even stronger than the average mystic cultivator stage 8. Zhu Changfeng said proudly, "This fatty is about to become a dead man." He was very clear about Qin Zhong's strength. He was definitely ranked in the top 10 of the Azure Cloud sect's outer sect. Flowing cloud steps were erratic. Coupled with the primeval chaos palm, Feng Lei, who was merely at mystic cultivator stage 2, could only be killed in an instant. As expected, in the air, Qin Zhong's deep voice sounded, "Primeval chaos palm." A giant hand pressed down from above Feng Lei's head. Other than the thick mystic qi, there was also a powerful pressure, the primeval chaos suppression. Die! His voice was like thunder, and the wind from his palm was like thunder. Feng Lei didn't move at all. He couldn't keep up with Qin Zhong's speed at all. The giant palm above his head was about to press down. Many people from the Luo family couldn't bear to watch anymore. Luo Tian frowned and leaned forward slightly, ready to rush into the ring at any time. In the ring, Feng Lei's eyes were incomparably calm. He kept trying to catch Qin Zhong's figure, but he couldn't keep up with his speed at all. His heart tightened. He definitely couldn't compete in speed. Seeing that Qin Zhong's attack was about to arrive, Feng Lei's heart sank. His arms swelled up and he roared into the sky. His entire body was like steel. He was going to die. Rumble! The giant palm slammed down. The arena shook violently, and the entire square was affected by this force. Many people were shaken to the point that their legs went soft and they fell to the ground. A cloud of dust rose from the center of the arena, making it impossible to see what had happened. On the other side of the arena, Qin Zhong crossed his arms in front of his chest with a look of disdain. He snorted coldly and said, "Trash like this doesn't deserve to fight me." Humph! Although he did not use his full strength in this palm strike, Qin Zhong had absolute confidence that he would be able to kill Feng Lei. Moreover, Feng Lei would die a miserable death, bleeding from his 7 orifices. 10 seconds later, the dust settled. In the center of the field, Feng Lei was lying on the ground. Beneath him was a spider web-like crack that split open with him as the center. He was motionless as if he were dead. "Big brother fatty, fatty, fatty bro." Everyone from the Luo family panicked. Zhu Changfeng was the first to sneer. "I knew it would be an instant kill. A mystic rank, 2 trash, actually has the nerve to stand out." Humph! Everyone from the Zhu family cheered loudly. "Trash of the Luo clan, go eat shit. He was killed in 1 move. What a piece of trash." "Ha ha ha!" Zhu Yaozong narrowed his eyes with a smile. He looked at Luo Tian's deadpan face and said, "Kid, your Luo family's ancestral home is now my Zhu family's. Get out of here as soon as the competition is over." Ha ha ha! Laughter. Laughter. Everyone from the Zhu family was extremely pleased with themselves. Luo Tian carefully looked at Feng Lei on the ground and also sneered. Qin Zhong looked at Feng Lei with disdain and said in disdain, "You have no combat ability at all. What a piece of trash." Then he walked down the stage. Just as he was about to walk down the stage, a voice came from the stage. "You want to leave? Are you scared?" Feng Lei crawled up from the ground. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, his face was slightly pale, and his legs were red. He stared coldly at Chun-Jong, not far away. He didn't die. Chun-Jong's expression changed. He narrowed his eyes and walked back to the field with a sneer. You didn't die. Everyone in the field was shocked. What was this fatty's body made of if he didn't die under the powerful attack of a mystic rank 8 cultivator? Even a body of steel would be smashed into pieces. But he didn't die. This made Chun-Jong very unhappy. Without another word, Chun-Jong used the flowing cloud steps again and raised his strength by another level. He shouted, "Let's see if you die or not." The sky was pressed down. The giant palm smashed down. This time it was extremely fast and didn't hesitate at all. Fong Lei still couldn't catch Chun-Jong's figure. He gritted his teeth and endured. Rumble. The stage was about to collapse. Dust flew everywhere. Everyone looked over with wide eyes. Fong Lei fell into the pit again, surrounded by rubble. He didn't move at all. Dead. Chun-Jong sneered in disdain. Get up again. After a few seconds, seeing that Fong Lei didn't move, he smiled proudly and was about to walk down the stage. At this time, the fatty stood up again. His face was even paler. He wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth and sneered. Is that all you have? You're courting death. Chun-Jong was completely agitated. Everyone was even more dumbfounded. Was this fatty a cockroach that couldn't be killed? These 2 attacks could kill a mystic rank 5 expert, but he got up for the second time and looked very excited. Was he a masochist? Chun-Jong couldn't care less. This time he used all his strength. The flowing cloud steps and mixed essence palm struck down again. The attack was as heavy as thunder and as powerful as a mountain. Fong Lei raised his head and laughed wildly. His 2 arms clenched tightly together, and under the huge palm print, they became abnormally sinister. The aura on Fong Lei's body was changing. Blood-colored scales began to appear on his arms, one after another. The scales were faintly discernible, and if one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't be able to see them. Luo Tian noticed it and became excited. He thought to himself, I knew you weren't simple. At this moment, the blood in Fatty's body was churning. He was knocked to the ground twice in a row, which made the thing in his body extremely unhappy. The energy of the blood essence that he had devoured for so many days had completely erupted. That ferocious beast was wreaking havoc. A powerful force surged towards his arms. His arms began to undergo a sinister evolution, like the scales of a wild beast. It was abnormally terrifying. Rumble. It was as if a huge bolt of lightning had struck down from the 9 heavens. It directly struck Fong Lei's head. The beast tattoo on the back of his head was abnormally sinister, as if it was about to rush out. He's dead for sure this time. No matter how strong this fatty's body is, he won't be able to withstand Chun-Jong's full-strength attack. Die. So what if he could resist? No matter how strong his body was, he would still be exhausted to death. Fong Lei was indeed shocking, but he was only at the 2nd stage of the Xian Master. How could he be a match for the Blue Cloud sex disciple, Chun-Jong? It was impossible. That was what almost everyone thought. Zhu Yaozong's face was filled with joy. He was thinking about how to use the Luo family's ancestral home to do something, and his face bloomed with joy. Zhu Changfeng was the same. Although Chun-Jong had disappointed him, the result would not change. Fong Lei was definitely dead for sure. A deep pit appeared in the middle of the stage. The deep pit was filled with dust, and it was hard to see clearly for a moment. However, just as Chun-Jong was about to walk down the stage, complacently a voice sounded. The voice was abnormally brutal, like that of a ferocious beast. Is that all you can do? It's not even enough for me to scratch and itch with. Suddenly, Fong Lei walked out of the deep pit step by step, dragging his 2 arms that were dripping with blood and covered in blood-colored scales. He had evolved. It's my turn now. The 3rd chapter has been delivered. If you like it, collect it. Comment, recommend it, rate it. The old cow will be extremely grateful. Chapter 90. Beast Transformation. It's actually the demon clan. The crowd burst into an uproar. No one dared to believe their eyes. The demon clan was the king of 10,000 races 10,000 years ago. After the Great War, they were defeated and hid deep in the mountains, rarely appearing. After 10,000 years, everyone only knew about the existence of the demon clan from books. Not many people had seen it with their own eyes. Blood-red scales appeared on Feng Lei's arms, like fish scales, but also like the legendary dragon scales. Deep within the scales was dark red blood. His 5 fingers turned into sharp claws, and under the sharp claws, there were traces of black cracks, space cracks. This power, too powerful. Feng Lei was like a berserk lion, turning a deaf ear to the various discussions below the stage. His 2 bloodshot eyes stared at Qinzhong and said coldly, "Now it's my turn." Luo Tian was overjoyed. He knew that Fatty was not that simple. Looking at the blood-red scales on his arm, he thought to himself, "Beast transformation? It doesn't seem to be that simple." The blood-red scales gave him a very different feeling. It was not as simple as a normal beast transformation. Luo Tian felt that the power on Fatty's body was even stronger than a beast transformation. And Chen Chen's eyes widened in shock, his pupils dilated slightly, revealing a trace of fear as he softly said, "Blood God!" His voice was very soft and no one else heard it. Li Shuer was slightly shocked. Amongst everyone, her shocked expression was the lightest, and her expression was extremely calm. She smiled lightly and said, "Fatty is indeed powerful." On the stage, Chen Zhong's face changed, his eyes narrowed slightly, and said coldly, "I never thought that the small Jade Mountain city would actually hide people from the demon clan." "That's fine too. Today, I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens." Following that, Chen Zhong walked back to the middle of the stage and pulled out the sword at his waist. The moment the sword appeared, the surroundings released a series of intense sword cries. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sword chi wreaked havoc, forming a hurricane. Qinzhong stood in the center of the hurricane, surrounded by sword chi. The sharp sword chi moved with his breathing, becoming a part of his body. Zhu Changfeng was secretly shocked and thought in his heart, "I never thought that Qinzhong would actually cultivate the heavenly star sword art to such an extent. It seems that if he did not catch up to Feng Lei's beast transformation, he would not use it." Zhu Yaozong looked at Zhu Changfeng worriedly. Zhu Changfeng smiled faintly and said, "Uncle, don't worry. Even if that fatty transforms into a beast, he won't be able to defeat Qinzhong. You just have to wait for the Luo family to be chased out of the ancestral home." The corner of Zhu Yaozong's mouth curled up as if he had eaten a calming pill. He smiled as he looked at the arena. In the arena, Feng Lei's arms were almost dragged to the ground. His claws left tiny cracks on the bluestone. Looking at Qinzhong, who was wrapped up, he roared, "Come!" Before his voice faded away, Chen Zhong pointed his sword, and the sword chi suddenly became ferocious. Die. Heavenly Star, sword art. Starlight, 10,000 swords. Rumble. All of the sword chi on Chen Zhong's body transformed into a gigantic sword that soared into the sky. The sky darkened as specks of starlight flashed. Under the starlight, tens of thousands of swords appeared. Slash. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They shot towards Feng Lei like countless sharp arrows. Feng Lei swung his heavy arms in the air. Bam! The sound of metal being broken rang out. However, the speed of his arms wasn't fast enough. There were tens of thousands of swords, and his entire body was cut open. In a few seconds, Feng Lei's entire body was dripping with blood, and his entire person looked even more ferocious. At first, Feng Lei used his arms to block a few times, but in the end he decided to take it head-on. He also approached Qin Zhong, step by step. Tens of thousands of swords slashed down, causing the pain of 1,000 cuts. How intense was this pain? Fatty didn't even frown. His eyes were filled with Chun Jung's figure, and he didn't care about the pain on his body at all. He didn't die even like this? Is he even human? Even the demon race wouldn't be so resistant, right? Everyone was scared silly. Chun Jung frowned, and his heart felt a trace of danger. This was the first time in his life that he had such a feeling, and this feeling made him extremely unhappy. Seeing that Feng Lei was only 3 meters away from him, his face twisted, and his sword directly pierced out. It went straight for Feng Lei's life gate. This sword was extremely fast, even faster than Lu Yan's pace. If one's life gate was pierced, even an immortal wouldn't be able to save him. Feng Lei suddenly stopped, clenched his arms, and stared at one spot without blinking. He looked extremely excited and said naively, "You're finally here!" His arms were too heavy. It was so heavy that Feng Lei almost couldn't lift them. It was also because of this that he couldn't increase his speed at all. However, the power contained in his arms was extremely powerful, so powerful that he almost couldn't control it. He wanted to unleash this power, but the premise was that he had to get close. Now the opportunity was finally here. Feng Lei pounced forward without any hesitation, without any defense at all. With the sword pointed at his life gate, Feng Lei went forward. "If you want to stab, then stab. I'll stab for you." Chun Jung sneered in his heart. A country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin. Don't you know that the life gate is a person's weakest point? It's the same even if you're a demon race. Die for me. Feng Lei's arm suddenly moved, but he didn't dodge Chun Jung's sword. Instead, he met it head-on. Whoa! A sword pierced Feng Lei's life gate, and a bit of blood oozed out from it. However, Chun Jung's sword pierced less than half a centimeter in, and couldn't go any further, as if it was pinched by something. It was also at this moment that Feng Lei grinned, revealing his bloody teeth, and laughed sinisterly. His arms were rioting. His sharp claws were like lightning. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The explosive power in his arms was released in an instant, and he bombarded Chun Jung's chest again and again. Each punch was like a thunderbolt. That kind of power, that kind of scene was too shocking. It was as if it had hit everyone's mind. Everyone was dumbfounded. Zhu Changfeng was dumbfounded. Zhu Yaozong and the rest of the Zhu family were all dumbfounded. Chun Jung, one of the top 10 outer disciples of the Blue Cloud sect, was actually beaten to the point where he couldn't breathe and had no power to resist at all. How was this possible? It was impossible. His life gate was pierced, and he didn't die, and he even burst out with such a powerful force. This was probably something only Fatty could do. Bam! Bam! One of his arms grabbed Chun Jung tightly, while the other attacked. As he released his power, the sinister scales on his arm became less and less. The last punch. Bam! With a punch, Chun Jung's chest exploded. Blood and various organs flowed out. The scene was extremely bloody, and at this moment, Feng Lei grabbed Chun Jung's clothes and threw him down the stage. Coincidentally, he threw it at Luo Tian's feet. "Boss for you." Chun Jung was on the verge of death. He raised his head and looked at Luo Tian, who had a cold gaze, and said, Don't kill me. My uncle is an elder of the Blue Cloud sect. If you kill me, all of you will die." Luo Tian stood up, stepped on Chun Jung's head, and looked at Zhu Changfeng with a cold smile. Zhu Changfeng's eyes were like a fierce god as he pointed at Luo Tian and scolded, "Luo Tian, you dare!" The corner of Luo Tian's mouth raised, and he laughed. At this moment, the killing intent was incomparably strong, and the blood armor was hungry. The sound of thirst and excitement. Chapter 91. Luo Tian stepped on Chun Jung's head, looked at Zhu Changfeng with a playful smile, and said, "Do you think I dare?" Playful. In his heart, he gave Fatty 180 likes. Wasn't this giving him experience? Moreover, Chun Jung had the aura of an elite monster, so he was considered an elite monster. not to mention experience and mystical chi. Maybe he would drop something good? Fatty threw Chinjong off the stage. His arms had already returned to normal. He smiled at Luo Tian and whispered to himself, "Boss, I didn't disappoint you, right?" Then his eyes closed and he fainted, directly falling backwards. Bang! "Fatty! Brother Fatty!" Luo Tian frowned and quickly said, "Quickly carry Fatty down and send him for treatment." Withstanding 4 attacks. If it was someone else, they would have already been smashed to pieces. Fatty clenched his teeth and withstood the attacks. Moreover, he used the power in his beastly arms to directly blast Qin Zhong out of his half-dead state. No one expected this result. Even Luo Tian was a little surprised. However, Qin Zhong's every attack, every insult, he saw it with his eyes, remembered it in his heart, and suppressed the anger in his heart. His brother was beaten up like this. How could the boss not get back at him? Although Feng Lei won, Luo Tian still won't let him go. Qin Zhong's face was pale, and his whole body was trembling from the pain. However, his eyes were still cold and arrogant, and he shouted, "Dog, if you dare to kill me, your entire Luo family will be buried with me. Do you know that my uncle is already—" Luo Tian didn't wait for Qin Zhong to finish, and directly stepped on Qin Zhong's face and sneered, "A stray dog still wants to be unreasonable. Who gave you the courage? Son of a bitch! You're about to die, and you still want to threaten me. Let me tell you, the thing I hate the most in my life is people threatening me. Always scaring me. I'm really scared." Luo Tian was very playful, and the killing intent in his heart was gradually released. Zhu Changfeng was startled and took a step forward. With a sudden clap of thunder, everyone present felt the aura erupting from his body. Many people were directly knocked unconscious by this aura. The pressure was like the sea roaring over. It directly rushed into Luo Tian's mind, wreaking havoc in his mind like a tsunami. Zhu Changfeng angrily shouted, "Luo Tian, he's the nephew of the Blue Cloud Sect's elder. If you dare to kill him, you and your entire Luo family will be ground to dust." His voice was like a sharp arrow, and the entire square was suppressed by Zhu Changfeng. Peak Mystic Level 9 cultivation was very, very strong and was definitely an overlord in Jade Mountain City. Luo Tian's mind was greatly shaken. Feeling Zhu Changfeng's tsunami-like pressure, he became even more furious. His eyes narrowed as he shouted, "F***CK!" Shortly after, he moved his right fist and infused his strength into it. Qin Zhong's head was smashed heavily. Qin Zhong's eyes were filled with terror. He was so scared that he peed his pants. He shouted hysterically, "Changfeng, save me!" At this moment, Zhu Changfeng's pupils constricted as he rushed forward like a madman. But, no matter how fast he was still more than 10 meters away, and Luo Tian's fist was only half a meter away from Qin Zhong. No matter how fast he was, how could he be faster than Luo Tian's fist? Bam! With a punch, Qin Zhong died in an instant. With his fist covered in blood, he looked at Zhu Changfeng, who was rushing up, and shouted, "F***CK! Shout again! Threaten Laozi again. I already said that I hate people who threaten me the most, yet you still F***king threat me. When Laozi goes crazy, even Laozi is afraid of himself." Luo Tian was very angry. He was always threatened by others. He couldn't kill this, he couldn't die that. In this kind of situation, he only wanted to use his fist to explain everything and blast this bastard to death. Zhu Changfeng's body came to an abrupt stop as he looked at Luo Tian with a heavy gaze. He turned around and walked up the stage step by step. He pointed at Luo Tian's nose and said, "Get up here for Laozi!" Luo Tian didn't even look at Zhu Changfeng. Instead, he closed his eyes and waited quietly with a look of enjoyment. The system in his mind sounded out. "Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Qin Zhong, obtaining 1,500 experience, 300 profound chi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Heavenly Star Sword Art." Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Fire Dragon Pill. Ding. Undefeated value +1. Blood Evil Armor absorbed 100 points of killing intent. Defense increased by 1%. Wow. The Heavenly Star Sword art actually dropped. Luo Tian was overjoyed. With a thought, he immediately chose to cultivate it. After doing all this, Luo Tian opened his eyes. He still didn't look at Zhu Changfeng on the stage, but walked towards Zhu Yaozong with a smile. What do you want? Protect the patriarch. If you dare to take another step forward, don't blame Laozi for being impolite. Everyone from the Zhu family panicked. Many of the elite disciples gathered around and took out their weapons. They stared at Luo Tian and were on guard. Luo Tian didn't mind. He still walked to Zhu Yaozong's side and sat down comfortably. He put one hand on Zhu Yaozong's shoulder and said with a smile, "Old Zhu, we just came over to say hello. We don't have any other intentions." Zhu Yaozong's face was ugly, but he was also very calm. He said, "Now that we're done with greeting, can you scram back?" "Don't be like that." Luo Tian laughed. "I still have some things to tell you." Zhu Yaozong said, "If you have something to say, say it." Luo Tian said, "Your ancestral grave is now mine. Do you think I should build a toilet there or a big cesspool? It's so hard to choose. Old Zhu, can you give me some advice?" Zhu Changfeng's expression changed, and his eyes looked as if he wanted to swallow Luo Tian whole. Without waiting for him to speak, Luo Tian said again, "The bones of your Zhu family's ancestors. Do you think I should throw them out to feed the dogs or feed them to the dogs?" Luo Tian. Zhu Yaozong's eyes were like lanterns. His anger was like a volcano erupting. The power of a 9th stage Xian master exploded. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you dare touch my Zhu family's ancestral grave, I will immediately send you to see the King of Hell." Luo Tian's eyes were filled with shock. He covered his heart with one hand and patted it lightly. He made a cheap expression and said, You're trying to scare me again. I'm really scared." Then, he used the wind shadow step to instantly jump away. In a few breaths of time, he returned to the Luo family's position and shouted, "Disciples of the Luo family, listen up. Zhu Yaozong has already lost the Zhu family's ancestral grave to me. Everyone in the plaza is a witness. Spread the word. Tell all the disciples of the Luo family to go to the Zhu family's ancestral grave to pee and shit. Within 3 days, make a big cesspool for me." The disciples of the Luo family laughed out loud. Zhu Yaozong was so angry that he almost fainted. He blew his beard and glared as he roared, "Luo Tian, you dare!" Luo Tian grinned and said, "Let's see if I dare." Zhu Changfeng had no interest in the Zhu family's ancestral grave at all. What he was worried about now was how to explain it to Qin Tianyao. His son was dead, his nephew was also dead. The worst thing was that Chun Zhong had already been appointed as the last disciple by the inner sect elders. This time, not only did he offend the outer sect elders, he even offended the inner sect elders. How could he return to the Blue Cloud sect? Luo Tian. It was all because of Luo Tian. It was all because of him. I have to kill him. I have to kill him. Zhu Changfeng's mind was filled with hostility. His eyes were bloodshot as he released his pressure to the entire audience, suppressing all the voices. He then shouted, "Luo Tian, quickly come up and die." Luo Tian turned his head to look at the stage, slapped his thigh, and said, I almost forgot about you, little bastard." Chapter 92. To tell the truth. Zhu Changfeng's appearance caught Luo Tian off guard. He entered the Ghost Prison mountain range to train mainly to deal with Zhu Yaozong, who was at the 9th stage of the Xian Master realm. He didn't expect Zhu Changfeng to suddenly appear. Both of them were at the 9th stage of the Xian Master realm, but Zhu Changfeng was far stronger than Zhu Yaozong. Therefore, Zhu Changfeng gave Luo Tian a lot of pressure. Everyone in the square looked at Luo Tian, waiting for his reply. "Luo Tian, go. Go. Fight." The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone wanted to see who was the strongest person in Jade Mountain City. Zhu Chongfeng's face was cold and arrogant and said, "What? Are you afraid? Don't dare?" Luo Tian smiled and said, "I even dare to kill the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect. What else do I not dare to do?" As he said that, turning around, he looked at Li Shuer and said, "Girl, you take the Luo family back first. Let the Luo family quickly evacuate and hide in the Ghost Prison Mountain Range. I have arrangements in the Ghost Prison Mountain Range. Tell them not to be afraid." Before Luo Tian left the Ghost Prison Mountain Range, he had made 2 other puppet war pets. Although their strength was not as good as the Ghost Dragon, they were still the Overlord-level existences in the periphery of the mountain range. Protecting the hundreds of people in the Luo family was definitely not a problem. This was his backup plan. He was now the leader of the Luo family. He had to consider the innocent people of the Luo family. This was his responsibility. Li Shuer frowned and said, "Big brother Luo Tian, I will not leave." And Chun Chun also said anxiously, "Chun Chun will not leave big brother." Many Luo family disciples shouted in unison, "Boss, we will never leave." Luo Tian had already subdued them. Now, it was time for them to live or die together. They would absolutely not endure the humiliation and hide in the Ghost Prison Mountain Range. It was absolutely impossible for them to abandon Luo Tian and hide in the Ghost Prison Mountain Range. Luo Tian was secretly moved. It was also at this moment. Zhu Yaozong shouted, "Zhu family disciples, listen up. Surround them and kill anyone who dares to leave." "Understood." The Zhu family members quickly surrounded the Luo family members, their eyes cold. Luo Tian's heart sank. He smiled bitterly and said, "Even if I want to leave now, I can't." "Boss, let's fight out with them." "That's right, boss. With our strength, we can definitely win." The people of Luo family were not afraid. They even revealed a strong fighting spirit, especially the 10 elites who had entered the Ghost Prison Mountain Range to gain experience. Each and every one of them was eager to fight, waiting for Luo Tian's command. Luo Tian pondered for a few seconds and said, "If I die in the arena, I want you to break out as soon as possible. If possible, I hope you can protect Sister Shui, and Chun Chun. I don't want anything to happen to them." Luo Tian was not confident. From Zhu Chongfeng's powerful pressure, he could sense that he might not be a match for him. His cultivation had already reached the 6th stage of the Xian Master stage. If he were to deal with Zhu Yaozong, he would definitely be able to kill him. However, against Zhu Chongfeng, who was at the peak of the 9th stage of the Xian Master stage, he had no confidence at all. Li Shue's eyes turned red as tears welled up in her eyes. She tried her best to prevent herself from crying and said, "Big brother Luo Tian, do you want me to?" "No need." Luo Tian directly refused. He was very clear about Cold Frost strength. If she made a move, Zhu Chongfeng would not be able to take a single blow. However, everything had a condition. Luo Tian did not wish for Li Shuer to suffer for him. "Patriarch, don't worry. Even if I have to risk my life, I will protect them and rush out." Luo Kunshin clenched his teeth and said. The eyes of all the Luo family disciples were firm and steady like a mountain. Luo Tian smiled in relief and gently scratched Li Shuer's nose. Then he wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes and said with a smile, "Silly girl, don't worry about me. If I'm not here, you have to live happily every day." The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive, and Chun Chun immediately hugged Luo Tian's thigh and muttered, "Chun Chun won't let Big Brother go up. Big Brother, don't leave Sister Shui, and Chun Chun behind." Luo Tian stroked in Chun Chun's soft black hair and chuckled. On the stage, Zhu Chongfeng said somewhat impatiently, "Luo Tian, can you bastard hurry up?" Luo Tian's eyes turned cold. He pulled out his thigh, turned around and stared at Zhu Chongfeng and shouted, "Are you in such a hurry to reincarnate?" Immediately, his figure moved and instantly landed on the stage. The square was in an uproar. Ha ha ha. The show is finally about to begin. I bet that Zhu Changfeng will win. I bet that Luo Tian won't be able to withstand 3 moves. Song Yannan was only able to withstand 10 moves. I think Zhu Changfeng will be able to make Luo Tian kneel down in 1 move. Zhu Changfeng moved his sword and released a sharp pressure from his entire body. The pressure was like a tsunami as it attacked Luo Tian. He said, disdainfully, "You're finally willing to come up. Don't worry, after you die, I will take good care of the 2 of them. I will definitely let them feel good every night, ha ha ha." Luo Tian was unable to withstand the pressure of a 9th stage Xian master. It instantly rushed into his mind. Luo Tian's heart tightened, and he secretly shouted, "Killing Intent Demon Core, you should also play a role, right?" All of a sudden, the Killing Intent Demon Core in his mind seemed to have been summoned by Luo Tian, and with a bang, the scene in his mind became chaotic. The Killing Intent Demon Corps was like a magnificent army of thousands of men and horses, killing everywhere. The most frightening thing was, once these Killing Intent army were killed, they would frantically devour them. Following that, the Killing Intent army would have many more soldiers and horses. What the F***CK was going on? Could this be the power of the Killing Intent Demon Corps? Luo Tian was a little confused. Zhu Changfeng was also startled. His brows were tightly knitted together. The pressure he released was like mud entering the sea, which made him extremely unhappy. Then, the moment the pressure was withdrawn, the long sword transformed into a thick sword chi, and a white figure flashed. Heavenly Star sword art. With a thrust of his sword, the sword chi was as numerous as the stars in the sky, crazily crushing towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian's gaze tensed up, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Level 2 Berserk!" Buzz! With a loud sound from his body, 4 times the attribute power erupted. The aura on his body suddenly changed, and without waiting for Zhu Changfeng to rush up, he faced the attack head-on. Tiger roar! Thunder movement. Both of his fists were like thunder, directly smashing towards the sharp sword that came out of the void. Humph! You dare to take my cold frost sword with your bare hands? You're courting death. Zhu Changfeng snorted in disdain. His long sword transformed into several sword flowers, and together with the 10,000 sharp sword chi, he stabbed towards the 18 acupoints on Luo Tian's body. Acupoint sealing art. Changing moves at the last minute, as expected of the strongest outer disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. Zhu Changfeng's battle talent was indeed astonishing. To be able to change moves in such a short period of time, Luo Tian was overwhelmed with shock. However, Lion Tiger Gold, shattering roar. Roar! The sound wave was like a wave as it swept out. Zhu Changfeng was slightly shocked and secretly said, "I didn't expect Luo Tian, this trash, to actually cultivate so many cultivation techniques. If I don't get rid of him today, he will definitely become a problem in the future. Die for me." The moment the sound wave rushed out, Zhu Changfeng suddenly abandoned his mind. The sound wave's impact on him was negligible, and the 10,000 sword chi also quickly shattered the sound wave. The long sword stabbed out 18 times in a row, and each sword pierced through Luo Tian's acupoints. All of the chi and blood in his body were sealed in an instant. This feeling was like a fish on a chopping board that was waiting to be slaughtered. It was extremely uncomfortable. In one move, Luo Tian was completely defeated. This was the difference in strength. Zhu Changfeng laughed complacently. His eyes and expression were all filled with disdain. Ha ha ha! Trash is trash. Fighting with me? What qualifications do you have to fight with me? Ha ha! Was he really going to die? At this moment, Luo Tian sat in the massacre world. Opposite of him was a bloody and murderous sword, the world's #1 tyrannical sword, blood-sucking wild blade. Chapter 93. Zhu Changtian was very pleased with himself, extremely pleased with himself. Shout again. Be arrogant again, talk big again. I will beat you down in one move. This feeling made him feel very good, and the anger in his heart was completely vented out. Zhu Changtian laughed proudly, looking at the immobile Luo Tian. He mocked. Damn trash, you think you're worthy of fighting with me? Can you afford to fight? Do you have the qualifications? Ha ha ha. To be defeated by me in one move, you're really useless, but don't worry, after you die, your clansmen will all go to hell to accompany you, ha ha ha. As for those two girls, Zhu Changfeng revealed a sinister smile, and then looked at Zhu Yaozong. Zhu Yaozong smiled with satisfaction and said, Kill them for me, leave the two girls behind. For a moment, the people of the Luo family quickly surrounded Li Shuer and in Chun-Chun in the middle. Luo Kunshin's eyes were like torches, and he shouted, Disciples of the Luo family, listen up. Even if you die, you must protect Miss Li and Miss N. Understood? Bastards of the Zhu family, if you dare to come up, I will kill you. Many people in the square quickly retreated to the side, afraid of being affected. The people of the Zhu family were several times more than the people of the Luo family. The encirclement was constantly shrinking, and all of them were staring at the disciples of the Luo family. They all had the same expression as Zhu Changfeng. If the Luo family was destroyed, then the Jade Mountain City would belong to the Zhu family, and from now on they could do whatever they wanted in the Jade Mountain City. Suddenly, a few figures jumped up from the crowd and landed in the middle of the encirclement. Song Yan'an, who was dressed in a white mourning robe, gently landed. He looked at Luo Tian, who had his acupuncture points sealed on the stage, frowned, and immediately said, Elder Luo, give the order to break out. Behind Song Yan'an were the 6 survivors of the Song family. They were all dressed in mourning clothes, and their eyes were filled with hatred. Luo Kunshin looked at Luo Tian on the stage and anxiously asked, What about the patriarch? Luo Tian was still alive. Were they going to abandon him like this? Many of the disciples of the Luo clan were stunned as well. Many of them looked at Song Yan'an, who had suddenly become the backbone of the Luo clan. Song Yan'an frowned and made a decision. He shouted, Disciples of the Song clan, listen up. Save Luo Tian with all your might. Elder Luo, order your men to break through the encirclement. Leave Luo Tian to us. Song Yanchun laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. Song Yan'an whispered to himself. Anyway, the Song clan is gone. What's the point of us living? If we can save Luo Tian, I hope he can avenge the 471 members of the Song clan. Song Yan'an had never thought of going back alive. Luo Kunshin didn't beat around the bush and shouted, Break out! Song Yan'an's expression darkened as he glared at Zhu Changfeng, who was standing on the stage, and roared, Kill! Zhu Yaozong sneered and said disdainfully, A group of mobs want to overturn the heavens? Song Yan'an, you came at the right time. I can catch all of you in one fell swoop and save myself the trouble of looking for you dogs everywhere. Disciples of the Zhu clan, listen up. Except for the 2 women that Changfeng wants, kill everyone else. The battle was about to start. The disciples of the Zhu clan rushed up like tigers and wolves. Luo Kunshin took the lead, forming a sharp knife formation, and rushed out of the field. Song Yan'an led the 6 disciples of the Song clan to rush to the ring. Li Xuaner's heart was bleeding. She kept looking at a black-robed man in the crowd with pleading eyes. But the black-robed man was indifferent. His eyes were cold, like an iceberg, without the slightest expression. But she was also paying attention to Li Xuer's safety at all times. Cold Frost style was like this. If she said she wouldn't save Luo Tian, she wouldn't save him. Even if she saved him now, he would still die at night. The army of the Blue Cloud sect would definitely arrive before dark. At that time, the entire Jade Mountain City would probably become a dead city. Naturally, the Luo clan would not be spared. Therefore, she didn't want to take action. She only cared about Li Shuer's life and death. As for the others, it had nothing to do with her. At this moment, Li Shuer even hated Leng Han's Huang. Looking at Luo Tian, who was still motionless in the ring, Li Shuer hysterically shouted, "Brother Luo Tian, wake up, wake up!" And Chen Chun had already burst into tears. This scene reminded her of what happened in the Fox clan not long ago. That kind of blood, that kind of killing, that kind of family being captured and killed, made her little heart almost unable to bear it. Therefore, her tears were like rain, crying heartbreakingly, making people feel distressed. Li Shuer hugged in Chen Chun and gently comforted her. "Chen Chun, don't cry. Brother Luo Tian will be fine." Suddenly, Ghost Dragon roared towards the sky. The aura of death on his body was released endlessly. He rushed out like lightning and rushed to the front. Several Zhu clan disciples were knocked off their feet, quickly trampled. Forcefully tearing a hole, Luo Kunshan saw a glimmer of hope and shouted, "Brothers, charge!" Zhu Yaozong frowned and suddenly rushed out. His movement technique was like lightning, shuttling back and forth in the crowd. In a few breaths, he instantly landed in front of Luo Kunshan. The pressure of a 9th stage Xian master crushed him. With a grab in the air, he instantly grabbed Luo Kunshan's neck and sneered, "Die!" Luo Kunshan was only at the 3rd stage of the Xian master realm. In front of Zhu Yaozong, he had no power to resist, but he still struggled crazily, resisting, wanting to hurt Zhu Yaozong as much as possible. However, Zhu Yaozong lifted him up with one hand and threw him down heavily. "Go to hell!" Boom! The blue stone on the ground was smashed into a crack and Luo Kunshan's body directly caved in. He spat out a mouthful of black blood and his face was pale and bloodless. "Elder, Uncle Kunshan, I'll fight it out with you." The Luo family's disciples were all anxious, their eyes red with killing intent. On the other hand, Zhu Yaozong sneered and said disdainfully, "A bunch of trash, kill them all." On the other side, on Song Yanan's side, they were also blocked. Although Song Yanan was at the 9th stage of the Xian Master Realm, he had just recovered from a serious injury. In addition, there were only 7 of them, while the Zhu family had 70 to 80 people, 10 times their number. They were only 10 meters away from the arena, but they couldn't move an inch. For a moment, all of them were in a desperate situation, on the verge of life and death. The difference in numbers was too great. The Zhu family had prepared for an entire month. They had mobilized all their elites just for today. Everyone in the square was in a daze. The Luo family is going to be destroyed. The power structure of the 4 great families in Jade Mountain City has been completely broken. From now on, Jade Mountain City will be surnamed Chu. In the time it took for so many things to happen. Luo Tian, Slaughter World. Luo Tian sat in the slaughter world, sweating profusely. In front of him was an incomparably huge blade, dripping with blood, filled with killing intent. "Isn't it time for you to take action?" "Tis remember the conditions you promised me." The draw, broadsword, laughed strangely. Luo Tian said, "Don't worry, isn't it just entering the killing Dao? I will do it." "All right, then it's my turn to appear now." Suddenly, the wind and clouds surged, and the sky darkened, turning blood red. Luo Tian's eyes slightly opened, and a huge blade, dripping with blood, appeared in his hand. A huge blade of 1800 jin. Chapter 94. A blade, an incomparably huge blade. A blade that weighed 1,800 jin. A tyrant blade that was dripping with blood and emitting a bloody light. At this moment, the plaza instantly quieted down, to the point where one could hear a pin drop. Thousands of pairs of eyes stared at Luo Tian, who was on the stage, all of them scared silly. Everyone had seen a blade before, but no one had ever seen such a huge tyrant blade with a thick, bloody aura. It was truly too shocking. This kind of shock was a shock to the soul, and at the same time, a sense of fear rose in everyone's hearts. It was natural for them to be afraid. The draw blade had slaughtered tens of thousands of worlds and killed all living beings. As soon as it appeared, it immediately released a myriad of killing intent. The killing intent was too strong, and coupled with the resonance of the demon core in Luo Tian's mind, it caused the killing intent on the blade to reach a peak. Luo Tian's lips curled into a cold smile. The draw blade laughed out loud. "As soon as I appear, I will make them all lie down." Luo Tian said in his heart, "Don't say so much. Let's get rid of this brat first." The draw blade said, "Just him? It's a piece of cake." Immediately, the blade that was dripping with blood suddenly let out a wung sound. Luo Tian's arm moved along with it, and he took a step forward, leaving behind a footprint with each step. Dragging the 1,800 gene blade, the tip of the blade made a gedang-gedang sound wherever it went. This made Luo Tian think of a character in a game in his previous life, the Barbarian King. The blade in the Barbarian King's hand was extremely similar to this one, and at this moment he was also dragging his blade on the ground, as if he couldn't pick it up. That feeling was too exciting. Zhu Changfeng's face suddenly changed, but he didn't panic. He looked at Luo Tian, who was walking towards him step by step while dragging his huge saber. He said coldly, "I don't know how you opened the 18 acupoints, but this time I won't give you another second to live." The reason why he didn't kill Luo Tian was because he wanted to personally hand Luo Tian over to Qin Tianyao. But now he changed his mind. Zhu Changfeng's expression became serious. His hands grabbed at the air, and a strong, profound qi was released from the dantian. The aura on his body suddenly changed. In a flash, in the void, an incomparably huge hand pressed down from above. The attack, which was purely condensed from profound qi, was extremely powerful. Its power was devastating, and it crushed everything in the square. The wind howled and swept through every corner. Some people with low cultivation were directly crushed to the point of bleeding from their 7 orifices. This kind of pure, profound qi attack was simply too powerful. "Boss, be careful." "Luo Tiangij, big brother." For a moment, everyone in the Luo family was worried for Luo Tian. Looking at the dark mass of palms above his head, their hearts were all stuck in their throats. "Changfeng, kill him quickly. Kill him. Let's see how arrogant he can be." Zhu Yaozong could sense the dangerous aura coming from Luo Tian and could not help but urge him. If Luo Tian did not die today, it would be impossible for him to dominate Jade Mountain City. Luo Tian was the backbone of the Luo clan. As long as he was killed, the Luo clan would collapse. It was also at this moment. The disciples of the Luo family acted as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Their fighting strength soared as they shouted, "Brothers, kill! Kill!" After a short half a minute of silence, it once again became a chaotic battlefield. But now, the disciples of the Zhu family could not hold on any longer. Li Shueter held onto Chen Chen's hand. Her eyes were calm as she looked at the stage without moving. She silently prayed in her heart, "God, please protect my big brother Luo Ten," and Chen Chen also had a serious look on her face. She clasped her hands together and whispered to herself, "Father, please protect big brother," in the crowd. Cold Frost's eyes were secretly shocked. Her cold eyes revealed a trace of light as she thought to herself, "Luo Tian, can you still create a miracle?" In the Colosseum, she thought that Luo Tian would definitely die, but he survived. She felt that Luo Tian was lucky that time. Although she hated Luo Tian, she didn't know why, but she had a little extravagant hope in her heart, an extravagant hope that a miracle would happen. On the stage, the wind and clouds surged, and a powerful force pressed down heavily on Luo Tian's head. Luo Tian did not stop. He was still like a berserk barbarian king, his entire body glowing with a bloody light, dragging the draw blade and walking step by step towards Zhu Changfeng. "Suppress him." Zhu Changfeng's eyes twisted, and his arms in the air suddenly blasted out. The huge palm above Luo Tian's head instantly slapped down. Rumble, rumble, rumble. One after another, it was as if a huge thunderbolt had struck down from the 9 heavens, heavily striking Luo Tian's mind, sea of consciousness and body. However, Luo Tian completely ignored the pain on his body, as if he didn't feel any pain at all. At this moment, Luo Tian was like the barbarian king who had activated endless fury, a completely invincible existence. Would he feel pain? Yes, and it was quite painful. Luo Tian cursed loudly in his heart. Bloodthirst your sister, it's not your body, right? Damn it, if I were to lose a part of my body, I would definitely kill you. The draw blade laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. Brat, you can't even bear this little bit of pain. How can you enter my killing Tao? Luo Tian said, Kill your sister's Tao. Is there such a way to be tortured? How much do you like to be tortured? Luo Tian had already entered the draw blade's killing realm. He could feel the pain, but it did not hinder his footsteps or speed. He walked forward step by step, dragging an even more bloody giant blade. His eyes glowed red. At this moment, killing intent completely erupted. Only 3 meters away from Zhu Changfeng, a very arrogant voice suddenly came out from Luo Tian's body. Brat, you're dead! It was as if the god of death had descended, directly announcing your death. 2F** King Domineering. Zhu Changfeng's expression suddenly changed. His expression was still arrogant, and his eyes were still filled with disdain. He laughed coldly and said, Damn trash, you want to kill me with just you. Not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian's arms suddenly moved, and a surge of power suddenly burst out. At the same time, he shouted in his heart, Level 2 Berserk! His strength increased by 4 times. The draw blade was startled, then laughed out loud. Brat, what kind of cultivation technique is this? Even my strength has increased by several times. This is too great. I haven't felt such a strong power in a long time. Ha ha ha, while the draw blade was speaking. The veins on his entire right arm bulged like a centipede. Luo Tian roared towards the sky. The 1,800 gene giant blade gathered above his head and heavily chopped down towards Zhu Changfeng's head. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The blade slashed down. It carried the dense killing intent of the killing world, as well as the suppressed anger in Luo Tian's heart. Who told you to be so arrogant? Who told you to be so arrogant? Be arrogant again, be arrogant again. Show me your F** King Disdain. A heavy slash came down. Zhu Changfeng blocked with his sword, and the sword was directly cut in half. Another slash came down. Zhu Changfeng's palms clamped together, and just as he touched the blade, his entire mind seemed to have fallen into a bottomless abyss. His body sank, and he directly knelt on the ground. Another slash, another slash, another slash. Zhu Changfeng was beaten until he looked like a fool. Just like before, he had no power to resist. And Luo Tian was getting more and more excited. Thank you, His Highness the Unicorn, for your support. Chapter 95. Zhu Changfeng was directly beaten to his knees. However, he was still resisting, and his face was full of anger. As long as he found the slightest opportunity, he would definitely kill him in one blow. But Luo Tian was not stupid. He very much understood the principle of taking advantage of your illness to take your life. He liked to beat a drowning dog the most. The wild draw blade was still chopping down one blade after another, and the power of each blade was heavier than the previous one. Zhu Changfeng's knees were bleeding, his face was slightly pale, and he was gasping for breath. His face was as ugly as it could be. Luo Tian's blade speed was really too fast. Coupled with the killing intent of the wild draw blade, he could only bitterly resist. The more Luo Tian fought, the more excited he became. This kind of complete suppression was too cool. He laughed excitedly and said, Son of a bitch, is the 9th stage of the Mystic Master great? Blue Cloud sect disciples are great, right? You want to steal my woman, right? You want to kill all my Luo family members, right? You son of a bitch, get up and be arrogant. Every time he said a word, he chopped down with his blade. Luo Tian's expression was extremely smug. His entire right arm was swinging the 1,800 Jin wild draw blade, and his arm was about to be dislocated. However, he still kept swinging it because this feeling was really cool. Once the barbarian king's endless fury erupted, he would be able to kill any god or Buddha that stood in his way. Only by experiencing it personally would one know how pleasurable it was. Zhu Changfeng was very manic from being crushed. With a roar, all the profound qi in his dantian burst out, and his whole body seemed to be wrapped in profound qi. Luo Tian, I'm going to kill you. A mournful roar sounded. Zhu Changfeng's strength completely broke out. His hair was messy, and his face was ferocious. Zhu Changfeng was like a madman. He was really a little uncomfortable because of Luo Tian. Seeing Zhu Changfeng's power, Luo Tian jumped back slightly, pretending to be horrified, and said, "Wow, you want to kill me again? I'm really scared." As soon as he finished speaking, the corners of Luo Tian's mouth curled up slightly, revealing the smile of the Grim Reaper. He thought to himself, "Killing Blade, you can kill him now. I've already vented my anger. He's already kneeling in front of me. I can't possibly let him add to my toes, right? Isn't this very inhumane?" Blood-sucking Wild Saber rolled his eyes and said, "According to my temper, I'll send him to the afterlife with one slash. What a waste of time." Blood-sucking Wild Blade had a fiery temper. What he sought the most was speed, the speed that could destroy the world with a single slash. Luo Tian didn't like speed. He liked it to last longer. Only then would he be able to show off his masculinity. One of them had been mocking him from the beginning to the end. He was cocky and arrogant in front of him, and his face was full of disdain. It was as if he didn't pay anyone who kept his mother. Luo Tian's method to deal with this kind of person was very simple. He would pay them back in double. "I'll slap that idiot's face until it's swollen, beat him until he kneels on the ground, and let him know the consequences of being cocky in front of me." Luo Tian had almost finished what he needed to do. Now, all that was left was to send Zhu Changfeng to the afterlife. So, Luo Tian gave his right arm to blood-sucking Wild Saber. Zhu Changfeng was overbearing, his eyes sinister, his hands once again reaching into the void, and roared, "Go to hell!" This attack was twice as strong as before. His right arm moved, and a surge of power swept out from the depths of his heart. Fast. It was astonishingly fast. The impact of this power was so fast that Luo Tian almost couldn't feel it. It was just that the power on his right arm had suddenly become like a mountain, and that kind of shock was incomparable. The power of blood-sucking Wild Saber completely erupted. This was an instant. The 1,800 Jin giant saber was raised above his head, and the blood-red blade dyed half the sky red, reflecting on everyone's face. This blade was straight for the heavens. An arrogant and domineering aura was released without restraint, enveloping the entire Jade Mountain City. It was too valiant. That kind of valiance could not be described with words. Slaughter World. Luo Tian's heart sank. Blood-sucking Wild Saber wanted to slaughter everyone in Jade Mountain City. His heart skipped a beat. Luo Tian suddenly shouted, "Wild Saber, what do you want to do? Don't forget our agreement." Blood-sucking Wild Saber laughed, wildly, "Ha ha ha. What, are you afraid? I was just trying to scare him." "You lunatic. Don't worry, we have an agreement first. As long as you are willing to enter my killing Dao, I will help you settle everything else." Luo Tian said without hesitation, "Mother**her. One day I will make you kneel in front of me." Blood-sucking Wild Saber was like a ticking time bomb. If he wasn't careful, even he would be blown to death. Luo Tian had to find an opportunity to get rid of this uncertain factor. Wild Saber laughed crazily. "I look forward to that day's arrival." Now, you brat, watch carefully and see my killing Dao. In that instant, the moment before Zhu Chongfeng's attack landed, Luo Tian's right arm was controlled by the blood-sucking wild saber, and the huge saber that was raised into the air slashed down. A scarlet wave of ripples shot out from the blade and spread out in an instant. Next, Luo Tian's vision turned blood red, as if the entire world had turned into a huge pool of blood. A killing god descended from the sky. It was like an Asura from hell. First level of killing Dao, Asura killing god. Slash! As the word slash fell, the huge blade swayed, instantly shattering all of Zhu Chongfeng's attacks. Zhu Chongfeng was dumbstruck, his eyes reflecting the huge blade that was slashing down. At this moment, his world was the same as Luo Tian's. He was completely occupied by killing intent. Die! A blade slashed down from the top of his head, and Zhu Chongfeng's body was split into two. Instant kill. At the same time, a system notification sounded out in Luo Tian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Zhu Chongfeng for obtaining 5,000 experience, 600 profound qi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 1 profound stone. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining. The system notification exploded. Luo Tian was completely uninterested. He was completely shocked by the first level of killing Dao, Asura killing god, that the blood-sucking wild saber had just released, and muttered in his heart, "Damn, so the killing Dao is actually so awesome. I used to read novels about the heavenly Dao and the great Dao being awesome. But now it seems that they are all trash out of the 3,000 great Dao. The killing Dao is the most F***king awesome. If the first level of killing Dao was already so awesome, then the second level, the third level, what about the 100 levels? Wow! Luo Tian did not dare to imagine further. At the same time, Luo Tian made his decision and said without hesitation, "I want to enter the killing Dao." There was no sound from the blood-sucking wild saber in his body. Luo Tian said again, "Wild saber, I want to enter the killing Dao." There was still no sound. "Wild saber, your sister, I want to enter the killing Dao. Did you hear me?" There was still no sound at all. After killing Zhu Chongfeng with a single slash, the blade also disappeared. F***ck, I gave you face, but you don't want it, right? Just now, you were begging me to enter the killing Dao, but now your father wants to enter the killing Dao, and your sister doesn't even let out a fart. What the hell are you doing? Luo Tian said in a bad mood. There was still no sound from his body. Just as Luo Tian was about to give up, the blood-sucking wild saber's weak voice sounded. "What are you arguing about? Do you know how much energy I need to use Asura killing god once? Next time, I won't be able to guide you this time, so don't bother me for less than half a month." His voice was very hoarse, like a terminally ill old man. Luo Tian was startled. He scratched his head, and after a moment he laughed heartily. "Aren't you always so arrogant? Even you have times when you're weak, ha ha ha, laugh your sister. If you don't hurry up, your Luo family clansmen will all die." Luo Tian's heart sank. F***ck, I almost forgot about them. This is a huge wave of experience. He turned around and stared at Zhu Yaozong, who was crazily killing. The corner of his mouth turned cold. F***ck, watch how I kill you. Chapter 96. No one would have thought that Zhu Chongfeng would be killed by Luo Tian in one strike. Even Cold Frost, who had been staring at the mysterious spirit realm expert in the crowd, did not expect this. At this time, Cold Frost had an indescribable feeling in her heart. There was some surprise, but also some disgust. Surprise because Luo Tian had created another miracle. Disgust because Li Shuer would find a reason to stay. It seemed that she had forgotten something very important. If she still remembered her promise with Li Shuer, there would only be disgust left in her heart. Lang Han Shuang looked at Luo Tian seriously, memorizing his appearance. Suddenly, a very strange question arose in her heart. At the same time, she thought it was impossible. If he and Duan Tian City's #1 young master, Morong Wanjian, were to fight, what would the outcome be? Can he still create miracles? What's wrong with me? Even if Luo Tian cultivated for another 10,000 years, he would not be Morong Wanjian's opponent. Why would I think of such an idiotic question? Cold Frost felt that it was funny. How could the mud on the ground be compared to the stars in the sky? There was no comparison at all. Of course, Cold Frost did not know that the stars in the sky were just a larger piece of mud. Ha ha ha, boss won, boss killed Zhu Changfeng, ha ha. Suddenly, it was unknown who shouted in the crowd, but everyone stopped what they were doing. Countless pairs of eyes turned towards the source of the shout. Luo Tian stood proudly on the stage, his eyes cold and gloomy. His body exuded an incomparably arrogant aura. At his feet, Zhu Changfeng's body was split into two, lying in a basin of blood. The large square once again quieted down. The silence was frightening. He actually won. What happened just now? My money, I've lost again. This time I'm really bankrupt. Even Zhu Changfeng, who is at the peak of the 9th stage of the mysterious spirit realm, was killed by him. Who else in Jade Mountain City can stop him? This Luo clan brat is still too young. Doesn't he know that Zhu Changfeng and the others are disciples of the Blue Cloud sect? He killed Zhu Changfeng and the others, which is tantamount to offending the Blue Cloud sect. Offending the Blue Cloud sect will certainly lead to the extermination of the Luo clan. Everyone discussed in low voices. Luo Tian stared at a certain spot. The corners of his mouth curled up as he sneered. Zhu Yaozong, it's your turn now. Zhu Yaozong's expression turned serious. His eyes dimmed as he looked up at the sky and sighed softly. He muttered to himself, "Could it be that the heavens want my Zhu clan to die? Changfeng, I will definitely bury him with you. Zhu clan disciples, listen up. Everyone, kill Luo Tian with all your strength. Avenge Changfeng and the dead Zhu clan disciples. Kill." In an instant, all the Zhu family disciples turned their spearheads and rushed towards the stage. Zhu Changfeng was dead. Zhu Yaozong's trump card had fallen. Now he could only risk his life and kill Luo Tian. The Zhu family would still be the ruler of Jade Mountain City. Thinking of this, Zhu Yaozong rushed out with all his might, with the determination to kill. Song Yannan was secretly anxious as he shouted, "Song family disciples, listen up! Protect Luo Tian. Don't let a single person from the Zhu clan come up." Killing Zhu Changfeng, who was at the 9th stage of the Xian Master Stage, was simply unbelievable. Luo Tian had done it, and had really helped him take revenge for the Song family. Song Yannan was extremely grateful in his heart. No matter what, he had to protect Luo Tian. Protect the boss. Kill these sons of bitches from the Zhu clan. Brothers, kill. The Luo family disciples all jumped out with vigor, and all of them rushed towards the stage with killing intent. Luo Tian smiled faintly. Looking at his brothers, he muttered in his heart, "It's good to have brothers." This was different from the game. This was reality, a true life and death situation. This feeling made his blood boil. For his brothers, he could really go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. Suddenly, Luo Tian leaped into the air and shouted, "Song family, Luo family, all of you retreat, quickly retreat! I want to beat all of them by myself." This was a large wave of experience, a large wave of invincible value. Luo Tian did not want to waste it. Then again, he also did not wish for anyone else to die in the hands of the Zhu clan. Song Yannan looked at Luo Tian's serious expression. His brows twitched. He hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Song family disciples, retreat." He believed in Luo Tian. Since he believed it, the disciples of the Luo family naturally believed it even more. Like a tide, they rushed up and retreated like a tide. In a few seconds, over 100 elite disciples of the Zhu clan had surrounded the stage so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak out. Even a great Xian Master Stage expert might not be a match for them. Moreover, Luo Tian had suffered heavy injuries from Zhu Chongfeng's attack. At this time, he was fighting so many people by himself. He really didn't want his life anymore. Zhu Yaozong had a mocking expression on his face as he sneered, "Luo Tian, you are too arrogant." Luo Tian chuckled. "I am arrogant. What can you do to me? Come up and bite me." "Humph. Let's see how long you can be arrogant for. Attack together and kill him for me." Zhu Yaozong ordered. Over 100 elite disciples of the Zhu clan rushed forward and used their strongest attacks. They knew very well in their hearts that if Luo Tian didn't die, they would die. Therefore, they rushed forward without a care for their lives. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth drew back as he laughed complacently. Looking at Zhu Yaozong, who was not far away, he said loudly, "I'll let you see what I have to be arrogant about." As soon as he finished, Luo Tian's eyes suddenly darkened, and he shouted in a heavy voice, "Level 2 Berserk!" 1. For times the attribute was released. In that instant, Luo Tian roared out again, 10,000 Thunder Blast! A thick layer of clouds suddenly appeared above the stage. Thunder and lightning wreaked havoc within the clouds, constantly suppressing the pressure. Do you think this is the end? Far from it. Before the 10,000 Thunder Blast could land, Luo Tian roared, "Lion, tiger, gold shattering roar!" Roar, like a lion and tiger roaring in the forest, a powerful sound wave attack shot out like a wave of air. The cultivation of the 6th stage of the Xian Master Stage was already completely suppressed in terms of level. Adding the power of the 6th stage of the Xian Master Stage, the Zhu clan disciples who rushed up were all stunned. In the blink of an eye, Luo Tian grinned sinisterly. 10,000 Thunder Blast, fall for me! Rumble, rumble, rumble. Under the bombardment of 10,000 lightning bolts, the entire stage turned into a huge minefield. It continued to wreak havoc and completely crush them without any ability to resist. Ding! 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 Luo Tian's mind was like firecrackers that were set off during the New Year, crackling nonstop. This feeling was really too awesome. His experienced soared, his profound chi soared, and his undefeated value soared. Most importantly, the killing intent of the Blood Fiend armor soared crazily. Blood spurted out, forming a bloody mist. More than half of the Zhu clan's elites were killed or injured. But Luo Tian did not give them the chance to escape, and once again used the 10,000 Thunder Blast. He had always strangled hidden threats in the cradle. As long as they escaped, they might come back one day. Boom! The second time the 10,000 Thunder Blast landed, all the injured Zhu clan disciples were instantly killed. Luo Tian tidied up his hair and shouted domineeringly, "Damn it, I'll just ask who else." It was also at this moment. Ding! The Blood Fiend armor has absorbed 100 points of killing intent. Defense increased by 1%. The killing intent of the Blood Fiend armor has been completely filled. In his mind, the Blood Fiend armor emitted a scarlet bloodlight, like a glowing equipment in a game. When Luo Tian looked at the Blood Fiend armor's attributes again, he was instantly dumbfounded. Chapter 97. The Blood Fiend armor needed to absorb killing intent to increase its defensive power. Its defensive power could be said to have changed. Abnormal. Even Feng Lei's powerful strength couldn't break through the 1,000-year Corpse King's defense. It was definitely not normal. After the 1,000-year Corpse King dropped the Blood Fiend armor, Luo Tian didn't use it. He wanted to fill it with killing intent first. 2 10,000 lightning blasts took care of the Zhu family's elite disciples, and the Blood Fiend armor also finished absorbing. One person was 100 points of killing intent. 100 people was 10,000 points of killing intent. That meant the Blood Fiend armor had already absorbed 10,000 points of killing intent. It was a little shocking. The system opened and the Blood Fiend armor's stats appeared. Item: Blood Fiend armor, Spirit grade, Spirit artifact / Mystic artifact, +5. Item description: The Blood Fiend armor was created from the 1,000-year Corpse King's blood essence. It contains the aura of 10,000 beasts and has an extremely strong defense. Description 2. When the Blood Fiend armor is filled with killing intent, it will increase by 5 levels. Its defense will reach the level of a spirit artifact. Description 3. When the Blood Fiend armor is filled with killing intent, it will activate a unique ability. Block any attack below the Mystic King realm. After releasing the ability, the Blood Fiend armor will recover its original stats. It can be activated again after absorbing the killing intent. F*CK 10,000 points of killing intent allowed the Blood Fiend armor to level up to a spirit artifact. It also has an invincible defense ability. Luo Tian was really shocked. Any attack below the Mystic King realm could be blocked. What did this mean? This meant that if he met a great Mystic King realm expert, he would have 2 lives. It was a good life-saving item. The entire Jade Mountain City didn't even have a 4th level mystic artifact, let alone a spirit artifact. Luo Tian suddenly had a spirit artifact. How could he not be excited? Just how strong is it? A spirit artifact. It should be very, very strong. Luo Tian muttered in his heart. A spirit artifact was an existence that surpassed a 9th level mystic artifact. But just how strong was it? Luo Tian didn't know at all. If he wanted to know how strong its defense was, he could just test it on someone. Luo Tian looked at Zhu Yaozong, whose face was pale and whose eyes were filled with hatred. He smiled and said, "Hey, old Zhu, I killed so many of your men. You must hate me and want to kill me, right? I'm in a good mood today. I'll let you punch me 10 times, and I guarantee you won't fight back. How about that?" Zhu Yaozong, who was at Mystic Rank 9, was considered a top expert in Jade Mountain City. Using him to test the defense of the Blood Fiend armor couldn't be any better. Is Luo Tian crazy? Boss, what nonsense are you talking about? Isn't this brat a little too arrogant? 10 punches from a level 9 mystic cultivator? Is he courting death? It was indeed a bit arrogant for a mystic level 6 to not retaliate after 10 punches from a mystic level 9. Luo Tian looked at the disciples of the Luo family and asked, "Am I crazy?" The disciples of the Luo family quickly nodded. Luo Tian laughed foolishly, scratched his head, and said, "The eyes of the masses are as sharp as snow. It seems that I am indeed a bit too arrogant. How about this? Old Zhu, I will reduce the number of punches by 1 and let you hit me 9 times. I guarantee that I won't fight back." Ha ha ha, crazy? Rather crazy. Luo Tian didn't put Zhu Yaozong in his eyes at all. His mocking expression made everyone unhappy. However, so what if they were unhappy? If they had the guts, bite him. No one dared to. Zhu Yaozong's expression changed again and again. He stepped forward and released the power of a mystic level 9. He clenched his right fist and scolded, "Luo Tian, you piece of shit. Go and die." The wind from his fist was like a blade with a force of 10,000 kilograms. This punch was rather powerful. Seeing Zhu Yaozong's punch, Luo Tian didn't feel confident and muttered, "Don't mess it up. That won't be fun. If I can't even block 1 punch, then the joke will be too big. If I can't block it, I will immediately burn this stupid armor to ashes." Luo Tian muttered in his heart. He relaxed his body and withdrew his aura. He didn't have any defense and was completely relying on the blood termination armor. He really won't let Zhu Yaozong go? Is Luo Tian crazy? Is there such a stupid person? Does he think that a mystic level 9 is a joke? Everyone was dumbfounded. They thought that Luo Tian was joking, but they didn't expect him to really stand there and not move. Seeing that Zhu Yaozong's fist was about to land, many people's hearts were in their throats. Cold Frost's eyes were slightly shocked. She sneered softly and muttered to herself, "He is simply seeking death. What an idiot. I even compared him to Morong Wanjian. It is simply an insult to Morong Wanjian." Cold Frost didn't like Luo Tian's arrogance. It wasn't arrogance at all. It was arrogance like an idiot. It was also at this moment. Zhu Yaozong's right fist carried an extremely dense mystic qi as it directly bombarded Luo Tian's chest. Boom! The moment the fist touched Luo Tian's chest, a wave of mystic qi shot out like a dazzling ray of light. The entire square shook. It was clear how powerful this force was. However, Luo Tian's closed eyes slightly opened. He lowered his head and looked at his chest. He grinned and laughed, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. I'm fine. I'm fine. You trash. Use more strength. He became even more excited. Wow, this blood termination armor is simply too awesome. The full strength punch of a mystic level 9 was easily neutralized. Luo Tian didn't feel any pain at all. It was truly worthy of being a spiritual artifact. A spiritual artifact was far stronger than Luo Tian imagined. Even in a sect like the Blue Cloud sect, a spiritual artifact was rare. It was naturally easy to block the attack of a mystic level 9 cultivator. Luo Tian was fine, but Zhu Yaozong wasn't. His right arm was almost dislocated and a large piece of skin was missing from his fist. Blood flowed and the wound was so deep that the bone could be seen. This punch landed on Luo Tian's body and also on Cold Frost's face. It was burning hot and very unpleasant. What the hell? Zhu Yaozong's heart was filled with rage as he attacked again. This time he attacked continuously. Bang! 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 His fists were like rain as he attacked with all his strength. In an instant, he threw out more than 10 punches. This kind of attack was simply tickling Luo Tian. However, he was still unhappy and directly shouted, "Old Zhu, that's enough!" Zhu Yaozong didn't stop and still bombarded Luo Tian like a madman. Damn it! Luo Tian raised his right hand and slapped down, "You don't want face!" Boom! Zhu Yaozong was slapped down to the ground by Luo Tian's slap. Because this slap was sudden, Zhu Yaozong was unprepared. However, he had lost the ability to resist. This guy's arms were broken. He was the first person in history to break both arms. Zhu Yaozong was lying on the ground. His eyes stared at Luo Tian and scolded. "Luo Tian, don't be complacent. You will also die today. You will die more miserably than me. Everyone in your Luo family will die more miserably than me. The Blue Cloud Sect's army will soon arrive." Ha ha ha! Luo Tian's eyes were cold as he coldly said, "You certainly can't see how miserably I die. However, I can see how miserably you die." After that, he kicked Zhu Yaozong out of the ring and kicked him to Song Yannan's feet. "Brother Song, this is a gift from your younger brother." Luo Tian smiled gently. Song Yannan was very grateful and stepped on Zhu Yaozong's head. "Song family disciples, listen to my order. Cut him into pieces for me." After a violent beating, Zhu Yaozong howled like a pig being slaughtered. Luo Tian gently jumped and landed beside Li Shuer. He said very seriously, "Girl, shouldn't you give me the mystery prize?" Li Shuer's cheeks blushed. She pulled in Chen Chen and walked forward a few steps. She playfully turned her head and said, "The prize can only be given tonight." "Tonight? What the F asterisk CK?" Luo Tian's thoughts began to be impure. "Thank you, brother, for your support. Old Bull is extremely grateful." Chapter 98. The family invitational tournament was over. The Luo family had won everything. The Song family only existed in name, and the Zhou family, who had withdrawn from the competition, was no match for the Luo family. Especially when Luo Tian used the draw slash to cut Zhu Changfeng into two. Zhou Tairan already understood that he was no match for Luo Tian. However, the Zhou family was not in a hurry to leave Jade Mountain City, as if they were waiting for something. There was still a long time before dark, therefore, Luo Tian could only patiently wait. Noon, Luo family's hall. Luo Tian sat at the very top with a grave expression. Although they had won, they had paid an extremely heavy price. Feng Lei was heavily injured, Luo Kunchen was heavily injured, and many disciples had died. This was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire for the Luo family. Not long after, a disciple of the Luo family hurriedly walked into the hall and said, "Patriarch, the third elder's injuries have been stabilized after consuming the fire dragon pill you gave him." Luo Tian frowned. He stood up and asked, "What's the matter with the fatty?" The disciple scratched his head and said, "Fat brother is snoring. The doctor said that he is sleeping too soundly and can't be woken up." Luo Tian's heart dropped, and he waved his hand. "You can leave first." If anything happened to the fatty, he would immediately kill his way into hell and pull him back. It was not easy to meet such a brother who would share life and death with him, so Luo Tian cherished him with all his might. Luo Tian was finally relieved that the fatty and Luo Kunshan were fine. He then looked at Song Yan'an and asked, "Brother Song, what are your plans for the future?" The Zhu and Song families of the four great families of the Jade Mountain City already existed in name, and it was impossible to rebuild them. No matter what choice Song Yan'an made, Luo Tian would fully support him. The destruction of the Song family was more or less related to him, and Luo Tian felt a little guilty about this matter. This was also the reason why he handed Zhu Yaozong over to the Song family in the end. The ninth stage of the Xian Master had a lot of experience, but Luo Tian understood that there were some things that had to be done personally before he could truly let it go. The Song family's revenge had to be taken by them. Zhu Yaozong's death in their hands could be considered as an explanation for the deaths of the Song family. Song Yan'an smiled bitterly and said, "Today, I went with the determination to die. I didn't expect to survive. As for plans, I never thought about them." "Right." Song Yan'an suddenly stood up and turned around to look at the 6 members of the Song family. He said, "Song family, listen up. Kowtow to our benefactor." As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 members of the Song family knelt down and said in unison, "Thank you, benefactor." Luo Tian stepped forward and grabbed Song Yan'an. He anxiously said, "Big brother Song, what are you doing? Hurry up and get up. You're not treating me as a friend anymore." Song Yan'an was a 9th stage mystic cultivator, so Luo Tian couldn't hold him back all. He knelt down heavily and said, "Luo Tian, without you, our Song family wouldn't exist. We wouldn't have been able to avenge the deaths of the 400 or so Song family members. I thank you on behalf of the living and dead Song family members." After saying that, he slammed his fist down hard. Bang! The floor seemed to be about to break. Ding! Triggered sea level mission. Subduing Song Yan'an. Reward: 200 experience points. Song Yan'an's kneeling actually gave out a sea level mission. The mission reward was very little, but Luo Tian didn't care about that at all. Luo Tian helped Song Yan'an up and said, "Big brother Song, why don't you guys stay in my Luo family for now? If you are willing, the Luo family and the Song family can become one family in the future, and you will be the patriarch." If Song Yan'an could become the patriarch of the Luo family, it would be for the best. Jade Mountain City was too small, and Luo Tian would have to leave sooner or later. Song Yan'an certainly did not have any selfish motives for becoming the patriarch. Moreover, under his leadership, the Luo family would definitely become the master of Jade Mountain City. There was no doubt about this. The Luo family didn't have a suitable candidate right now. Luo Kunshan's ability was limited, the others were still young and inexperienced. Song Yan'an was the best candidate. Song Yan'an was shocked and said emotionally, "How can I be the patriarch? I definitely can't. As for the Song and Luo families becoming one, I don't think so either. You saved our lives. From today onwards, we will join the Luo family and contribute our greatest contribution to the prosperity of the Luo family." Following that, Song Yan'an turned around and asked seriously, "What do you guys think?" Song Yanchun took a step forward and laughed out loud. "It's great to be able to join the Luo family. What else can we think?" Luo Tian's strength made them admire him. In this world of the strong, everyone was willing to follow in the footsteps of the strong. The people of the Song family were the same. Luo Tian was overjoyed in his heart and said solemnly, Everyone of the Luo family, listen up. From today onwards, Song Yan'an will be the great clan elder of the Luo family. If I am not here, you have to listen to Big Brother Song, understand? Understood. Everyone from the Luo family shouted in unison. In the morning, the Song family had risked their lives to save them and had already won the hearts of the people from the Luo family. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the quest. The reward for the quest is 200 points. Ding! Player Luo Tian's actions have affected Song Yan'an, obtaining 1,000 points of Song Yan'an's favorability. Huh? Why is there a favorability here, and it's even 1,000 points? What does the system want to do? Damn, system your sister, I'm not gay. Luo Tian's chrysanthemum tightened. He was a little puzzled in his heart. What was the use of having a man's favorability? It was also at this time. Song Yan'an took out a simple and unadorned sheepskin scroll from his bosom and handed it over. This is my gift for joining the Luo family. It is an ancient scroll that my Song family has guarded for generations. We do not know what secrets are hidden in the ancient scroll, and the Song family has studied it for nearly 100 years without any results. Rumor has it that whoever can crack the secrets of the scroll will be able to obtain the ancient divine weapon. Patriarch, please accept it. Luo Tian was dumbfounded. Seeing the ancient scroll in Song Yan'an's hands, his eyes widened. That guy was shining with a golden light. That golden light was so dazzling that it could blind a titanium dog's eyes. It was simply too dazzling. Even the holy artifact was not so dazzling. Could it be that there really was an ancient divine weapon hidden inside? An ancient divine weapon, an unparalleled and invincible existence. A divine weapon that even immortals were afraid of. Luo Tian was excited. He now knew why the system suddenly triggered a sea-level mission. This was simply a hidden, heaven-defying mission in the novice village. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Luo Tian took the scroll and carefully unfolded it. The scroll was filled with all kinds of mysterious runes, and the runes seemed to hide some kind of power, causing Luo Tian to be uncontrollably fascinated. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Luo Tian's heart. Frenzied Sword suddenly shouted, "Brat, this scroll is strange. Be careful not to be bewitched by it." Huh. Universe illusion array? How could this kind of extinct array appear on a sheepskin scroll? Could it be that there really is an ancient divine weapon recorded inside? Frenzied Sword's voice made Luo Tian suddenly wake up. Hearing Frenzied Sword's words, Luo Tian became even more excited and anxiously asked, "Frenzied Sword, is there a way to break it?" Frenzied Sword said proudly, "Of course. Don't you know who I am? Is the world's #1 domineering sword for nothing? What the F***CK? With the ancient divine weapon in hand, who the hell would dare to stop me?" Thank you to bookfriend 1950619018 for your support. Old Cow is extremely grateful. Jade Mountain City has been blown up. The second volume of Ancient Divine Weapon will be released tomorrow. This time, it will be a grand chapter. Brothers, please support, bookmark, and don't forget to leave your comments. If you have money, Old Cow is extremely grateful. Ha ha ha. Chapter 99. The appearance of the ancient scroll caused huge waves in Luo Tian's heart. As long as the secret on the scroll was unraveled, the first layer of the ancient divine weapon could be unveiled. If he could really obtain it, then that would really be a very amazing thing. Luo Tian was very excited about this. He had been in this world for a few months. Whether it was the books or the various powerful experts, he had never heard of any divine weapon, let alone anything related to ancient times. He was confused about the various runes on the scroll and could not understand them at all. It did not matter if he could not understand them, but he almost lost his mind. Fortunately, Frenzied Blade appeared. When Luo Tian heard that Frenzied Blade had a way, he was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and unlock this universe bewitching array." Cough, cough. Kid, I just had a big battle in the morning, and my true essence is almost exhausted. Do you know how powerful this universe bewitching array is? According to the classification of formations, I'm afraid that this formation is at least level 9. The person who carved this formation is really quite powerful. To be able to lay out such a powerful formation on a small piece of parchment, even I have to admire him. It seems that the person who carved the array should be an ancient almighty. Frenzied Blade's voice was heard. His words shocked Luo Tian, who was Frenzied Blade, the existence of the world's number 1 domineering blade. How could he admire someone? It could be seen how powerful the person he admired was. If it was really a scroll left behind by an ancient almighty, then there must be a shocking treasure hidden. Luo Tian's heart became more and more excited. Then when can I unlock it? Frenzied Blade said. To unlock the universe bewitching array, I definitely can't do it alone. You have to first find the 5 elements, demon cores of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth. With the power of the 5 elements and my Azura killing god, it should be possible to break it. 5 elements demon cores? They're all attribute demon cores. Luo Tian's heart couldn't help but tighten. This kind of demon core was something that could only be found by chance. Most of the demon beasts' demon cores were of the common attribute. It was very difficult to find a demon core with an attribute. Frenzied Sword said, I don't care about that. This is your own business. If you can find it, I'll crack the universe illusion formation and unlock the secret on the scroll. If you can't find it, then there's nothing I can do. Frenzied Sword put on a nonchalant expression. Luo Tian said unhappily, Don't you have any other way? In any case, I'm your host. If I don't do well, you'll lose face, right? Frenzied Sword shouted. What does it have to do with me, whether you're doing well or not? If it weren't for the fact that you agreed to join my Tao of Slaughter, I would have really taken over your broken body. Luo Tian also shouted, Old fart, come if you have the guts. Do you think I'm afraid of you? After swallowing the killing, intent demon core, Luo Tian was not afraid of Frenzied Sword when he entered the slaughter world. Moreover, he could still drop Clear Sword, so it was impossible to take his body now. However, the draw blade must have been restricted by some kind of power. Otherwise, with his fiery personality, he would definitely rush out in anger after hearing what Luo Tian said. I'm so angry. You brat. Damn it. I'm so angry, cough cough. Frenzied Sword was so angry that he kept coughing. He was out of breath, like an old man who was about to die. Luo Tian also couldn't bear it and comforted him. My words are a bit harsh. Don't mind it. I will gather all 5 elements demon core. You also want to know what is hidden in the ancient scroll, right? Frenzied Sword stopped talking. Luo Tian said again, Damn, don't be like this. I'm just joking with you. Still no words. Luo Tian said with a mischievous smile, Brother Frenzied Sword, I was wrong, okay? I shouldn't have lost my temper at you. I'm guilty. Still no words. This made Luo Tian lose a lot of face, and he said angrily, Frenzied Sword, you're not giving me any face at all? I'm humbly admitting my mistake, so you should at least make a sound. Just as Luo Tian finished speaking, a sound came out from his body. This sound was squeak. Huh. Frenzied Sword, your sister. I told you to squeak, but you really squeak. Luo Tian was speechless. Suddenly, Frenzied Sword jumped up. Brat, are you someone sent by the heavens to kill me? Every time I say a word, I will consume a bit of true essence. If I continue, I will lose my life. Do you know that I am using my life to talk to you? Don't say a single word to me before I gather all 5 elements demon core. Luo Tian's eyes were stunned. After Frenzied Sword finished speaking, he said softly, You spent another 5 true essence. Scram! Frenzied Sword wanted to kill Luo Tian. Luo Tian grinned and said, It's good that you're not angry. Seeing how fiery you are, I can tell that you're still very strong. Don't worry, before you recover, I won't disturb you anymore. After that, Luo Tian no longer had frenzied sword's aura in his body. He should have gone to take back his slaughter world to recover his true essence. After a long time, Luo Tian confirmed that frenzied sword was not around and said with some disdain, "Damn it, you still call yourself the #1 tyrant sword in the world. Didn't I just ask you to kill a Xian Master Stage 9 Zhu Changfeng? You can't even do that, you disappoint me. How can you follow me like this?" He despised him, but he was also very happy. Frenzied Sword's personality was actually very similar to his. Similarly domineering, similarly arrogant, similarly fiery. It was also because of this that Frenzied Sword took a fancy to Luo Tian, and Luo Tian could be considered to have given up on the idea of subduing Frenzied Sword. To a certain extent, the two of them could be considered to have understood each other. Luo Tian looked at the sky. It was already evening, and there were only a few hours left before night fell. His heart began to itch. Mystery prize? I can only receive it at night. Is Li Shueter sending me some kind of signal? Luo Tian laughed evilly. Thinking of Li Shuer's beautiful face and proud figure, Luo Tian couldn't bear to extricate himself, and the evil fire in his heart rose. He would be able to have a very good relationship with her soon, and he would be able to bid farewell to his virginity soon. Luo Tian's heart was excited. This kind of excitement brought with it some hesitation, and he didn't know what to do. His mood was very complicated. Luo Tian took a few deep breaths and thought to himself, "Luo Tian, you really are useless. Isn't it just having sex? Do you have to be so excited?" Following that, he lay on the ground and did hundreds of push-ups in one breath. Every time he did one, he would think of a position in his mind. His little brother also gradually raised his head and swelled up. Coupled with the push-ups, he looked like he was going to rape the ground. It was quite wretched. Time passed by minute by minute. Luo Tian felt like he was on pins and needles counting the time. He really couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. He hoped that night would come quickly, and he would do the thing quickly. After a long time, it was the longest period of time in Luo Tian's history. The sky finally darkened. Luo Tian suppressed the excitement in his heart and grinned softly. "Girl, your brother is here." The title of the first volume has been changed from Ancient Divine Weapon to Ancient Treasure. I feel a little better, and I have foreshadowed the third volume. Brothers, please support me. Chapter 100. Night fell. Lanterns were lit on the streets, and entertainment venues were brightly lit. The girls of the Harmonious Spring courtyard waved their silk handkerchiefs to attract passing customers. Many young men stopped to watch, and in the end they were pulled into the courtyard by the girls who exposed half of their breasts. The night was very seductive. Luo Tian took a bath, changed into a clean set of clothes, and combed his hair. He looked very spirited and handsome. He looked at himself in the mirror and exclaimed, "Who the fuck am I? How can I be so handsome? Do you still want me to live?" His bright and clean white face revealed a sharp and cold handsomeness. His refined eyes had a trace of hesitation, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. A mysterious and unrestrained smile could make any girl drunk. Luo Tian's appearance was indeed not bad. At least he was much better looking than he was in his previous life. After carefully dressing up, Luo Tian revealed an elegant and unrestrained feeling, which made Luo Tian even more charming. All of this was prepared for tonight. The night of his virginity was too damn exciting. Luo Tian did all this in order to conceal the excitement in his heart. He also wanted to leave a good memory for the first and only time of his life. After tidying up everything, Luo Tian walked out of the courtyard and walked towards Li Shuer's courtyard. The two courtyards were not far from each other. If he walked, he would arrive in a few minutes. Luo Tian walked very quickly and even used the wind shadow steps. He arrived in less than half a breath's time. He couldn't wait any longer. When he arrived at the entrance of Li Shuer's courtyard, Luo Tian was slightly startled. He then walked in with a smile on his face, and Chen Chen was squatting in a corner. playing with a frog that came out of nowhere. From time to time, she would say some strange words. A man and a frog were having a mysterious conversation, and Chun Chun turned her head and saw Luo Tian walking into the courtyard. She immediately ran towards Luo Tian excitedly, skipping with every step. Her cute appearance was so cute. When she was 3 steps away from Luo Tian, she jumped up and directly threw herself into Luo Tian's arms. She rubbed her chest with all her strength and said cutely, "Big brother, you look so good today." Luo Tian hugged and Chun Chun, looking at her pure and charming eyes. He was secretly shocked. She's so seductive at such a young age. What will happen in a few years? The fox demon race was born with seductive eyes. Being stared at by her was like being electrocuted. And Chun Chun was charming, and her seductive eyes were even sharper. Fortunately, she was still young and didn't have enough electricity. Otherwise, Luo Tian really wouldn't be able to control himself. Luo Tian smiled and said, "Where's Sister Shui?" And Chun Chun said, "Sister Shui is inside talking to a man in black. I don't know what they're talking about, but it seems to be quite serious. Big brother, are you here to look for Sister Shui? Do you want me to ask her to come out? Talking to that mysterious master. Is she going to tell him about what happened with me tonight? That's not good." Luo Tian's heart was filled with an expression of "I like it. This girl is really reliable. Ha ha ha." Luo Tian praised her in his heart. Half a minute later, Li Shueger came out of the house, and Chun Chun hurriedly got down from Luo Tian and whispered, "Sister Shui, didn't let me hug you. She said you're a gangster. But Chun Chun thinks that Big Brother is a good person. I don't think you're a bad guy." She stuck out her little tongue and said, "Don't tell sister that I hugged you." Then she skipped away. Luo Tian smiled knowingly, then looked at Li Shuer and found that her eyes were a little red, as if she had just cried. He couldn't help but be shocked, and walked forward to ask, "Girl, who bullied you?" Li Shuer smiled faintly, revealing 2 small dimples, and said, "Who dares to bully me? With Big Brother Luo Tian here, no one dares to bully me." His smile was a little forced. Luo Tian could naturally see it, but since Li Shuer didn't say anything, he couldn't ask too much. However, this matter should have something to do with the black-robed expert. Luo Tian secretly said in his heart, "Damn it, don't wait for me to raise my cultivation. Otherwise one day I will definitely teach you a lesson." Last time he had almost pushed Li Shuer down. It was because of him that Luo Tian had been brooding over this matter. "Big brother Luo Tian, why are you looking for me?" Li Shuer asked. Luo Tian's eyes stared blankly and thought to himself, "Could it be that she asked me on purpose, wanting me to take the initiative? Yes, that must be it. Girls are more shy, so I should be the one taking the initiative in this matter. As a man, he should take the initiative." Although Luo Tian had always wanted to be passive in this regard, it was only for mature sister-type girls. For a pure girl, like Li Shuer, he still had to take the initiative. Luo Tian pretended to be very calm, and very casual, and said, "Didn't you say you were going to give me a mysterious reward?" "Huh." Li Shuer was shocked, then laughed out loud and said, "I almost forgot about this matter." How could I forget about this matter?" Luo Tian secretly said in his heart. Li Shuer laughed out loud, and the black shadow in the room moved a little. Li Shuer turned her head and said towards the room, "Big Sister Shuang, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Don't tell me you want to run." Li Shuer deliberately said, "It was too easy for a 6th-level mystic spirit realm cultivator to disappear without anyone noticing." Cold Frost suddenly thought of the bet after Li Shuer laughed out loud. In that instant, she wanted to run. This was the first time she wanted to run. Thinking of those words, she felt a wave of disgust in her heart. However, she still walked out unhurriedly. Luo Tian did not understand. Li Schwenner's mysterious reward was to give this expert to him? What was this situation? Cold Frost walked to a distance of 3 steps away from Luo Tian and stopped. Her eyes were complicated, and then she gently took off her cloak, and then took off her black robe. Then Luo Tian was stunned. Even in his dreams, he would never have thought that under the cloak there would be such a peerless face. Very beautiful, a very cold kind of beauty. Moreover, Cold Frost was wearing tight clothes, revealing all her curves. Adding on that pure and cute face, it made people's hearts beat faster. Moreover, there was a trace of coldness. Of course, it was not directed at Luo Tian's coldness. It was simply enough to take people's lives. Luo Tian was very shocked. Looking at Cold Frost, a character from the game appeared in his mind. Ice Archer, Ike. Cold Frost's expression was even colder than Ike's, as if she was an iceberg that had not melted for 1,000 years. Especially those ice-cold eyes. Looking at each other would make one's entire body feel cold. The mysterious expert was a peerless ice beauty. What was Li Schwerer trying to do? Could the mysterious prize be? What was it? Oh my God! Chapter 101. Luo Tian was instantly excited. This was something he had always dreamed of. But he had thought too much, and it was as much as a few warehouses. Looking at Luo Tian's excited face, Cold Frost's cold eyes flashed with a trace of disdain. She felt disgusted and secretly said in her heart, "Why are all the men in this world like this? Only Morong Wanjian has a calm face when he sees me. I'm afraid only a modest gentleman like him wouldn't be like this." In her heart, Morong Wanjian was the most perfect man in the world. Cold Frost's disdainful eyes were not concealed. Luo Tian naturally saw it clearly. He suppressed his excitement and revealed a cold expression. "Damn, if you don't give me any face, then I won't give you any face either. No matter who it is." Luo Tian was never the kind of person who would put his hot face on someone's cold ass. "If you don't like me, then I won't like you either." Cold Frost was indeed very beautiful. That kind of cold and mature beauty was something Li Schwerer didn't have. Of course, she also didn't have Li Schwerer's kind of beauty. It was undeniable that Luo Tian's heart was moved the moment he saw Cold Frost's face. As an otaku who had just transmigrated, his heart would be moved when he saw any beautiful woman. Luo Tian was also human, but he had his own principles. Since Lang Hanshuang looked at him with a look of disdain, then he would seal up the emotions in his heart. Li Schwerer saw that the two's expressions were not right and immediately smiled. "Luo Tian Gij, this is my Shuangjie. Her full name is Cold Frost." "Cold Frost?" Luo Tian laughed and said, "You really live up to your name." Cold Frost's expression was cold, without a trace of fluctuation. Li Schwerer gently touched Cold Frost's arm and whispered, "Sister Shuang, you're not thinking of breaching the contract, are you?" Cold Frost's expression changed slightly. She frowned and looked up at Luo Tian, feeling even more disgusted. How could I bow to such a person? How could he say those words? Seeing her expression, Luo Tian could already guess what was going on. He said, "Don't force yourself." "I don't need your pity," Cold Frost said coldly. F***CK. Luo Tian immediately became unhappy and cursed. Cold Frost's eyes turned cold, and a murderous intent flashed in her eyes, an extremely cold murderous intent. This killing intent made Luo Tian even more unhappy. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew that her cultivation was terrifyingly high, Luo Tian would have directly crushed her with his pressure. Let's see if she could still act cool in front of him. Li Schwetter's expression darkened. She lowered her voice and shouted, "Sister Shuang, arr!" She was pressuring Cold Frost. In the morning, Cold Frost refused to make a move, which made Li Schwerer a little unhappy, but it was an agreement. Since it was an agreement, then it had to be kept. Now it was Cold Frost's turn to keep her promise. So, Li Schwetter's tone had an element of coercion. Cold Frost naturally sensed it. Biting her lips, she gently bent down and said coldly, "I'm sorry, I know I was wrong." Her voice was so cold that it made people's hearts turn cold. Luo Tian's heart was shocked. He playfully said, "What? I didn't hear anything. Are you looking for death?" Cold Frost's eyes darkened. She said coldly. Murderous intent was released from her body, forming a crushing pressure. Luo Tian's body trembled slightly. He couldn't resist the pressure of a 6th-level mystic spirit realm cultivator. In just a moment, the sea of consciousness felt incomparably uncomfortable. The difference in strength was too big. Luo Tian's heart was filled with rage. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He stared at Cold Frost. Cold Frost, Li Shui, or called him by his full name. Cold Frost retracted her pressure. She said with disdain, "You can't even resist this little pressure. You're just a pile of mud. You're not worthy. You don't have the qualifications. No matter how hard you work, it's useless. Our family's young miss, and you are from 2 different worlds. You will never be able to step into her world. Luo Tian, you better recognize reality. Don't think of any unrealistic things." Every word was cold and filled with disdain. Li Xuan's face changed. It became very ugly. She stared at Cold Frost. She stared at her without moving. Her gaze was even colder than Cold Frost's. She was very unhappy. Luo Tian's expression froze. He stood there without saying a word. This made Cold Frost think that Luo Tian was a coward. She had said such harsh words, but Luo Tian did not say a word. This was a display of cowardice. She looked down on Luo Tian even more in her heart. The 2 miraculous reversals made her look at Luo Tian in a new light. She even thought that as long as Luo Tian was given a good environment, he would definitely have some achievements. But now she did not think that way. His son of a bitch! Luo Tian roared in his heart. If he had the strength, he would have directly slapped her. But he didn't. His heart was filled with rage. But he could not say a single word. Because what Cold Frost said was the truth. To have a 6th-level mystic spirit realm expert as a bodyguard, it could be seen how strong Li Shuetra's family background was. He was just a country bumpkin from a small mountain village. What qualifications did he have? To steal? With what identity? Luo Tian had never tried to force things. He just followed his heart. But now it was different. Luo Tian wanted to fight for it with his life. As for his identity, was being a country bumpkin not good? So what if he was a country bumpkin? His identity was forced on himself. As a transmigrator, he was very clear on this. Seeing Cold Frost's look of disdain, Luo Tian suddenly pulled Li Shui into his embrace. Everything happened too quickly. It was so fast that no one could react. At first Li Shui resisted, but she could not resist Luo Tian's tight embrace. Cold Frost's face fell. Green and white, it was very ugly to look at. Luo Tian forcefully hugged her in front of her. This was without a doubt a hot slap to her face. She was hit so hard that she could not find her bearings. The 2 of them hugged deeply, forgetting everything else. And Chen Chen looked up with a serious expression. She giggled and jumped up. "Big brother, I also want a hug." Li Xuan's face was so red that it could drip water. Her breathing was rapid, as if her brain was lacking oxygen. Luo Tian felt it and let go. He did not even look at Cold Frost. He pulled Li Shui's hair behind her ear and said, "No matter what kind of background you have, no matter how many people try to stop you, no matter how strong they are, I, Luo Tian, swear to the heavens that I will marry you." Li Shui's heart was filled with incomparable sweetness. It was so sweet that she was drunk, so happy that she was drunk. Cold Frost coldly said, "Don't talk about the future. I think you won't be able to live today." At this time, a disciple of the Luo family hurriedly ran into the yard. His forehead was dripping with sweat. He hurriedly said, "Patriarch, it's not good. A large number of people from the Blue Cloud sect have appeared outside the city. Cold Frost sneered, "It's almost the same time as I expected. Luo Tian, let's see how you fight against the Blue Cloud sect today." Luo Tian's eyebrows tightened. He did not expect that the Blue Cloud sect would really send people, and so soon. The Luo family was once again in a life and death situation. Luo Tian strode out of the courtyard, walked up the stairs, and turned around. He stared at Lung Han Shuang's huge breasts and her tight and attractive buttocks. He grinned and said, "One day I will spank your buttocks until they bloom, and it will be on the bed." Chapter 102. Outside Jade Mountain City. The Blue Cloud sect army was pressing in. Not only were there outer sect elders, but there were also 2 inner sect elders who had a very high status in the Blue Cloud sect. The reason why they appeared was for Zhu Changfeng and Qin Zhong. These 2 disciples were the focus of the Blue Cloud sect. If something happened to them, it would be a big blow to the Blue Cloud sect. Another point was to strengthen their momentum. They were showing the power of the Blue Cloud sect to the world. They were the absolute overlord within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. No one could shake them. Those who offended the Blue Cloud sect would only end up in death. 3 elders, plus more than 200 outer sect and inner sect elite disciples. For a time, the East Gate was surrounded by a huge aura. No one dared to approach. Hundreds of rank 3 demonic beast mounts were constantly spewing out dense white flames. They were like a demonic army, causing people to feel intimidated just by looking at them. Rumble, a bolt of lightning flashed. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and the air humidity increased. It was very depressing. It would not be long before there would be a heavy rain. I can't sense the aura of the 3 of them. Could it be that they are already dead? A white-bearded old man was sitting on a giant crane. His brows were furrowed, and there was a hint of anger on his face. Beside him, another old man shouted, "Impossible! Who in the small Jade Mountain city can hurt my Blue Cloud sect's disciple? Who has the guts?" Both of them were inner sect elders. The old man riding the crane was called Lu Qingfeng. He had appointed Qin Zhong as his last disciple. The other old man was called He Changkong. He wanted to take Zhu Changfeng as his disciple, which was why they had both rushed over. Behind them was outer sect elder Qin Tianyao. Qin Tianyao's expression was extremely dignified. His powerful divine sense continued to spread out and enveloped the entire Jade Mountain City. He kept searching and searching. Jade Mountain City had a population of hundreds of thousands. Such a huge population was filtered one by one in his divine sense. It could be seen that his cultivation had reached a terrifying realm. A moment later, Qin Tianyao frowned and said in a deep voice, "2 elders, there is indeed no aura of the 3 people in the city. Could it be that my son really—" His voice was trembling. Qin Tianyao's eyes twisted, and the anger in his heart faintly rose. Lu Qingfeng's face darkened as he stared coldly at Jade Mountain City. A powerful aura erupted from his body as he coldly said, "A small rural city dares to challenge the dragon prestige of the Azure Cloud sect? You're simply courting death. How dare they kill my Emerald Cloud sect's disciples? I'd like to see who they are." He Changkong snorted angrily. Qin Tianyao shook his head with a puzzled expression as he muttered, "The strongest person in Jade Mountain City is only Mystic Master rank 9. His cultivation can't possibly be Changfeng's match. Could it be that the person who killed them has already escaped? Regardless of whether they leave or not, the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect can't be killed by anyone. I don't think this city needs to exist." Lu Qingfeng said faintly. As he spoke, killing intent seeped out. It was heavy and savage. It was as if massacring an entire city was nothing to him. "Enter the city. Let's go to the Zhu clan and ask about the situation first. Blue Cloud sect disciples, listen to my orders. Take over the east, west, north, and south city gates. You can only enter and not leave. It doesn't matter if the people who killed my disciple are in the city or not. Everyone in the city will be buried with them. The overlord within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. They had absolute majesty. Who dared to go against them? The mounts exuded a ferocious aura. Every disciple of the Blue Cloud sect had a look of disdain on their faces. Their eyes were filled with contempt, and they had an aura of superiority. They rushed towards the Zhu family with incomparable might. If anyone on the street bumped into their team, they would be instantly killed. Along the way, dozens of people died under the chaotic swords. They were inhumane. In their eyes, these people were not humans, but ants blocking the way. They were trampled to death under their feet. The Blue Cloud sect's ferocious entry into the city caused both sides of the street to become restless. The entire city was as quiet as cicadas in winter at this moment. Rumble. A huge bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. In an instant, the lightning reflected on the faces of the Blue Cloud sect disciples. They looked so cold-blooded and disdainful. Luo family hall. Everyone sat upright and still. All of them looked very nervous. They didn't expect the Blue Cloud sect to really send people over. It was too fast and too sudden. And they even sent 3 elders. Such a big lineup was very rare. Luo Tian frowned. His thoughts were spinning rapidly. He was thinking of a way to let the Luo family escape this disaster. But he really couldn't think of a way. In the end, it was still because he wasn't strong enough. Reporting to the Patriarch, the Blue Cloud sect has arrived at the Zhu family. The 4 city gates have been taken over by the Blue Cloud sect. They can only enter and not leave. Luo Tian frowned and said in a deep voice, "Even the escape route has been cut off." Song Yennan's brows relaxed. He glanced at the Luo family and made up his mind. "Patriarch, I will take responsibility for this matter." Everyone looked at Song Yannan. Song Yannan smiled faintly and said, "My cultivation is currently the strongest in Jade Mountain City. I am the most suitable person to take responsibility for everything. Moreover, only I have a sufficient reason to kill them, a reason that can convince them. The Blue Cloud sect destroyed my entire family, and I killed 3 of them. I believe that even the elders of the Blue Cloud sect should be reasonable." Reasonable. In this world, whoever's fist is harder is qualified to reason. You want the elders of the Blue Cloud sect to reason with you. Isn't that a joke? Of course, Song Yannan was very clear about all this. The reason why he said this was to make Luo Tian agree to let him take responsibility for everything. As soon as Song Yannan finished speaking, Luo Tian stood up and said, "No. I am the patriarch of the Luo family. If someone wants to take responsibility, it should be me. What's more, they were all killed by me. The whole city knows. Brother Song, I can't let you take the risk. A man should take responsibility for his own actions." Luo Tian was not the kind of timid person who was afraid of trouble. Even in the face of the Blue Cloud sect, he was not afraid. He must take responsibility for everything. Because he was the leader of the Luo family, he could not shrink back even a little. Song Yannan still wanted to argue. At this time, a loud noise came from the gate of the Luo family. Rumble. The gate of the Luo family was blasted into ruins. The 4 gatekeepers were trampled under the feet of the 4 disciples of the Blue Cloud sect. There were dozens of wounds on their bodies. Blood gushed out, and their faces were extremely pale. It came too fast. This is the Luo family? A bunch of trash. I think their patriarch must be a trash, the 4 disciples said contemptuously. A disciple of the Luo family who was trampled under the foot roared like an angry lion. "Our patriarch is not a trash. You are the trash. Everyone in the Blue Cloud sect is trash." Luo Tian was supreme in his mind and could not be tarnished. After he finished speaking, the disciple of the Blue Cloud sect sneered disdainfully. His foot exerted force and directly crushed the disciple's head. "Dog, You deserve to say the 3 words Blue Cloud Sect. Chen Tianyao face was extremely angry. He looked at Zhu Mei coldly and said, "Are you sure Luo Tian is inside?" Zhu Mei nodded. With a white flower on her head and tears in her eyes, she revealed a very pained expression and said, "I'm sure. I've always sent people to guard the Luo family, waiting for you to avenge my brother Qinzhong and brother Qinwu." Chen Tianyao's gaze turned. The aura of a great, mystic master suddenly burst out. His mystic qi surged, and a powerful killing intent enveloped the entire Luo family. He roared, "Luo Tian, return my son's life!" Chapter 103. With a stern shout, the entire Luo family shook violently. Inside the hall, Luo Tian walked to the entrance of the hall, his eyes frowned, and said in a deep voice, "Pass down the order. Everyone in the Luo family will be able to escape, and you all will also think of a way to escape. I will go out and hold them off for a while, and try my best to stall for time. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and go." Luo Tian warned and then shouted in a deep voice, "Wind shadow step!" Like the wind, like a shadow, his speed increased to the limit as he rushed towards the entrance of the Luo family. "Boss." Feng Lei did not hesitate to follow. Song Yan'an smiled faintly and said, "My life was given to me by the Luo family. If I were to escape at this time, would I still be human?" Song Yanchun laughed heartily and said, "It's not like I haven't died before. I died once on the day the Song family was wiped out. I've wasted half a month. Today I'm going to go out and fight to my heart's content. Ha ha ha." For a moment, everyone in the hall followed Luo Tian's footsteps and rushed towards the entrance of the Luo family. Not only them, everyone in the Luo family, the outer disciples, the core disciples, the women, the children, the elderly, and the young all rushed over from all directions. This was their home, their Luo family. No matter how strong the enemy was, no matter how powerful they were, they would not be able to make them submit, nor would they escape while at death's door, because this was their home. This was the cohesiveness of a family. Luo Tian's actions in the past month had been seen by everyone. They believed in Luo Tian and sincerely treated Luo Tian as the patriarch of the family. Now that the Luo family was in trouble, Luo Tian wanted to carry it alone. How could they agree? Luo Tian was their core, and no matter what, they would not let him carry it alone. If he had to die, they would die together. From all directions, the elderly, children, women, and the disabled all carried all kinds of weapons. Hoes, wooden sticks, and long ladles that were used to scoop up feces. They surged towards the entrance like a tide. The sound shook the heavens. Luo Tian turned his head to look at these clansmen. His heart tightened and said with a bit of pain, "Why do you all have to die with me?" "Patriarch, if the Luo clan is in trouble, we will shoulder it together." "Boss, isn't it just the Blue Cloud sect? What's so great about it? Cultivating a bastard like Zhu Changfeng who kills people like Scything Flax is definitely not a good sect. Let's fight it out with them." Luo Tian was secretly moved, but he was very clear about the situation of the Luo family. It was very likely that they would be exterminated. The gate of the Luo family was in ruins, and the walls on both sides fell down. Outside stood the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect, all with a cold and arrogant expression. Seeing the Luo family rushing out like a tide, the Blue Cloud sect disciples' faces were slightly stunned, and then they all showed a contemptuous sneer. "Senior brother, look, there's even someone with a spatula. Ha ha ha, look, there's a cripple over there. Damn, they're all weirdos. Could it be that this is a gathering place for trash? This is too funny, ha ha ha." Sounds of mockery and disdain rang out continuously. From the bottom of their hearts, they looked down on anyone from Jade Mountain City. Even if some of them came from small cities, their hearts were completely different. That kind of mentality was like how some people in the city looked down on people in the countryside. They felt contempt from the bottom of their hearts. When Zhu saw Luo Tian walk out, she immediately went up to him and said, "Elder Qin, he is Luo Tian, the murderer who killed Big Brother Qinwu and Big Brother Qinzhong." Chun Tianyao gaze twisted, his teeth clenched, and he took a heavy step forward. A ball of white gas visible to the naked eye burst out from under his feet. The white gas that looked like power stripes let out a chi sound, and then his body disappeared into thin air. Suddenly, a roar sounded out in the air. Luo Tian, return my son's life! Before his voice fell, Chun Tianyao's incomparably heavy fist came crashing down. The air suddenly shrank, and an explosive force pounced over. This force was too ferocious, and the strength of a peak great Xian master was terrifying. Luo Tian didn't have time to react at all. His pupils constricted as he subconsciously protected his mind. Bam! The fist landed on Luo Tian's chest. Below his chest, his 5 viscera and 6 bowels felt an intense pain as if the world was collapsing. His mind and sea of consciousness were all shaken. Luo Tian's body flew more than 10 meters away like a bullet and crashed into a wall. The wall caved in and quickly cracked open, almost in a breath. The wall collapsed and Luo Tian was buried in the ruins. Pain. So painful, so very painful. To Luo Tian, this punch was too powerful. The difference in strength made him incomparably angry, and the anger in his heart was ignited in an instant. He clenched his teeth, and 100,000 flames of anger rushed to his heart. It was also at this time that an ice-cold voice sounded in his mind. Boss! Patriarch! Big brother! Luo Tian! Chun Tianyao's cultivation as a great Xian master was truly too strong. Everyone present didn't react at all until the wall collapsed. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, and countless clansmen rushed forward. Humph! Killing him with one punch is letting you off easy. Chun Tianyao was very confident. He had used 80% of his strength in that punch just now, and killing a 6th-stage Xian master Luo Tian was as easy as pie. Immediately after, Chun Tianyao's anger did not diminish as he shouted angrily, Blue Cloud sect disciples, listen up, kill everyone in the Luo family, kill them all, burn them all. I want the Luo family, the entire Jade Mountain city, to be buried with my son. I want this place to be barren. Killing intent, an incomparably dense killing intent. The pain of losing his son caused him to completely sink into madness. Who was he? An elder of the Blue Cloud sect. He had absolute power over any small town like Jade Mountain City. Destroying a small town was nothing more than a matter of raising his hand. He wanted to kill, he wanted to turn the entire Jade Mountain City into a dead city. For a moment, the entire city was in danger. Wait. Suddenly, a voice sounded. In the ruins, Luo Tian patted the dust off his body and slowly stood up. He walked forward step by step. His face was slightly pale, but his expression was very calm. He's not dead. He's not dead. This brat actually resisted Elder Chen's attack. What's going on? Their expressions were twisted and ugly as if they had swallowed a fly. Even they couldn't resist Chun Tianyao's punch. Chun Tianyao's expression became even uglier. The anger in his heart was like pouring gasoline, instantly rushing to his head. How dare you? Luo Tian stepped forward, his eyes filled with killing intent, and shouted, Your son was killed by me. Your nephew was also killed by me. Your Blue Cloud sect's number 1 outer disciple, Zhu Changfeng, was also killed by me, because they deserve to die. Killing innocents, this is the reason why they deserve to die. The overlord of the Blue Cloud sect within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. I laughed. Just you bunch of dogs, looking down on everyone with a cold and arrogant expression. Is it because your mother was F***ed and didn't pay? Ha ha ha. It's so funny. Anger. All of them were filled with rage. Everyone in the Blue Cloud sect was furious as they coldly stared at Luo Tian, their entire body releasing endless killing intent. What was Luo Tian trying to do? No one knew that in an inconspicuous corner, there was a man in a black robe with a frosty expression on his face. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. Chapter 104. Was he crazy? At this time he was still so arrogant and said such words. Was Luo Tian crazy? Was he crazy? He was really crazy. This was because everyone thought he was crazy. The Luo family was surrounded by the Blue Cloud sect, yet he still said such arrogant words. Wasn't this crazy? After Luo Tian finished speaking, his expression was extremely arrogant, as if he didn't put the Blue Cloud sect in his eyes at all. This made everyone in the Blue Cloud sect extremely unhappy. Their faces were very ugly, and their eyes were fixed on Luo Tian, as if they couldn't wait to swallow him alive. The Blue Cloud sect was said to be worthless by him, and the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect were said to be useless by him. This was an insult, a great insult. Suddenly, a disciple of the 8th level of the Xian Master Realm suddenly moved and rushed out. He jumped in front of Luo Tian and scolded. "Bastard, how can the Blue Cloud sect be scolded by you?" Before he could finish his words, Luo Tian grinned and sneered and shouted in his heart, "Level 2 Berserk!" For times the strength burst out. He rushed forward and his fists were like heavy cannons. Without any warning, he bombarded forward and coldly snorted, "Die for me!" Bam! That Blue Cloud sect disciple didn't know that Luo Tian would suddenly attack. This move was the same as Qin Tianyao's sudden attack on Luo Tian. However, Luo Tian didn't die, and that Blue Cloud sect disciple was directly killed by Luo Tian. One punch to kill, not holding back at all. Ding! The system sounded out with a pleasant prompt. That disciple fell into a pool of blood. His chest was smashed, and his flesh was badly mutilated. His eyes were wide open, and he didn't even know how he died. This punch undoubtedly gave everyone in the Blue Cloud sect a big slap in the face, slapping each of their faces until they were burning. This made them even angrier. Luo Tian stood in place with a face full of arrogance and shouted, F*CK, who the F*CK is still not convinced. If you have the guts, then come up. His aura soared to the sky. The murderous aura emanating from his body filled the air, causing people to feel fear in their hearts. In such a moment, perhaps only for a second, everyone in the Blue Cloud sect was shocked by Luo Tian. Even the 2 inner sect elders who disdained to look at Luo Tian were slightly shocked. Crazy! There was no limit to his arrogance. Everyone from the Luo clan was dumbfounded. Their hearts were surging, and their blood was boiling. Killing the Blue Cloud sect disciple with one punch made them extremely excited, and their momentum rose instantly. How arrogant! I don't know if you'll be able to come out later. A person in the Blue Cloud sect crowd stood up. There was a commotion in the crowd. Senior Brother Wang Yuanqiao. Wang Yuanqiao is the one closest to the great mystic cultivator realm. If he comes out, Luo Tian will die no matter how strong he is. Senior Brother Wang, kill him. Wang Yuanqiao, Blue Cloud sect's inner disciple, who was only 18 years old. From the second day he entered the Blue Cloud sect, he was an inner disciple. His strength was extremely strong, and his research on cultivation techniques was especially profound. He was an invincible existence in the same realm. Even an early-stage, great mystic cultivator expert would find it difficult to be his opponent. He was an absolute genius and was deeply valued by the Blue Cloud sect. As soon as he came out, many people immediately exclaimed and shouted loudly. Wang Yuanqiao's aura was very calm. He walked forward and said with a cold smile, "You shouldn't have offended the Blue Cloud sect. Otherwise, with your age and talent, you would definitely be able to become an inner disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. But unfortunately, you're going to die. However, you should rejoice because it is your honor to die in my, Wang Yuanqiao's hands." His voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with arrogance. That disdain wasn't shown on his face, but contempt for Luo Tian from the bottom of his heart. 9th stage mystic cultivator. His strength was even above Zhu Chongfeng's. Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly. The corner of his mouth slightly rose as he sneered, "Stop blabbering. If you have the guts, come and kill me. If you can't kill me, then don't be arrogant with me. In front of me, you don't even have the qualifications to be arrogant. Arrogant? I'm even more arrogant than you. Wang Yuanxiao's face changed dramatically as he coldly shouted, "Courting death!" Immediately, with a move of his palms, the aura of his whole body exploded. The power burst out, and his figure pounced over like lightning. 8 desolate 6 palms. Die for me. The voice in the void was like thunder. Accompanied by all this, Wang Yuanxiao's pressure crushed down. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on Luo Tian's mind. It was extremely uncomfortable. Luo Tian stood motionless. The sneer on the corner of his mouth did not decrease, but instead increased. In the end, he directly looked up to the sky and laughed. He laughed arrogantly. Everyone was puzzled. No one could understand what Luo Tian was trying to do by remaining motionless. They really couldn't guess him at all. Scared silly? Waiting for death? Or was he really crazy? Wang Yuanxiao also couldn't understand Luo Tian, but Luo Tian's smile made him very unhappy. The power of the 8 Desolation 6 closed palms suddenly increased by another layer, becoming even more vigorous. No matter what, Luo Tian couldn't dodge this palm. If he couldn't dodge, then he would die. The disciples of the Blue Cloud sect laughed, laughing proudly. The 8 Desolate 6 palms is a cultivation technique that Senior Brother Wang has cultivated for many years. Even the elders can't compare to his research on this cultivation technique. This brat is still laughing. He must have been scared silly. A country bumpkin can only play around in this kind of small city. No matter how powerful he is, he can't be a match for Senior Brother Wang. The 2 palms were like the 8 desolate universes as they struck out. Under the 6 directions, they were incomparably powerful. Even with the cultivation of the 9th stage of the Xian Master Stage, they would probably be smashed into meat paste by this palm. However, Luo Tian stopped laughing and said excitedly, "This set of palm techniques is not bad. I want it." Level 2 Berserk. 3,000 profound Qi-S disappeared in an instant, and 4 times the attributes were stimulated. However, Luo Tian still remained motionless, constantly suppressing the surging power in his body, circulating it to his arms. The power did not expand in his arms, and the veins on his arms bulged. They were scarlet red and emitted traces of white gas, as if the power was burning. He was as immovable as a mountain. He allowed Wang Yuanxiao's pressure to crush him. It was very painful, very uncomfortable, but his heart had changed. He was so excited that he looked like a madman. Some of the Luo family members did not dare to continue watching. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. They were extremely anxious, but there was nothing they could do. This made them feel extremely uncomfortable in their hearts. Damn it, if only my cultivation was at the profound king realm. I would definitely kill all of these people. The people of the Blue Cloud sect are too hateful. Motherf asterisk her. Everyone in the Luo family clenched their fists tightly, blaming themselves in their hearts for not being able to share anything with Luo Tian. At the same time, they kept reminding themselves in their hearts that if they had the chance, they would definitely cultivate with all their might. Rumble! Wang Yuanxiao's 8 Desolation 6 palms struck down. It accurately bombarded Luo Tian's chest. Luo Tian's face instantly turned pale, but his body did not move. The blood evil armor that was filled with killing intent was a spirit-grade treasure, and its defense was incomparably strong. It was also because of this that Luo Tian could withstand this palm and survive under Qin Tianyao palm. The moment Wang Yuanxiao's palms landed, Luo Tian sneered and said disdainfully, "You only have this little strength? It's really F asterisk King weak. It's like scratching an itch. Grandson, it's my turn now. I'll let you experience what is called power." His arms sank. A power that was like a nuclear bomb exploded out. Chapter 3 delivered. Brothers, if you like it, please collect it, vote, comment, and like it. These are all the greatest support for Old Ox. and Old Ox is extremely grateful. Finally, Xiao Qiao has not given birth yet. I estimate that it will happen in the next 5 or 6 days. Thank you for your concern. Chapter 105. Luo Tian just took it head on. He didn't even think about defending and let Wang Yuanxiao's palms come down. In terms of strength and speed, Luo Tian was definitely not Wang Yuanxiao's opponent, but in terms of defense, the Blood Fiend armor that was filled with killing intent had already reached the level of a spirit artifact. No matter how strong Wang Yuanxiao's strength was, it would be hard for him to cause any substantial damage to Luo Tian. The defense of the spirit artifact armor was incomparably strong. So what if Wang Yuanxiao, who was at the 9th stage of the mystic level, was strong? In that instant, Wang Yuanxiao's palms came down. In his moment of shock, Luo Tian grinned and revealed his teeth as he sneered, "Now it's my turn." Instantly, the power that had been suppressed for a long time exploded out. The power in his arms was like a nuclear bomb exploding through his fists, as fast as lightning. No matter how high Wang Yuanxiao's cultivation was or how fast his reaction was, he still couldn't escape. The distance between the two was really too close, so close that he couldn't react at all. A fist as big as a casserole struck out. It landed on Wang Yuanxiao's chest. Boom! A loud sound came out and a thick power pattern shot out. No one would have thought that Luo Tian wouldn't be injured after taking Wang Yuanxiao's palm, and even explode with such a strong power. It was 2F*king shocking. Wang Yuanxiao's pupils constricted and his face instantly turned pale. His chest burned as if it was about to split open, and his internal organs were overturned. It was extremely uncomfortable. What was even more uncomfortable was his heart. How was this possible? How could I lose? How could he be hit by a 6th-level mystic adept trash? Impossible, absolutely impossible. His arrogant heart couldn't accept this fact. In his eyes, Luo Tian was a pile of dog shit. If it wasn't for wanting to show off in front of the 2 inner sect elders, he wouldn't have stood out. In his eyes, Luo Tian didn't have the qualifications to fight with him. Identity was everything. But this result made his heart sink even more. The moment his body flew out, he roared at the sky. "Luo Tian, you dog, you actually used a dirty trick." "Dirty trick? Ha ha ha. You damn trash. I stood still and let you hit me, but you still can't kill me. How dare you say I used dirty tricks? All right, you want to fight with me? I'll grant you your wish." He spoke very quickly. Before Wang Yuanxiao landed on the ground, Luo Tian once again shouted in his mind, "Level 2 Berserk! Wind Shadow Step! 2nd stage!" So, moving as fast as lightning, he had long determined where Wang Yuanxiao would land. Without waiting for Wang Yuanxiao to land, he raised his right leg and kicked into the air. Heavily injured, Wang Yuanxiao couldn't control his body in midair. What was even more unexpected was that Luo Tian dared to chase after him in front of so many Blue Cloud sect people. Did he not want to live anymore? In fact, the people of the Blue Cloud sect didn't expect Luo Tian to make a move. This was something no one had expected. Because of this, Wang Yuanxiao's body was once again kicked into the air. Luo Tian's voice was cold as he grinned. "This daddy will let you know what a combo is." It was a move that only existed in games. A few skills were released at the speed of light, forming a series of attacks. This kind of combo was extremely beautiful, but it required the player's strong hand speed, continuous release of skills, and a strong prediction ability. Luo Tian punched out and sent Wang Yuanxiao flying, calculating his landing spot. Releasing the Wind Shadow Step, he kicked into the air and jumped heavily onto Wang Yuanxiao's body. His fists moved, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Thunder Tiger Fist, 10,000 heavy strikes." The fists were like a rainstorm, pouring down. The speed was extremely fast, so fast that it made people dizzy. They couldn't see Luo Tian's fists clearly, only a series of fist phantoms. Wang Yuanxiao's cold and arrogant expression was directly beaten to a pulp. Luo Tian specifically hit his face, cursing in his heart. Son of a bitch, this daddy will beat your cold arrogance, beat your disdain. Let's see if you can still show off. Wang Yuanxiao was unable to fight back. After dozens of punches, his body was smashed to the ground. Luo Tian did not stop at all. He directly sat on his body and continued to bombard him. Every punch landed on the minds of everyone in the Blue Cloud sect. It was very, very heavy. Everyone was dumbfounded. The 3 elders of the Blue Cloud sect had ugly expressions on their faces, but no one tried to save him. The reason was simple. Wang Yuanxiao was already crippled. Then again, although they were from the same sect, Wang Yuanxiao was not a member of their sect. Out of selfishness, they hesitated at the moment they could save him, so they missed it. Since they had missed it, there was nothing to save. Punch after punch. Everyone looked at Luo Tian, who was like a madman. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Wang Yuanxiao, obtaining 5,000 experience, 800 profound chi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 8 desolate 6 palm. Do you wish to cultivate it? Undefeated value +1. Hearing the system beep, Luo Tian laughed excitedly, withdrew his fist, stood up, and spat a mouthful of thick phlegm onto Wang Yuanxiao's body and said with disdain, "Pay! You can't even withstand a single blow!" Then his heart skipped a beat, and the idea said, "Cultivate!" Ding! Congratulations to the player for cultivating 8 desolate 6 palm. Luo Tian was secretly happy in his heart and said, "The system is really cooperative, saying that it will explode out. It's too awesome." After killing Wang Yuanxiao, Luo Tian's expression became even more rampant, and he sneered, "This is the genius of your Blue Cloud sect." It's so weak. Everyone in the Blue Cloud sect had ugly expressions on their faces, including several elders. Everyone's eyes seemed to want to swallow Luo Tian alive. Too arrogant. Brat, do you really think that there's no one in our Blue Cloud sect? Kill him. For a time, many disciples of the Blue Cloud sect walked out with sinister expressions. Luo Tian chuckled and said without the slightest fear, "What? Relying on your numbers, you want to take turns with me? The people of the Blue Cloud sect are really shameless, ha ha." He began to laugh wildly. This was another slap to the faces of everyone in the Blue Cloud sect. It was burning, painful, and uncomfortable. Lu Chengfeng stared at Luo Tian's chest, the place where Wang Yuanxiao's 2 palms had struck, and then turned his head to look at He Changkong beside him. He Changkong's brows were also locked. The 2 of them looked at each other and then nodded. The 2 of them seemed to be communicating with each other. Lu Chengfeng smiled faintly, waved his hand lightly, and said, "You guys can leave first." Then he rode the giant crane and instantly landed in front of Luo Tian. With a cold smile, he said with an imposing manner, "Then what do you want?" Luo Tian was unhappy, but he did not dare to act recklessly. Lu Qingfeng's cultivation had already exceeded the range he could withstand. He looked at Chen Tianyao and said, "It's his son. His nephew killed my clansman first, so I'm just taking revenge." Lu Qingfeng nodded and said, "Just be more direct." Luo Tian did not beat around the bush and directly said, "If he has the guts, then fight with me one-on-one." He challenged Chun Tianyao by name. Chun Tianyao was at the peak of the great Xian master realm. Everyone thought that they had heard wrongly. Even Lu Qingfeng, who was closest to Luo Tian, was stunned and said, "What did you say?" Luo Tian smiled coldly and was extremely arrogant. His voice shook the sky as he shouted, "If he has the guts, then fight with me one-on-one." Arrogant. Too damn arrogant. Thank you, His Highness Unicorn, for your support. Old Bull is extremely grateful. Chapter 106. Undisciplined and unbridled madness. So crazy that it was incomprehensible. If Luo Tian was only a madman at the beginning, then now he was a super madman among madmen. an existence that did not care about his life at all. After being challenged, Qin Tianyao laughed sinisterly. He took a step forward and landed heavily. The aura on his body was like flames as he said angrily, "I really didn't expect you to choose me to fight you one-on-one. I don't know if you're stupid or if you don't have a brain at all. But that's good too. I should also avenge my son." With each word, the anger in Chen Tianyao heart erupted bit by bit, bringing with it the anger of hatred. Luo Tian stood in place, feeling the aura release from Chen Tianyao's body. He was in a bad mood and said, "Your son killed someone. I killed your son. All the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect were killed by me. Everything should be borne by me. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Your cultivation is much higher than mine. I believe everyone here knows that. The reason why I challenged you by name is very simple. No matter what the outcome of this battle is, I hope that you can let go of the Luo family and the people of Jade Mountain City. They are innocent." Qin Tianyao coldly snorted and said, "Luo Tian, you want to sacrifice yourself to protect others? This old man will tell you directly. Everyone in your Luo family and everyone in the entire Jade Mountain City will be buried with my son." His anger would not be extinguished, and the people of Jade Mountain City would definitely not be extinguished. However, Luo Tian did not even look at Qin Tianyao. When he spoke, he looked at Lu Chengfeng, coldly glanced at Qin Tianyao and sneered, "Don't take yourself too seriously. You can't be the Blue Cloud sect's master." Qin Tianyao's face became very ugly. Lu Chengfeng chuckled and said, "You killed so many disciples of the Blue Cloud sect, and the reputation of the Blue Cloud sect was destroyed because of you. Do you think that your death can restore the reputation of our Blue Cloud sect?" Luo Tian disdained in his heart and thought, "What kind of reputation does such a sect have?" However, on the surface, he smiled and said, "Then what do you mean?" Lu Chengfeng said, "My meaning is very simple. If you lose, everyone in Jade Mountain City will die. If you win, then nothing will happen." Luo Tian immediately said, "All right, we'll do as you say." Lu Chengfeng was stunned. He didn't expect Luo Tian to agree so readily. One had to know that his opponent was Chen Tianyao, who was at the peak of great mystic cultivator realm. The difference in strength between the two of them was like heaven and earth. So how could he possibly be a match for him? Could it be that the thing on him was powerful enough to kill Qin Tianyao? He Changkong was equally shocked. After Luo Tian had resisted Wang Yuanqiao's attack, they had guessed that Luo Tian had a protective magic weapon on him. This magic weapon's level should not be low. In that instant, they became greedy. A protective magic weapon. Even in the Blue Cloud sect, it was rare. If the grade of the magic treasure is high, Lu Chengfeng smiled darkly in his heart. After being stunned for a moment, Lu Chengfeng looked at Qin Tianyao and said, "Elder Qin, what do you think?" Qin Tianyao said respectfully, "Elder Lu, don't worry. I will definitely kill him and slaughter this city." Lu Chengfeng smiled faintly and said, "That's good. I hope you don't disappoint me." He had another plan in his heart. If the protective magic weapon can't even withstand the attack of Chen Tianyao, who is at the great mystic cultivator realm, then it's useless to me. It's good that I die. If this brat really wins, then the magic treasure on his body would be incredible. Of course, He Changkong on the other side also thought the same. Everyone dispersed and made space. Luo Tian and Chen Tianyao, who was 10 meters away, looked at each other. Chen Tianyao's cold and arrogant voice carried endless anger as he said disdainfully, "This time I will definitely not let you have the chance to live. I will scatter your soul, and you won't even be able to become a ghost." Luo Tian grinned disdainfully. "Tisk, I like to do good deeds the most. I will let you and your son reunite. Your son is waiting for you in the underworld." At this moment, Luo Tian's thoughts moved slightly, and he said in his heart, "Frenzied blade, I'll lend it to you." Blood-sucking frenzied blade had long been awakened by the madness in Luo Tian's heart. He laughed wildly and said loudly, Kid, you're really too arrogant. You're too King awesome. I'm about to fall in love with you, ha ha ha. Although Frenzied Blade was at the critical moment of recovery, how could he miss out on such a big occasion? Kid, you're crazy enough. Even in the face of a great enemy, you're still so arrogant. Not bad at all. I like it very much. As expected, the heavens didn't send me the wrong person, ha ha ha. Luo Tian said inwardly, Don't talk nonsense, lend it or not. Frenzied Blade said, Lend it, of course I'll lend it. How can I miss out on such a big occasion? However, brat, you're facing an elder of the Blue Cloud sect, a peak of the great Xian Master Realm. His strength is much higher than people like Zhu Changfeng. You have to think carefully. This old life of mine can still be tormented for a while if you need it. Luo Tian was secretly grateful and said, There's no need for you to do anything. I have a plan. Frenzied Blade had consumed too much of his true essence, and if he used it too much, he was afraid that it would really disappear. That blood-sucking Frenzied Blade would also become a dead blade and would be useless. Luo Tian would not risk his life. Kid, don't think too much. I'm afraid that if you die, I'll disappear as well. I'm doing this for myself. Frenzied Blade started to quibble, then thought about how Luo Tian had fallen into the ruins not long ago, and a cold voice sounded in his mind. He couldn't help but ask, What exactly did that cold voice say to you? Luo Tian said, You'll know later. Frenzied Blade was looking forward to it. Then, with a move of his body, the aura of the blood-sucking Frenzied Blade disappeared. Immediately after, a bloody giant blade floated above Luo Tian's mind, and the blood-sucking Frenzied Blade moved according to his thoughts. With a thought, the blood-sucking Frenzied Blade appeared in his right hand, dragging the long blade on the ground, emitting a gloomy scarlet killing intent, as if it was dripping blood. Very strong killing intent. This killing intent resonated with the killing intent demon core in Luo Tian's sea of consciousness, and could slightly resist Qin Tianyao pressure. As soon as the blood-sucking Frenzied Blade appeared, everyone in the Blue Cloud sect was shocked. What a crazy blade! The killing intent is so strong. This giant blade seems to have been bred from hell. The grade is extremely high. This blade is too cool. Lu Qingfeng and He Changkong's pupils shrank slightly, narrowed their eyes, and stared at Luo Tian at the same time, and secretly said, I didn't expect this kid to have such a good blade, hee hee. The greed in his heart grew even stronger. Inadvertently, the two of them looked at each other, and the corners of their mouths rose slightly at the same time, revealing a greedy sneer at the same time. No matter what the outcome of this battle was, they were sure to eat Luo Tian. Chen Tianyao was indeed dangerous, however. His danger was not even 1/10,000th of Lu Qingfeng and He Changkong's. Danger, endless killing intent. Chapter 107. In the arena, Chen Tianyao was also slightly shocked, but it was only a shock. He sneered and said, Even if the divine weapon is in your hands, it's useless. You still can't escape death. No matter how strong a magic treasure was, it was difficult to unleash its power if one's cultivation was weak. The blood-sucking wild blade was the #1 blade. It was extremely powerful, but Luo Tian was only at the 6th stage of the mystic cultivator realm, so it was very difficult for him to unleash its power. The blood-sucking wild blade also knew this. His power was also suppressed by Luo Tian's own cultivation. The higher Luo Tian's cultivation, the stronger the power he could unleash. Luo Tian smiled indifferently and said, Oh, is that so? Then what are you waiting for? Come up and bite me. Chen Tianyao's eyes turned sinister, and the aura on his body suddenly changed. The profound qi in the depths of his dantian gushed out like a spring, and he clenched his fists tightly. Boom! Around his body, there was a dull sound of air exploding. In an instant, Chen Tianyao adjusted the profound qi in his body to the strongest realm. This time, he would definitely not let Luo Tian get up again. He must die. Die for me. As soon as his voice fell, Chen Tianyao body shot out in a straight line. His fists were dragging a thick tail of flames, shining with a dazzling light. Profound qi burning? The unique attack of the great mystic cultivator realm. Elder Qin is making a big fuss over nothing. You still need to use this kind of attack against a 6th-stage mystic cultivator realm trash? He doesn't want to lose face anymore. He also wants to quickly kill Luo Tian and then slaughter the entire city. Look at how arrogant this brat is. These people are all dead. The Blue Cloud sect disciple's face was filled with complacent sneers. Chen Tianyao attack could blast a person until not even dregs were left. Therefore, Luo Tian was definitely dead. Luo Tian's heart tightened. He looked at an inconspicuous corner and said in his heart, I hope you can do as you say. At the same time, Luo Tian shouted angrily in his heart, Level 2 Berserk! Buzz. Luo Tian used all his strength to protect his mind and sea of consciousness. At the same time, he firmly controlled the active skill of the Blood Vengeance armor. From the very beginning, he had never thought of risking his life. The gap between the two was like a bottomless ravine, and it was not something that could be won just by going all out. What Luo Tian needed to do was defend. As long as he could withstand one more move from Chen Tianyao, he would win. Of course, if he used the active skill of the Blood Vengeance armor, he would be able to block it. However, deep down, Luo Tian didn't really trust that woman. If he had a choice, he would never believe him. Therefore, he only firmly controlled the active skill of the Blood Termination armor. This was his final, life-saving talisman, and he definitely wouldn't use it until the very last moment. Furthermore, once the active skill of the blood-killing armor was released, the defensive power of the blood-killing armor would be restored to the might of a Tier 5 magic treasure. At this level, they simply couldn't block a single move from any great mystic cultivator. Why is that brat not moving again? Is he trying to play dirty again? He's thinking too much. Doesn't he see who he's facing? Elder Qin is a powerhouse at the peak of the great mystic cultivator realm. Does this brat think that he's Wang Yuanqiao? He probably gave up resisting and waited for death. The disciples of the Blue Cloud sect were discussing. Everyone in the Luo family felt their hearts tighten as they stared at Luo Tian without blinking. They even forgot to breathe. In the corner, under the black cloak, a peerless face sneered. Beside her, Li Shuer's face was incomparably anxious as she kept saying, Big Sister Shuang, Big Sister Shuang, hurry up and make your move. I'll agree to it, I'll agree to it. Cold Frost did not move and said indifferently, My agreement with him is that he can block one move from Chen Tianyao. This move is not over yet. Li Shuer's face was filled with unhappiness, and Chen Chen's eyes, which carried endless charm, flickered slightly, and an inconspicuous light flashed through her eyes. Then she giggled, tugged at the corner of Li Shuer's clothes, and said softly, Big Sister Shuer, don't worry. Big Brother will definitely be able to block this move. Li Shuer was stunned for a moment. She stroked in Chen Chen's head and said, And Big Brother Luo Tian will definitely be fine. On the field, Chen Tianyao's attack was like a tsunami. The huge mystic qi was like a violent gale as it heavily crushed forward. Luo Tian's gaze was locked. He gathered all the strength in his body and stood motionlessly in place. He looked up to the sky and laughed. Come. Just like Wang Yuanqiao, just now. Looking down on Chen Tianyao seemed to have suffered a great humiliation as he roared, Dog, scatter your soul! As soon as his voice fell, Chen Tianyao's attack fell. Luo Tian's heart was extremely calm, so quiet that there was no sound at all. The moment Chen Tianyao's heavy fist landed, he still did not activate the defensive skill of the Blood Evil armor. There was no other reason. He really didn't believe in Cold Frost. Moreover, He felt that he could withstand this punch. Rumble, rumble! The sound shook the heavens as if a bomb had exploded. Countless pieces of rubble flew all over the sky, and a powerful force spread out, causing many people from the Luo family to faint. Luo Tian's chest was on the verge of being torn apart. His internal organs were churning, and his clothes were torn apart, revealing his body full of scars. Countless cracks appeared on his chest, forming a hideous scar. The inside of the scar was blood red, and in less than half a second, blood seeped out. In that instant, Luo Tian's chest, the blood evil armor, flickered, almost unable to withstand it. The intense pain spread from his chest to his entire body. It was as if all the bones in his body were broken. The pain was incomparably heavy and could not be described with words. However, all of this, Luo Tian gritted his teeth and endured it. His face was as pale as ash. His eyes were bloodshot, and his expression was pained and ferocious. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Luo Tian laughed wildly and said, "Old thing, your attack is only so you still can't kill me. Ha ha ha!" Then Luo Tian looked at a corner and shouted loudly, "Cold Frost, I have blocked his move. Shouldn't you make your appearance?" Cold Frost did not move. F***CK. Luo Tian cursed fiercely. Li Shuer urged loudly, but Cold Frost still did not move. Her expression was slightly shocked when Luo Tian blocked Chen Tianyao move. There was a trace of surprise in her eyes, and then she remained motionless, turning a deaf ear to Li Shuer's urging. Seeing that Cold Frost did not react, Li Shuer took out a purple gold jade token from her chest and ran out desperately. Did Cold Frost do it on purpose? Or did something happen? Luo Tian did not know. He only knew that he had been tricked by a woman. If he could still live, he would definitely return this debt to her 10,000 times over. Chen Tianyao's expression was also very ugly. He used all his strength in this punch. But Luo Tian still did not die. He was very unhappy, very, very unhappy. Lu Qingfeng and He Changkong's eyes lit up, and greedy sneers hung on their faces. Let's see how many more moves you can take. Chen Tianyao's entire body moved, and he rushed up like a madman. Luo Tian's expression darkened, and his heart was deathly still. Frenzied Blade knew that Luo Tian had been tricked. The deathly stillness in Luo Tian's heart made him slightly anxious, and he hurriedly said, "Brat, can you still block this attack?" Luo Tian smiled bitterly. "So what if I block it this time? There will be a third time, a fourth time." Frenzied Blade said angrily, "You just have to answer me. Can you block this move?" "Yes." "Good. Listen to me carefully. I will teach you my strongest tyrant blade's profound meaning." "Thank you for the tip again. Brother Mo Xiao Bai, thank you." Chapter 3. Offering in Advance. Old Bull seeks all kinds of support. Chapter 108. Domineering Blades, Strongest Profound. In that instant, Luo Tian seemed to have found a life-saving straw in the middle of the ocean. His heart was filled with excitement as he said, "Frenzied Blade, this brother's life is in your hands." "Good. Whatever I say next, you will do it." Frenzied Blade shouted. Luo Tian immediately said, "Good." Frenzied Blade paused for a moment before he said in a deep voice, "This blade technique is called the sky-piercing dragon-slaying art. It has the power to destroy the 9 heavens and kill the 10,000-year-old giant dragon. This blade technique is a set of survival in the face of adversity. At the moment of death, you will fight against the heavens and the earth. The stronger the killing intent, the stronger the power of this blade technique. Your body is on the verge of collapse. Under such conditions, you can display the power of this blade technique. But once you use the sky-piercing dragon-slaying art, all the pain in your body will disappear. The moment you kill your opponent, all the pain will multiply. That kind of pain is worse than death. You may even die from the pain. You have to think carefully." Frenzied Blade was very serious. because he did not want to lie to Luo Tian. The power of the sky-piercing dragon-slaying art was indeed strong, but it was also very dangerous. Unless he was on the verge of death, he could not use it easily. Worse than death? Luo Tian did not hesitate at all and directly said, "Frenzied blade, do you think I have a choice?" Indeed, Luo Tian had no choice. Chun Tianyao attack would arrive in an instant. Even if he could withstand it this time, what about the next time? What could he use to withstand it? If he died, the entire Luo family would die. The hundreds of thousands of people in Jade Mountain City would die. There was also Fatty Lei, the girl, and in Chun Chun, who promised to help him find his mother. All of this forced Luo Tian to have no choice. Facing the Blue Cloud sect, he did not even have half a step back. Since that was the case, then he would use his life to fight, to kill, to poke a hole in the heavens. If he died, he would be hung up in the sky. If he did not die, he would live for thousands of years. F***CK. Luo Tian's killing intent reached an unprecedented level, and even the wild draw blade was shocked, secretly rejoicing. With this super strong killing intent, the power of the space-breaking dragon-slaying art would be even stronger. Immediately, Frenzied Blade's voice suddenly sounded in Luo Tian's body. He spoke slowly, neither hurriedly nor slowly. Luo Tian gripped the hilt of his saber with both hands and controlled his mind to calm himself down. He arched his body and lowered his head. His aura was restrained and his strength disappeared. He was like a dead man who would not fall. What is he doing now? What strange action? Just like a dead person. This kid has really given up on resisting this time. No matter how strong he is, he can't be stronger than Elder Qin. Everyone from the Luo clan was dead silent. It was as if their hearts had sunk into a bottomless abyss. Li Shueker still rushed forward and screamed at the top of her lungs, "No, no, no!" Luo Tiangij, run, run. What a pity. At this time, no one cared about her, and there was nothing she could do to stop them. Chun Tianyao's attack arrived in an instant. As for Cold Frost, she remained motionless in her original position. Her eyes were cold and calm, as if everything had nothing to do with her. In the arena, Chun Tianyao's super-strong attack stirred up a gust of wind. The gust of wind wreaked havoc and continued to spin. The dragon head was ferocious as it roared towards the sky, trampling everything around it. Chun Tianyao saw that Luo Tian's head was lowered. The huge blade in his hands was silent, and even the scarlet bloodlight that appeared just now had disappeared, as if it was a piece of scrap iron. Was it contempt again? The anger in Chun Tianyao's heart surged out. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Let's see how many more times you can block it!" Die! Both fists punched down, once again aiming at Luo Tian's chest with the sinister scar. At the same time, the wind dragon roared in the air, and its huge body rushed down. The sky darkened, and the entire Jade Mountain City was shrouded in death. This punch was even more ferocious than the previous one. Luo Tian's body still did not move. Frenzied Blade's voice was still slowly coming out. Activated active skill. Luo Tian's idea moved slightly, and then he was once again immersed in Frenzied Blade's slaughter world. Rumble, rumble. With an earth-shattering sound, a wave of super-strong energy ripples shot out, turning the arena into ruins. However, Luo Tian's movements and expression did not change at all, as if nothing had happened. However, Chun Tianyao was extremely shocked in his heart. That punch just now had clearly landed on Luo Tian's chest. But why did it feel like he had hit a light shield? What he did not understand the most was that Luo Tian was not affected at all, not even the slightest bit. This was something he could not accept. Lu Chengfeng and He Changkong's eyes were wide open. Spirit treasure. It was definitely a spirit artifact, level magic weapon. They laughed wildly in their hearts. They did not expect that a spirit artifact magic weapon that even the Blue Cloud sect did not have would appear in this remote town. It was too surprising. Ha ha ha, boss is not dead, boss is mighty. What on earth did this brat do? It's incredible. What did I see? A sixth-tier mystic cultivator actually withstood 2 attacks from a peak, great mystic cultivator. Illusion, it must be an illusion. Discussions broke out everywhere. Chun Tianyao expression was extremely ugly. The 2 attacks had consumed more than half of the mystic qi in his dantian, but he still could not kill Luo Tian. This was something he could not accept at all. His eyes turned ferocious, and the depths of his dantian once again channeled vigorous mystic qi. Chun Tianyao rushed up again. This time he did not aim at Luo Tian's chest, but at his life gate. The danger had just passed, and this wave of danger came again. Li Shui. Er's heart almost couldn't take it anymore. Her tears fell like rain, but she couldn't do anything about it. This feeling was so overwhelming that she couldn't breathe. Rumble! Chun Tianyao's attack swept over again. It was extremely fast. Luo Tian's body was still motionless, and everyone's hearts were in their throats again. Suddenly, Luo Tian's brows moved slightly, and the blood-sucking blade in his hand let out a fierce blade cry. This sound seemed to come from the 9th heaven. Feng Lei grinned. Boss is going to make a move. Before the fatty could finish speaking, Luo Tian's eyes suddenly widened in anger. The corners of his mouth rose, and he laughed coldly. The giant blade in his hand began to exude a scarlet bloody light. In just an instant, the bloody light soared into the sky. All the pain in Luo Tian's body disappeared. His right foot moved slightly, and a burst of white gas came out. The giant blade was raised into the air, and the scarlet bloody light filled the entire sky. The sky was dyed red. The earth was crushed. At this moment, Luo Tian felt like he was a god who ruled over everything, a killing god from hell who wanted to cut through the 9th heaven and cut the giant dragon that roamed above the 9th heaven into 18,000 pieces. Sky-piercing dragon-slaying art. First move. Heaven-destroying / Chapter 109. The saber chi rushed into the clouds. Like a substantial blade, it slashed down towards Chun Tianyao. A thin crack flashed out from the sky, as if the sky had split open. The huge blade moved, slashing down with an incomparably ferocious, killing intent. The moment it landed, Luo Tian's blade changed and shouted again, Sky-splitting dragon-slaying art, second move! Earth-splitting slash. Cut! The first slash had yet to land, and the second slash had already been used. What was going on? What was even more incomprehensible was that the saber chi and thick power of the heaven-destroying slash floated in the air, as if time had been frozen, as if the first slash was waiting for something. Rumble. A loud sound came from the depths of the ground. The earth shook violently, and a powerful aura burst out from the depths of the earth. Luo Tian waved the huge blade in his hand heavily, and the ground cracked. A surge of saber chi rushed out of the ground, and the moment it was about to slash towards Chun Tianyao, it strangely stopped. It was also at this moment that Luo Tian roared again, Sky-splitting dragon-slaying art, third move! Dragon subduing slash. This slash was the same as the previous 2 slashes. It floated in the air, as if time had frozen motionless. Next. Sky-splitting dragon-slaying art, fourth move. Thousand machines slash. Fifth move, netherworld slash. Sixth move, 10,000 killing slash. Seventh move, samsara slash. Eighth move, dragon slaying slash. 8 moves, 8 slashes, 8 blades, all floating in the air. Every slash stopped to support the appearance of tiny spatial cracks. This power was too damn ferocious. Everyone was stunned by Luo Tian's 8 slashes. They stared at Luo Tian with their mouths agape, motionless, and looked at the sound of space cracking in the air. Chun Tianyao, who was under the 8th slash, was so scared that he peed his pants. He even forgot to attack. looking up at the 8 huge saber chi. Endless fear rose in his heart. The kind of saber chi was like hell, like the 9 heavens, like reincarnation, like 10,000 people fighting, like a dragon roaring in pain. All of this crushed his mind, making him incomparably afraid. Afraid. Everyone in the Blue Cloud sect was afraid. Lu Qingfeng was afraid. He Chongkong was also afraid. Their hearts sank again and again. They kept asking themselves, if it were me, would I be able to withstand so many heaven-defying 8 blades? There was no answer, because they didn't want to and didn't dare to try. Because he would lose his life. Boss is 2F** King Awesome. Foam Lei's eyes widened in excitement. He clenched his fists and thought to himself, I must cultivate with all my might, or I won't be able to keep up with young master's footsteps. Everyone from the Luo family had the same expression on their faces. Excitement. Other than excitement, there was nothing else. Looking at the fear on Chen Tianyao face, they were excited from the bottom of their hearts. At the same time, they were incomparably impressed, because Luo Tian was their patriarch, their absolute core boss. Leng Hanshuang's cold eyes were also shocked. Her face was very ugly, very ugly. Her thoughts became all kinds of complicated. Li Schwetter stood in place and smiled slightly. Tears gently slid down her cheeks, coupled with her beautiful smile. She was really, really beautiful. The kind of beauty that made people suffocate. Chen Tianyao, who had been scared to the point of peeing, fell into madness under the 8 blades. He looked up to the sky and scolded, Dog, who are you trying to scare with these damn things? Kill me if you have the guts. If you can't kill me, I'll let your whole city die without a burial place. Ha ha ha! He began to laugh wildly. At the same time, Chen Tianyao's palms sank, and all the qi in his body was activated. The vigorous qi directly formed a light shield. A qi shield with a very strong defense. Only by blocking this blow, he would rush up and kill Luo Tian in an instant. All of a sudden, Luo Tian's eyes were ferocious. He grinned sinisterly and said, Don't worry, I'll give you the 9th move. As soon as his voice fell, Luo Tian's body suddenly flashed, and with a heavy leap he landed in the air. The frenzied blade in his hand moved behind his back as he roared crazily, The 9th move! Return to 1 slash! Rumble. When the 9th slash was unleashed, the other 8 slashes were all trembling, and their strength suddenly increased by several times. It was as if what they were waiting for had appeared. In that instant, within a radius of 100 miles, the sky and the ground, everything was enveloped by the 9 slashes. That kind of terrifying power caused everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. 9 slashes returned to 1. The power of each slash was twice as strong as the previous one and continued to stack. If not for the fact that he had stepped into the domain of the sky-piercing dragon-slaying art, Luo Tian would not have been able to withstand such a powerful force. Moreover, although he could not feel any pain with his current support, the pain did not disappear. It was only temporarily sealed, breaking through the 9 heavens, slaying the giant dragon. Only then would it be the sky-piercing, dragon-slaying art. Kill. The heaven-defying power crazily pressed down. The moment the huge blade struck the profound chi shield on Chen Tianyao's body, the profound chi shield shattered. He couldn't even hold on for a second. A mixture of feces and urine flowed out from the bottom of Chen Tianyao's pants. Then the light shone brightly, and the heavens and earth lost their color. An unbearably powerful force shot out. Rumble! A loud sound rang out, and the 9 heavens shook. The surrounding rubble and ruins turned into a thick layer of powder. All of them shattered. In the arena, Luo Tian carried the huge blade on his shoulder, his face full of complacency. Fuck, you want to be awesome with lousy? No matter how awesome you are, you're going to die now, ha ha ha. There was no Chen Tianyao's body in the arena. Not even his bones could be found, and he was directly blasted into smithereens. At the same time, ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Qin Tianyao. The reward is 30,000 experience, and the profound chi is 3,000 points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a Fire Attribute Demon Core. Congratulations to player Luo Tian. Fire Attribute Demon Core. Isn't this one of the 5 elements demon cores needed to unlock the ancient scroll? I didn't expect it to be on his body, ha ha ha. Luo Tian was ecstatic. He was one step closer to unlocking the ancient scroll's array. Frenzied Blade's weak voice sounded. Don't be so happy yet. The backlash of the sky-piercing dragon-slaying art is about to begin. This will kill you. Kid, you must endure it. Frenzied Blade was worried. If he was worried, it meant that this matter was extremely serious. Luo Tian's mind tensed up. At this moment, bam! His acupoints exploded. Bam! It exploded again. Bang, bang, bang. All the acupoints in his body exploded in an instant, just like an extra who was filled with blood and then shot at by a machine gun. In an instant, Luo Tian was enveloped by the blood. However, this was not the end. His acupoints exploded, and the countless tendons and veins in his body seemed to be broken inch by inch. That kind of pain was even worse than death. The backlash was simply too unbearable. At this moment, the god of death had descended. Thank you, brother, Black Ink Little White, for your reward again. Thank you, Brother Book City, for your support. The old cow is extremely grateful. Chapter 110. Every large clan or sect would have a specific emblem. The badge was a symbol of identity. The Blue Cloud sect was the overlord within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. However, he was not qualified to make a unique badge. He was not qualified because his level was not high enough. But everyone in the Blue Cloud sect knew a lot of specific badges. The Violet badge was one of them, and it was very, very strong. It was so strong that their hearts sank the moment they saw it, and they didn't dare to move. The Jade badge in Li Schwetter's hand was too dazzling. It was like a purple butterfly, shining with a purple gold light and carrying an incomparably terrifying power. Because of this, all the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect stopped in an instant and looked at Li Shui, with a very ugly expression. Violet, Violet Jade badge. How can a person from Violet appear in such a poor place? Even if there is Violet's Colosseum, we didn't offend them. How can they interfere? Everyone in the Blue Cloud sect was discussing carefully. Their voices were not loud, and they didn't dare to be loud, because in front of Violet's power, their Blue Cloud sect was nothing. Everyone in the Luo family was dumbfounded. They looked at Li Shui and felt that her back was so big and imposing. Feng Lei grinned and said, "Sister-in-law is mighty." Then many disciples of the previous generation of the Luo family shouted in unison, "Sister-in-law is mighty." Li Shui wanted to hold back, but she still couldn't completely hold back. The corner of her mouth moved slightly and she smiled. Her heart was sweet. She had silently accepted the title of sister-in-law in her heart. In the past, every time she heard it, she would pretend to be angry, but she was happy in her heart. This time, she didn't pretend to be angry, but showed her happiness. Li Schwetter's expression recovered, and there was an incomparably powerful majesty in her eyes. She glanced at Lu Qingfeng and He Changkong and said coldly, "Now get out of Jade Mountain City." Majestic, domineering, with an unshakable mood in her tone. This was the aura of a superior person. Lu Qingfeng's expression changed drastically. Looking at the dazzling violet fire in Li Schwetter's hand, he was shocked. Who is this woman to the Violet family? Why would someone from Violet appear in a place like this? He Changkong secretly clenched his fists. He couldn't help but stare at Luo Tian, who was lying on the ground. His greedy desire grew stronger. Li Shui, Oi's soft words made the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect tremble. They all looked at the two inner elders. Lu Qingfeng said respectfully, "Miss, the Luo family killed my Blue Cloud sect's people Li Shuer didn't wait for him to finish. Her face turned cold as she shouted, "Do you want your sect to be destroyed?" Without another word, he directly asked if they wanted their sect to be destroyed. How awesome was this? Not to mention that the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect were scared. Even the people of the Luo family were dumbfounded. They suddenly found that this beautiful and suffocating sister-in-law, who usually smiled at them with a gentle face, turned out to be such an awesome existence. In the face of the Blue Cloud sect, which was like a giant, she directly asked them if they wanted their sect to be destroyed. Awesome. Awesome to the point of chaos. Too powerful. This made the blood of the Luo family boil. Everyone shouted in unison again, "Sister-in-law is mighty." In front of Violet, the Blue Cloud sect was really nothing. Destroying the Blue Cloud sect was just a casual matter. It seemed that Li Shuer said it very casually, but she was really angry in her heart. Her anger came from Cold Frost's broken promise. Her anger came from the arrogance of the Blue Cloud sect. Her anger came from the fact that her sweetheart had been beaten unconscious. She had a lot of anger in her heart, but she felt that everything in the world was beautiful. She shouldn't destroy it because of anger. But now she was really unhappy. She was very unhappy. She should be angry. Luo Tian's life was still unknown. If he died, no matter what, even if the immortals came, they couldn't stop the possibility of the Blue Cloud sect being destroyed. Lu Qingfeng was really displeased to be interrupted and to hear such domineering words. As the inner elder of the Blue Cloud sect, he had great power. Who dared to interrupt him and talk to him like that? At this moment, Lu Qingfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold light flashed through the narrow slits. He said coldly, "Aren't you too arrogant?" He Chongkong took a step forward and said with a grim smile, "You're only one person, and your cultivation is equivalent to trash. If you die, if all the people in the city die," Yu Zichen said, "who will know that it was done by our Blue Cloud sect? You'd better be sensible and get lost, otherwise He Chongkong laughed sinisterly, and Lu Qingfeng also laughed coldly. Spiritual weapons and magic weapons made them unable to stop. It was also because of this that they took the risk. As long as they slaughtered the city, they believed that no one would suspect them. That was a spiritual weapon to protect the body. That was a super strong blade. As long as they got it, their strength would definitely increase greatly. Maybe they would even step into another higher realm. How tempting it was! Greed would make a person lose his ability to judge. It would make a person crazy. It would make a person's killing intent soar. At this moment, Li Shuer was extremely dangerous, but her expression was still calm, without the slightest fear. She smiled coldly and said, "Do you want to kill me too?" Lu Qingfeng took a few steps forward. These few steps were crucial, because these few steps were just the distance to kill Li Shuer in an instant. Lu Qingfeng was afraid that Li Shuer would escape, so he took a few steps closer. His eyes stared at Li Shuer, and a trace of lust appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said, "We don't want to offend the Luolan, but if you dare to stop us, you're beautiful. I believe that any man who sees you will be fascinated by you, including me, including the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect behind me. If you, Lu Qingfeng's face was full of frivolous and lewd smiles. The disciples of the Blue Cloud sect behind him were stunned at first, and then they all revealed lewd smiles. Presumptuous! A cold voice sounded. The black-robed Cold Frost instantly fell and stood behind Li Shuer. Her eyes were cold. "Do you want to die?" 6th level profound spirit realm with a cold aura. Lung Han Shuang stood out. It was as if an iceberg had fallen, and the temperature dropped sharply. Li Shuer didn't even look at her. Lu Qingfeng and He Chongkong were only slightly surprised. They laughed playfully and said, "Ziluolan's people are arrogant. 6th level profound spirit realm dares to be presumptuous in front of us. We want to die. I think you're the one who wants to die." As soon as the voice fell, suddenly the wind and clouds changed. He Changkong and Lu Qingfeng's figures disappeared in an instant. The power surged from all directions like a tidal wave. Murderous intent rose and shrouded Li Shuer and Cold Frost. Extremely dangerous. However, Li Shuer was still very calm and didn't panic at all. Chapter 111. Lu and He's Killing Intent Sword. For the spirit, tools, and treasures, they were willing to do anything. They believed that as long as they covered it up well, no matter how strong Ziluan was, she wouldn't be able to find out that they were the ones who did it. So they made their move. With the speed of lightning, they suddenly made their move. They wanted to kill them quickly. Anyone could live, but Li Shuer and Cold Frost couldn't. In the blink of an eye, Cold Frost's gaze sunk. A cold chill spread out. Her figure turned into a cold sword, blocking in front of Li Shuer, charging forward. Quang! Hum! Sparks flew in all directions in the sky. It was impossible to tell who was who. Only a few figures could be seen colliding, bouncing back, colliding again, bouncing back again. The scene was extremely shocking. Pung! Suddenly, a black figure fell from the sky. Falling straight down, with a hong sound, it landed beside Li Shuer, creating a deep pit. Dust flew up from the pit, making it impossible to see who was inside. The other two figures also landed heavily, their faces pale, with blood at the corner of their mouths. The dust settled. Cold Frost's face was white as frost. Her breathing was weak. Her eyes looked at Li Shuer beside her. Looking at her, she felt incomparably cold. Li Shuer didn't even look at her, not even a glance. For this, Cold Frost's heart was cold. I've always treated her like my own sister. But now that I'm injured, she doesn't even look at me. Did I really do something wrong? Did I really do something wrong? Doesn't she understand that everything I did was for her? Luo Tian isn't suitable for her. Luo Tian will only affect her, become her stumbling block. Why? Why can't she understand me? Lung Han Xuan was defeated. She lost miserably, with heavy injuries, a 6th-level Mystic Spirit Realm cultivator against 2 8th-level Mystic Spirit Realm cultivators. For her to be able to do this was already extremely strong. Lu and he both suffered light injuries. If it was just one of them, they might not be able to defeat Cold Frost. Their hearts trembled slightly. Violet's people were indeed extraordinary. Lu Qingfeng looked at the motionless Li Shuer and grinned. Are you still going to stop us? Li Shuer's voice was as cold as ice. She was even more resolute than before. Yes, Lu Qingfeng found it funny. Even a 6th-level Mystic Spirit cultivator can't stop us. You think you can? I saw that you were beautiful, so I didn't kill you. Of course, I didn't kill you for the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect and for myself. I have never enjoyed such a beautiful woman before. Ha ha ha. Li Shuer's expression still did not change. She said, You hurt one of my people. I hate this person today. I won't pursue or blame you for hurting her. It's my personal selfishness. So I'm giving you one last chance. Take your people back to the Blue Cloud sect and never set foot in this city again. His tone was forceful. His aura was still high and mighty. He was still dignified and domineering. He did not put Lu, he, or even the Blue Cloud sect in his eyes. This caused Lu and he to feel extremely displeased. He Chongkong frowned and said directly, Brother Lu, why are you talking nonsense with her? If you like this woman, just take her away. Leave everything here to me. Lu Qingfeng smiled lightly and said, I'm definitely going to take this beauty. However, let's split the good stuff on that brat. The two looked at each other and laughed as if they had reached an agreement. At the moment when they laughed, Li Shuer said unhappily, It seems that you have made your choice. Very well. Then your Blue Cloud sect, including the disciples guarding the city gate, will all die. His Majesty was unshakable. Lu Qingfeng laughed sinisterly and shouted, Little beauty, do you think we are scared? Don't worry. Let me get rid of this group of trash. Then I will take good care of you, ha ha ha. Before his laughter died down, a crack flashed in the sky. To be exact, it should be sword chi. The incomparably sharp sword chi was extremely dense. It was exactly the same as lightning with endless power. It fell silently. Then a thin crack appeared on Lu Qingfeng's neck. A trace of blood seeped out from the crack. He touched it with his hand and looked at it. Suddenly his eyes widened and his hands covered his neck. Blood spurted out from his mouth and nose. Even so, Lu Qingfeng still covered his neck with his hands. Blood gushed out crazily from the gaps between his fingers. In a few breaths, his whole body was dyed red with blood. His face was extremely pale. Finally, his hands drooped down weakly and his head fell. Half of his body held on for half a second and fell forward. It was just a sword. Lu Qingfeng, who was in the 8th level of the mystic spirit realm, died. He did not even know how he died. He did not even know who attacked him. It was just like a dream. However, this dream was a dead dream for him. Everyone raised their heads and looked around. All the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect were pale. They were all so scared that their legs went soft and their bodies trembled. He Changkong's back was covered in cold sweat. His face was pale. He released his huge consciousness, but he could not sense that person's aura. Lu Qingfeng's death was very bloody and terrifying. However, Li Shuai seemed to be used to it. Her expression did not change at all. She said faintly, "Don't leave a single one alive. Kill them all." Very casual, very cold. The coldness of killing. Li Shuai seemed to be a completely different person. She was like a female devil who had killed countless people, causing people to be intimidated at first glance. However, Feng Lei was grinning from ear to ear with a silly smile. He was the only one who could laugh so happily. He kept shouting, "Sister-in-law is domineering. Sister-in-law is mighty, ha ha ha." The other people of the Luo family looked at Li Shuai's back dumbfoundedly. Their eyes did not move. As soon as Li Shuai's voice fell, He Changkong suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed. "Please spare my lowly life. I won't dare to. I will immediately bring my disciples out of Jade Mountain City and never step into this place again. Never. I beg you to be magnanimous and spare my life. I beg you, please spare us. It's all Lu Qingfeng's fault. It has nothing to do with us." For a moment, everyone in the Blue Cloud sect knelt on the ground and kowtowed. This scene had never happened in the thousands of years of history of the Blue Cloud sect. The absolute overlord within 100,000 kilometers was like this? Or was Zi Luolan behind Li Shuai too powerful? They were blinded by greed at first and only woke up now. Li Shuai's expression was still so indifferent. There was no change in her voice. She said coldly, "Didn't you hear me clearly? Kill them all." As soon as her voice fell, He Changkong's face darkened. He was only a few meters away from Li Shuai. He could only stop her. No one dared to touch him. He smiled coldly in his heart. He raised his eyes slightly and rushed out. The long sword stopped when it was only a few centimeters away from Li Shuai's eyebrows. Then a thin line appeared between He Changkong's eyebrows and blood oozed out. He was split into two. He was killed in seconds. Li Shuai frowned slightly and said faintly, "Do you know why you died?" "Because you touched my man, so I'm very unhappy." These words stunned Lung Han Shuang. It made Luo Tian, who was in a coma, laugh. Chapter 112. The third chapter has been delivered. Li Shuai was really unhappy. She was very unhappy. She was unhappy since Luo Tian was bullied by the Blue Cloud sect. She was unhappy when cold frost broke her promise. She was unhappy when Luo Tian was crushed by Qin Tianyao. She was unhappy when Lu Qingfeng was sinister and despicable for her. There were too many things that made her unhappy today. So she was angry. It was just that her anger was not that obvious, and her expression did not change much. This was the second time she was angry in her life. The first time was because of the marriage contract that her family had arranged for her. That time, She was unhappy and drew a line with some people. She did not plan to pay attention to them for the rest of her life. This was the second time. She was angry because of Luo Tian. Although Luo Tian was unconscious, his mind was still very clear. When he heard Li Shueter's words, he could not stop smiling in his heart. He was really happy. As soon as He Chongkong died, all the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect fled in all directions. Li Shuer looked at them coldly. Her expression was still indifferent as she said, "Leave none alive." Immediately, there was a violent sword cry in the sky. Immediately after, countless qi swords condensed from profound qi gathered in the air and rotated nonstop. It was like 10,000 swords returning to the sect. In the center of the countless qi swords, there was a seemingly ordinary black sword. There were no lines on the sword, and the sword was covered with rust. It looked like an iron sword that had been sealed for 10,000 years. There was not the slightest sharpness. However, when the black sword received Li Shueter's order, the qi swords flew into the sky and shot out like a homing missile. Blood-curdling screams rang out again and again. Blood exploded in the air like flowers, shocking everyone to the core. A few minutes later, hundreds of Blue Cloud sect disciples all died tragically under the qi swords. They did not have the strength to fight back. It was an absolute suppression. After this, the black sword fell gently. The moment it landed, a man in a black robe walked out. There was no aura, and he was as cold as iron. It was as if he was a sword that had been sealed for 10,000 years. There was not a trace of human life. The black-robed man knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, "Greetings, young Mississippi. This sword servant is late and has startled you." Li Shuer gently lifted the man up and said with a faint smile, "Uncle Jian Nu, you came at the right time." The black-robed man got up and naturally stood beside Li Shuer. He glanced at Cold Frost, who was lying in the pit with a pale face and barely breathing breath. His eyes were calm and expressionless. Li Shuer walked a few steps towards Luo Tian before stopping. She closed her eyes and exhaled. Her body relaxed, and she said, "Uncle Jian Nu, please save Sister Shuang." In the end, she let it go. However, there was a barrier in his heart. She might never be able to return to the way she used to be. Cold Frost was aware of this as well. She smiled bitterly in her heart and felt helpless. She thought to herself, maybe I shouldn't have done that. After saying that, Li Shuete still did not look at Cold Frost and directly walked towards Luo Tian. Feng Lei had already helped Luo Tian up and asked worriedly, "Sister-in-law, is my boss all right?" Everyone in the Luo family looked at Li Shuer, who was walking towards them. Their eyes were filled with respect and a trace of fear. They did not know Zi Luolan before, but from today onwards they knew. Li Shueter's expression became serious. She squatted down and carefully examined Luo Tian's injuries. She discovered that there were no wounds on his body, his heart was beating strongly, his face was red, and what was even worse was when Li Shueter's right hand gently touched Luo Tian's chest to check on his injuries. The huge thing under his crotch suddenly pushed up. This Li Shueter's face instantly turned red as she scolded in a low voice, "Stinky pervert." Her heart also relaxed. Although she did not know that all the acupoints on Luo Tian's body had exploded and he was injured to such an extent, she could not understand. But Luo Tian was her big brother, Luo Tian. Very strong, very big, the big brother Luo Tian who had once said that he would marry her and protect her for life. It was that simple. Li Shuer regained her composure and said, "Don't worry, big brother Luo Tian is fine. He is probably too tired and will wake up after resting for a while." "All right. Fatty, carry big brother Luo Tian into my room." Feng Lei was stunned and said, "Sister-in-law, young master has his own room. How can I carry him into your room?" "Son of a bitch." Luo Tian cursed in his heart, wishing that he could kick Fatty's, but until it blossomed. "Why are you asking so much? Why are you asking so much? What does it have to do with you? Just do as I say, you damn fatty. When I wake up, I will definitely teach you a good lesson." Li Xuaner's face turned red again and said, "I will take good care of him." Only then did Feng Lei come to a realization and laughed foolishly. "I understand." As he spoke, Feng Lei swiftly carried Luo Tian and walked towards Li Xuerer's courtyard. Luo Tian began to think of some very amazing things. When Li Xuerer left, she glanced at the place where cold frost had fallen to the ground. Seeing that the sword servant had already disappeared, she muttered to herself, "I hope you're all right." Late at night it was a little cold. The Luo family was brightly lit, and everyone was busy rebuilding. Jade Mountain City continued to send gifts to show their sincerity. Luo Tian's actions were known to everyone. In order to protect Jade Mountain City, it could be said that he was going to risk his life. Even if they did not appreciate it, they should be clear that if not for Luo Tian blocking the Blue Cloud sect, Jade Mountain City would have already become a dead city. What was surprising was the Zhou family moved very quickly and hurriedly out of the city. It was likely that they would never return to Jade Mountain City again in this lifetime. Song Yan'an immediately sent the Luo family disciples to take over the Zhou family's territory. No one dared to object. As for the Zhu family, there was no one there. Zhu Mei originally wanted to escape, but unfortunately, she was stopped by a group of Zhu family disciples and beaten to death. Her death was extremely miserable. The reason why the Zhu family disciples beat her to death was because they all knew that if it weren't for this woman, they wouldn't have caused so much trouble, and they wouldn't have to be in exile. Right now, the Luo family had many things to do. However, he was now the absolute overlord of Jade Mountain City. No one could shake him, and it was an eternal slap. As long as Luo Tian didn't die, as long as Zi Luolan didn't perish, he would be the eternal overlord. Li Xuer's yard was quiet under the starry sky. Some of the disciples who passed by were all tiptoeing, afraid that they would disturb Luo Tian's rest. In the courtyard, Li Xuer stood there quietly with a serious expression on her face. 3 meters away from her stood a person, a white-clothed Confucian scholar, floating like an immortal. She couldn't see his appearance clearly, but just by his temperament, she could feel that he was extraordinary. Morong Jian, the young lord of Duantian City, a peerless genius of the human clan, a man who possessed the legendary true dragon bloodline. The two looked at each other. They looked at each other for more than 2 hours. Finally, Morong Jian chuckled and took a step forward. The moment he took a step forward, Li Xuer took a light step back, maintaining the same distance of 3 meters. Morong Jian laughed again. There was a trace of awkwardness, and at the same time there was a trace of anger. His voice was cold as he said, "I want to kill him." Chapter 113. The first chapter has been delivered. The voice was cold and filled with killing intent. Li Xuer's eyes darkened. She looked at Morong Jian and said, "You've already killed him once. Unfortunately, you didn't succeed. It was you who ordered Sister Shuang not to make a move, right?" Morong Jian was secretly shocked. He smiled and didn't deny it. "Xue, are you still so smart?" When Li Xuer heard the 2 words, "Xue," she frowned. Her expression was very subtle, but it was still seen by Morong Jian. There was a trace of anger in his heart. Li Xuer said, "Sister Shuang is still a citizen of Duantian City. Her heart will always be with you. Even if I've been treating her as my sister for so many years, in the end, I still listen to you." Actually, in Sister Shuang's heart, Morong Jian didn't wait for Li Xuer to finish and interrupted her. "She's only a servant of Duantian City. She doesn't have the right to do whatever she wants. From the moment she was born, her life didn't belong to her." In Morong Jian's eyes, cold frost wasn't even comparable to a servant. He could naturally guess what Li Xuer didn't finish her words. He felt that if she continued, it would be an insult to him. So he interrupted her. He had an incomparably noble bloodline. He had unparalleled wealth, power, status, and most importantly, he had the bloodline of a true dragon that only existed in legends. He was born with it. Therefore, his heart was like a king looking down on the world. Putting aside his cultivation, the only thing he cared about was Li Shuer in front of him. However, he increasingly felt that Li Shuer was very far away from him, especially because of the appearance of a brat with the surname Luo in Jade Mountain City. She alienated him even more. This made him unhappy from the bottom of his heart. He suppressed this unhappy feeling in his heart and didn't want to show it because Li Shuer was here. Li Shuer smiled bitterly and shook her head. I feel sorry for you. Sister Shuang is such a good and perfect woman, but you don't know how to cherish her at all. Murong Wanjian was inwardly annoyed. He originally thought that interrupting Li Shuer would stop her from continuing, but he didn't expect her to continue. He took a deep breath and said, Shuer, you are the only one in my world. Li Shuer said unabashedly, Sorry, you're not in my world. My world only has my big brother, Luo Tian. Murong Wanjian's eyes widened. An invisible surge of aura erupted from his body. It was as if a true dragon was roaring from the 9 heavens. He was furious. He was really angry. Just as he was about to explode, Murong Wanjian withdrew his aura and coldly laughed. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill him? Li Shuer said, You don't dare. Oh, Murong Wanjian found it somewhat laughable and said, Is there anything in this world that I, Murong Wanjian, don't dare to do? Li Shuer said, You don't dare to do this. Her face was calm, without a trace of emotion. She was slightly nervous, but she concealed it so well that even Murong Wanjian couldn't detect it. Murong Wanjian looked at Li Shuer, motionless. Li Shuer also looked at Murong Wanjian, motionless. After a long time, Li Shuer's body lightly shook, and a divine bird condensed from the stars appeared behind her back. It was the legendary phoenix. The stars gradually dispersed, and Li Shuer's chest heaved up and down. Murong Wanjian smiled indifferently and said, Shuer, your cultivation hasn't improved at all these days. Li Shuer didn't say anything, and her eyes stared fixedly at Murong Wanjian. After a long time, Murong Wanjian took a step back, turned around, and walked to the entrance of the courtyard. He said indifferently, Return with me. Li Shuer said, I will return, but not with you. Murong Wanjian's mouth turned cold, and he smiled. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. After half an hour, at the peak of the Azure Cloud Sect's Azure Cloud Mountain, Murong Wanjian's eyes were filled with anger. He attacked with his sword. An entire Azure Cloud Sect was enveloped in a deadly sword aura. That night, the Azure Cloud Sect was bathed in blood. That night, the thousands of people in the Azure Cloud Sect were all killed. That night, Murong Wanjian was so angry that he went crazy. He was like a murderous demon as he crazily massacred. That night was the most irrational night he had ever been. After dawn, he sat on a flight of stairs in the Azure Cloud Sect. There were corpses all around him, all of them killed by a sword. Murong Wanjian's face was cold as he looked at the darkest night before dawn. He said to himself, No one can touch my woman. Luo Tian, I won't kill you this time. The next time we meet, it will be your death. Shortly after, the sect master of the Azure Cloud Sect knelt in front of him with a large hole in his chest. He died with his eyes wide open and asked, Why? Murong Wanjian coldly glanced at him and said coldly, Because your damned elder spoke rudely to my woman. Because you're the only sect within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. Most importantly, because I'm not happy. Jade Mountain City, Luo family. Li Shuer's face was extremely pale. The moment Murong Wanjian disappeared, she was almost paralyzed and fell to the ground. Luckily, she was caught by the sword slave, who was as fast as lightning. The black-robed sword slave said softly, Is it worth it for you to do this for him? Li Shuer revealed a smile and said, It's worth it. The black-robed, sword slave wanted to say something, but hesitated. In the end, he endured it. Li Shuer was still smiling and said, "Uncle Sword Slave, when I was 4 years old, Big Brother Luo Tian promised to marry me. He said that he would protect me for a lifetime, and we pinched. Big Brother Luo Tian said that he would give me happiness. Big Brother Luo Tian said that as long as he was here, he wouldn't let anyone bully me. Big Brother Luo Tian said, Li Shuer said a lot. She was full of joy, and she was smiling like a flower. In the end, her face was covered in tears. She bit her arm and didn't let herself cry out. That kind of silent, heart-wrenching expression made one's heart ache. That night, Luo Tian laid on the bed and looked at the ceiling. Tears couldn't stop flowing out of his eyes. He clenched his fists, clenched them and clenched them again. His nails dug into his palms and blood flowed out. It was a heart-piercing pain, but he didn't feel it at all. That night, his determination to become stronger was stronger than any other time. Become stronger. I will definitely become stronger. I will definitely beat the shit out of Morong Wanjian. I swear to the gods that the next time I meet him, I will beat him until he crawls on the ground like a dog and can't get up for the rest of his life. This oath is too vicious. Time quietly passed. 3 days later, Luo Tian still pretended to be unconscious because he didn't know how to face Li Shuer. Li Shuer acted as if she didn't notice anything. She stayed by his bedside for 3 days and 3 nights, telling him everything that happened in the Luo family when she was 4 years old. Every time she finished talking, she would smile like a little girl who was about to marry the man she liked. 3 days later, Li Shuer left. The moment she left, Luo Tian got out of bed and secretly ran to the city wall to watch her figure gradually disappear. He didn't know when. Lung Hans Huang appeared behind him. This time, she didn't wear a black robe. Instead, she wore a light blue dress. She didn't look as cold as before, but more beautiful. Her figure was still incomparably hot. Cold Frost took out a small clay figurine and handed it over, saying, "Miss asked me to give this to you." Luo Tian received it and laughed. This was the first gift that Li Shuer had said countless times that he had given her, a small clay figurine. Cold Frost looked into the distance, in the direction of the Heaven Sword City. She frowned, then relaxed and said, 3 years from today, in Duantian City, it will be the wedding day of Miss and Morong Wanjian. Luo Tian placed the small clay figurine in his embrace, where his heart was. Then, with a serious expression, he said, "I will definitely go. I will go and steal the bride." Lung Hans Huang smiled. Very beautiful as a frost flower. Then, he leaped up and chased after Li Shuer's car. Luo Tian laughed loudly. "The next time we meet, I will definitely spank her, but until it blossoms." Cold Frost suddenly stopped, turned around and looked at Luo Tian, who was on the city wall, put her hands on her waist and revealed an incomparably charming smile and said, "I remember on the bed I'm waiting for that day." This chapter made Old Cow a little sad, and he almost burst into tears. Brothers, look forward to the big explosion 3 years later. Luo Tian wanted to obtain the ancient divine weapon and crazily level up, all for the sake of beating the shit out of Morong Wanjian 3 years later. Chapter 114. Fatty, I'll give you 10 months to break through to the great Xian Master Realm. 10 months later, we'll meet in the imperial capital's Heaven Sword City. At the city gate, Luo Tian said with a serious gaze, 10 months was not a long time for a warrior, and it was difficult to break through a small realm. However, Feng Lei was only at the 2nd stage of the Xian Master Realm, and was still thousands of miles away from the great Xian Master Realm. To some warriors, they might not be able to break through to the great Xian Master Realm in their entire lives. The path of martial arts was not just about hard work. More often than not, it required talent and opportunities. The reason why Luo Tian would meet in the imperial capital's Heaven Sword City in 10 months was because he wanted to save Chun Chun's mother. This was an S-rank mission. No matter what, he had to complete it. 100,000 points of favorability. She would do whatever she was told to do. Maybe and Chun Chun's mother would also. That was an adult Demon Fox Clan woman. That would really take people's lives. Luo Tian couldn't help but become evil. Then again, putting aside the mission, this was something that he had promised and Chun Chun. No matter how difficult it was, he would still do it, because they had hooked up. Moreover, what did 100,000 points of favorability mean? Was it really just a good impression? Luo Tian felt that it was not that simple. He kept feeling that there was something hidden behind the mission reward, and that he might be able to trigger a hidden attribute. Feng Lei nodded his head seriously and said, "Boss, don't worry, I will definitely not disappoint you. But boss, where are you going? Can't you let me follow you?" He had been protecting Luo Tian since he was young, and had never left for more than 10 years. The two of them were even closer than blood brothers. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "I also need to think of a way to break through you too. Level up." Urgently wanting to level up, Luo Tian's heart to become stronger was incomparably strong. Within 3 years, he had to surpass Morong Wanjian and trample him under his feet. He swore, although he didn't even know how high Morong Wanjian's cultivation was right now. Feng Lei wanted to fight for it, but in the end he endured it. He smiled foolishly and nodded his head heavily. He wanted to follow Luo Tian. However, he discovered that his cultivation was somewhat unable to keep up with Luo Tian's footsteps. He had to do his utmost to catch up. Within 10 months, he had to step into the 5th level of the Great Profound Stone Realm. Luo Tian squatted down and gently pinched in Chun Chun's delicate little face. "Chun Chun, be a good girl and wait for me to come back. When I come back, I will take you to find your mother." And Chun Chun nodded obediently and said, "Big brother, I will wait for your return obediently." Luo Tian smiled and turned to Song Yan'an. He handed over a wooden tablet and said, "Brother Song, I'll leave Chun Chun in your care. As for the Luo clan, here's some things I left for them. You can do whatever you want with them." Song Yan'an took it and gave it a look. His face was filled with shock as he saw that it was filled with profound stones. He said heavily, "Don't worry, I will definitely take care of everything here." After instructing everyone, Luo Tian gave everyone a serious look. Then he turned around and strode forward without looking back. He didn't dare to look back. He was afraid that he would cry. Most of the time, Luo Tian was a rather sentimental person. He had experienced this kind of parting once before. It was very difficult to bear. Of course, parting was for the sake of reuniting. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In the depths of the Ghost Prison mountain range, on a large tree with dense leaves, a pair of beast-like eyes stared at a place without moving, quietly waiting. Like a lurking cheetah, he stared at his prey. Following his line of sight, more than 50 meters away, there were 2 monstrous beasts constantly fighting. The scene was extremely ferocious. The 2 monstrous beasts were fighting like 2 wrestlers. However, their strength was tens of thousands of times greater than that of the wrestlers. Rumble, rumble. After fighting for nearly 4 hours, the sky was about to turn dark. In the end, the 2 monstrous beasts were covered in wounds. Panting heavily, they each stood on one side and stared at each other. Monstrous beasts and humans were the same. If they wanted to break through, they needed to suck the blood essence of other monstrous beasts. In front of Luo Tian were 2 rank 5 monstrous beasts. They were pure strength-type monstrous beasts. They were eager to suck each other's blood essence to break through. However, after fighting for 4 hours, they realized that the other party was not as simple as they thought. The 2 monstrous beasts couldn't gain any advantage from each other, so they didn't dare to continue fighting. Because if they continued to fight, the injuries on their bodies would be even more serious. And even if they killed each other, they might not live long. Because there were too many powerful monstrous beasts in the depths of the Ghost Prison mountain range. The next time they were injured, it was very likely that they would be eaten by other monstrous beasts. Seeing that they didn't want to fight, Luo Tian was a little unhappy. He grinned and said, "X, so boring. I still want to be a sparrow." "Forget it. You two will die together." In the blink of an eye, his figure flashed and landed heavily in the middle of the two rank 5 monstrous beasts. Luo Tian opened his arms and pointed at one of the monstrous beasts. He hooked his finger and said with a sneer, "You two come together." A human appeared in the depths of the ghost prison mountain range. Seeing Luo Tian's playful expression, the two monstrous beasts seemed to have been greatly humiliated and crazily charged forward. Rank 5 monstrous beasts, and there were even 2 of them. Ordinary people would be so scared that they would piss their pants. Luo Tian saw that was a lot of experience and internal force. Luo Tian didn't move. His body stood there motionless. He withdrew his aura and didn't have the slightest bit of defense, just relying on his physical defense to resist. Was he crazy? That's right. Luo Tian wanted to use his physical defense to resist. Ever since he stepped into the 8th level of the mystic cultivator realm, he realized that his physical defense was really too weak. The best way to cultivate the physical body was to train it until it had thick skin and rough flesh, using himself as a sandbag for the monstrous beasts to train. This kind of cultivation was the most direct and also the most variable. Pervert, this was simply self-torture. When it came to cultivation, Luo Tian really didn't know anything about it. He was only a transmigrator and didn't know anything about the cultivation methods of the Tianqian continent. So this was the best way he could think of to improve his physical body's resistance. Bang! Bang! 2 heavy blows landed on Luo Tian's body. Luo Tian gritted his teeth and endured. It was very painful, intense pain. However, in this pain, his physical body's resistance increased by a bit, and the strength in his muscles deepened by a bit. *CK, is that all you have? Come again. Luo Tian said with disdain. The 2 monstrous beasts were even angrier, and their strength became even more vigorous. Once again, Luo Tian endured it. His legs trembled, and he almost knelt down, but in the end he endured it. Bang! Bang! Attack after attack landed. Luo Tian was beaten until he was covered in blood. He was simply unrecognizable, but his expression became more and more excited and sinister. The 2 monstrous beasts were scared. They had seen changes before. Abnormal. They had never seen such a change before. Abnormal. Was this still AF** King Human? Want to leave? If you leave, what will I eat for dinner? Luo Tian's gaze turned cold as he said in a deep voice, "Level 2 Berserk!" Cheat, the power was like the sea rolling out. Chapter 115. The aura of his entire body suddenly changed. With the berserk blade in hand, he slashed out twice in a row. Boom, boom. 2 huge heads fell to the ground dead. Very easy 2 slashes, instant kill. The 1800 gene bloodthirsty blade was really too sharp. Drinking the blood of the demon beast, it released a ferocious sound. Ding, ding. 2 consecutive prompts sounded. Luo Tian immediately checked the demon core's attributes, sighed slightly, and said, "There are still no attribute demon cores. When will I be able to gather all 5 elements demon cores?" Ever since Luo Tian killed Qin Tianyao and obtained a fire attribute demon core, he had killed dozens of 5th-order demon beasts in the past month. However, not a single demon core had dropped, not to mention the rarest 5 elements demon core among the demon cores. If he couldn't gather all 5 elements demon cores, he wouldn't be able to unlock the universe illusion array on the ancient scroll. If he couldn't even unlock the array, how could he find the ancient divine weapon? Forget it. Let's fill our stomachs first. Luo Tian cut off a demon beast's thigh and carried it deep into the forest. Not long after, behind him, a series of earth-shattering sounds could be heard. A group of demon beasts were fighting, and their strength was not weak. In the ghost prison mountain range, He really had to be careful at all times. Because it was too dangerous, the demon beasts were all extremely fierce. Luo Tian could easily deal with rank 5 demon beasts. But if he encountered rank 6 demon beasts, it would be dangerous. That was why he quickly left that place. Night fell. Luo Tian sat at the entrance of the cave, roasting meat, humming a song from his previous life. You are my little roast meat. Not long after, the oil on the roast meat jumped, emitting a tempting charred fragrance. At this time, a little salt was sprinkled on the roast meat, allowing it to fully absorb, and the smell was even more tempting. Luo Tian swallowed his saliva and muttered, F***CK, why didn't I find out that I had a talent for roasting meat in my previous life? This fragrance is simply irresistible. Shameless. He took the barbecued meat from the fire rack and placed it on a banana leaf to cool it down. Luo Tian lifted his pants and walked out of the cave. Facing the dark night sky, he howled, Mother ***, I will poke a big hole in you one day. His urine was like rain arrows shooting very far away. Luo Tian lowered his head to look at his little brother and laughed excitedly. Very powerful. When he returned to the cave after peeing and was about to enjoy the barbecue feast, he suddenly realized that the barbecue meat on the banana leaf had disappeared. Luo Tian was stunned. What the hell? I clearly put it here. Luo Tian searched again, but he still couldn't find anything. He frowned and released his will, covering a radius of 1 kilometer, but he couldn't find anything. Luo Tian looked at the dark hole and murmured, There can't really be ghosts in this world, right? The cave behind him had traces of artificial excavation, and it didn't look too deep. It should have been left behind by people who had explored the Ghost Prison mountain range in the past. Luo Tian didn't go inside to check, so he really didn't know if it was deep or not. Looking at the pitch-black interior of the cave, he had a bad premonition. Suddenly, he pretended that nothing had happened and still hummed a tune while barbecuing the meat. 10 minutes later, a big piece of barbecue was finished. It was more fragrant and tempting. This time, Luo Tian didn't go out, but casually ate a few mouthfuls and then put it down, leaning on a big stone. His eyes gently drooped and pretended to sleep. Half a minute later, there was a very slight sound in the cave. If he didn't use his will to sense it, he wouldn't be able to hear it. Hee. Barbecue again. This thing is simply too delicious. As he said that, he glanced at Luo Tian, then carefully picked up the barbecue and prepared to leave. Luo Tian's heart was shocked, extremely shocked, because in front of his eyes was a very, very small person, only about 30 centimeters tall. Was this the legendary goblin race? The moment he picked up the barbecue, Luo Tian suddenly stood up and shouted loudly, You dare to steal my things, you don't want to live anymore. The dwarf picked up the barbecue and stuck out his tongue at Luo Tian with a look of disdain. Then, he ran into the cave like a wisp of smoke. Luo Tian was unhappy. If you want to steal my meat, then steal it. But you still **king look down on me. How could he endure this? He rushed out like an arrow and quickly chased after it. What made him even more shocked was that the dwarf's speed was extremely fast. Even if he released the wind shadow steps, he wouldn't be able to catch up. However, the distance between them wasn't too far apart. He could vaguely see the dwarf running crazily, and he would even look back from time to time. What was infuriating was that this guy was still looking down on Luo Tian. Holy **T. Level 2 Berserk. Wind Shadow Steps, 2nd stage. Suddenly, the aura on Luo Tian's body suddenly changed, and he shouted angrily, Little thing, I still can't catch up to you. Luo Tian's change startled the dwarf. His expression was somewhat flustered, and his footsteps quickened. He rushed forward with all his might, and no longer dared to look back at Luo Tian, because he realized that the humans behind him were really dangerous. As the distance between them got closer and closer, Luo Tian laughed mockingly. Son of a bitch, look down on me. Look down on another one for me to see. He was about to catch the dwarf, Suddenly, a sharp turn. After the turn, the lights were brightly lit, extremely dazzling. Luo Tian was caught off guard. His right arm subconsciously blocked the dazzling light, and at this moment, the dwarf suddenly jumped towards the light. His speed was too fast. Luo Tian did not stop either. In addition, his eyes were blinded by the light. For a moment, his feet were in the air, and his entire body fell down. F***CK. This is bad. The moment he was suspended in the air, Luo Tian's heart sank, and he thought to himself, "This is too much." He had let down his guard a little. He did not expect the cave to be like this, and he did not expect there to be such a huge pit. His body lost its center of gravity as it continued to fall. In the process of falling, the dwarf actually waved his two small hands and flew. He flew up. This goblins could even fly. The most frightening thing was that this little thing looked at Luo Tian with a despicable expression, sticking out his tongue at him like a naughty child. He was incomparably disdainful and incomparably delighted in his misfortune. "You bastard, just you wait for me." Luo Tian wanted to control his body, but he found that he couldn't. The speed at which he was falling was too fast, and there was no point to exert force on nearby. If he reached the profound spirit realm, he might be able to fly. But he was still at the 8th stage of the Xian Master stage, and was still thousands of miles away. Be careful, the people below. I'm going to fall. I'm going to fall to my death. Luo Tian fell down and landed on a house. He smashed a hole in the house and then heavily landed on the ground. Luo Tian felt intense pain all over his body. He touched a few important parts of his body and rejoiced inwardly. "Fortunately, I managed to train my physical body's ability to resist attacks. Otherwise, I would have fallen to my death. Thank you, brother Pasqualayer, for the 588 book coins reward. I am extremely grateful." Chapter 116. Happiness came so suddenly. The Virgin of 2 lifetimes moved the heavens and gave him 6 beautiful girls all of a sudden. Wow! Was the spring of his little brother here? Luo Tian was really dumbfounded. These women weren't wearing a single piece of clothing. Their figures were perfect, and there wasn't a single flaw on their bodies. Most importantly, they weren't short goblins. They didn't look any different from humans, but their pupils were dark blue. He was dumbfounded. The 6 women were also dumbfounded. They also looked at Luo Tian in horror, and then looked at Luo Tian's crotch. This made Luo Tian's chrysanthemum tighten. His little brother was very domineering, and he said in his heart, "Their eyes look as if they want to gang rape me. Should I resist? Should I? Should I or should I not? I'm really excited, so excited." While thinking of this, Luo Tian pretended to be scared. He took off his shirt and said weakly, "I'll do it myself. This is my first time. Later, you guys be gentler." In the end, he did not forget to remind them, "I prefer to do it on top. If you guys are not willing, you can do it on the bottom." To be honest, when the 6 naked women were looking at his crotch, Luo Tian felt that it was time for him to take this step. I have imagined countless scenes and countless openings. In that sentence, I did not guess the opening and the ending correctly, but I'm really looking forward to it. 1v6, can you believe it? The 6 women frowned and stared at Luo Tian's crotch without moving. Luo Tian had already taken off his shirt, revealing his firm muscles. The lines of his muscles were clearly defined, and with a few scars, it made him seem even more mysterious and full of vicissitudes. If this kind of figure was in his previous life, he would be able to charm many young men. But now they were actually staring at his crotch. Could it be that they wanted him to take off his pants? Wow. Naked against naked, this is how it should be. Luo Tian was still a little shy in his heart. After all, it was his first time. Of course. Apart from being shy, he was also impatient. Just as he lowered his head and was about to undo his pants, he suddenly realized that there was a long white thing under his crotch that looked like hair. What is it? Luo Tian tugged at his long white hair. The 6 women raised their eyes. Luo Tian's actions affected their nerves, and all of them looked extremely nervous. Can't move it? Luo Tian lifted his buttocks and pulled hard again. Suddenly, he pulled out something that looked like a doll. His eyes stared blankly as he muttered, "There are dolls in this world, but this style is too ugly." Turning over to take a look, there was a nose, eyes, and a face full of wrinkles. It was very realistic. It was also at this moment. Cough, 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 cough. Young man, you almost took my life. F***CK. The rag doll can talk? Luo Tian's chrysanthemum tightened, and he was so scared that he threw the doll away. Pa! He slammed into the wall with his face plastered to the wall. Then he slowly slid down. How can you treat Granny like this? Who the hell are you? Granny, are you all right? The 6 women all stared at Luo Tian angrily and then surrounded him. Luo Tian was dumbfounded. Forced, he muttered to himself, so that rag doll just now was a person. Damn it, I was almost scared to death. Is there such an ugly person? At this moment, the ugly Granny stood up with a look of anger on her face, because no one here dared to treat her like this. She walked up and looked at Luo Tian, wanting to scold him. But at this moment, her expression became holy and incomparably pious. She looked at Luo Tian as if she was looking at a god. Luo Tian sat cross-legged. His upper body was bare, and there were some scars on his body. There was a big hole on his head that he had just smashed open. A beam of light shone down from the big hole and shone on his head. His entire person looked incomparably divine, as if the Buddha, Lord, had appeared. Auspicious lights lingered around him. The prophecy came true. The prophecy came true. Come, come, pay your respects to the immortal. The old woman's voice trembled, and her expression was extremely excited. She anxiously said, "Come and pay your respects to the immortal. He can save you. Only he can save you." The 6 women were stunned. They looked at Luo Tian with doubt in their eyes. Another woman said, "Granny, could you have seen wrongly? How could he be the person in the prophecy?" "That's right. His frivolous eyes just now, his thoughts are dirty. He definitely isn't the person in the prophecy." The women said one after another, not believing the old woman's words at all. Luo Tian thought to himself, "X, the person in the prophecy, what's the situation?" The old woman looked at Luo Tian very seriously and muttered a few words in a low voice. Her eyes suddenly widened, and she said, "He is definitely the person in the prophecy. A human descending from the sky. His upper body is bare, and he is shrouded in auspicious light. Everything about him is as described in the prophecy. There's definitely no mistake. Quickly come and pay your respects to the immortal and beg him to save you." The old woman's face was solemn. The 6 women looked at each other. Then, as if they had a mental breakdown, they all knelt in front of Luo Tian and cried, "Immortal, please save us. Immortal, we don't want to marry the Yin King. Immortal, please save us. We will worship you forever." This time Luo Tian was really dumbfounded. His thoughts were flying. He wondered if he should act as a scammer for once. Hug left and right, then have sex with 6 women in one night, and then leave just like that? This idea was a bit dirty, but it was really awesome. Most importantly, these 6 women were really beautiful. They were so beautiful that any man would be moved by them. Luo Tian put on a very noble look. He was stunned for a moment. Then he said calmly, "If you have something to say, say it slowly. This immortal will definitely help you escape from the sea of bitterness." When Luo Tian spoke, the old woman became emotional. She instantly knelt down and said anxiously, "Immortal, the Yin King of Corpse City has taken our land, snatched our men, and now wants to snatch our women. Please help us kill the Yin King and save them." Yin King? That name sounds very scary. Is he very strong? Luo Tian asked casually. The old woman immediately said, "In front of you, immortal, he is nothing. You can kill him with just a flick of your finger." Luo Tian was happy in his heart and thought to himself, so weak. Suddenly, a deep voice came from outside the house. Two strong men with thick eyebrows and big ears walked in. They held long blades in their hands and looked extremely valiant. Their eyes were filled with ridicule as they coldly snorted. Who dares to speak ill of the Inn King? Then, a man looked at the 6 women and laughed lewdly. He grabbed his crotch and made a series of obscene movements in front of the 6 women. Luo Tian was dumbstruck and muttered, "Is this guy shooting a gun? So fierce." As his voice fell, the 2 brawny men's eyes darkened, and a dense, cold killing intent spread out in an instant. Thank you to Black Ink Little White Pasquale, Bookfriend 518511787 for your support. The old cow is extremely grateful. The first chapter has been delivered. The second chapter should be around 6 p.m. Chapter 117. Killing Intent. A cold and valiant killing intent. This kind of killing intent seemed to be emitted from a corpse, revealing the aura of death. The long blade pointed at Luo Tian's nose and scolded, "Who is this dog?" The other sturdy man shouted angrily, "You dog, what are you trying to do?" The corner of Luo Tian's mouth drew back, revealing a death god smile, and said coldly, "I don't want to do anything. I just want you to die." The moment the word die came out, in that instant, Luo Tian's entire body surged with power. Clenching his fists tightly, he shouted in a deep voice, "Level 2 Berserk!" Both of his fists were scarlet red, and magma dripped down from the gaps of his fists. Luo Tian's eyes slightly raised, filled with endless killing intent. His fists were like erupting magma, and he shouted, "Magma, raging fire!" A punch flew out. The sturdy man's expression changed drastically as he slashed forward with his blade and scolded, "I think you're tired of living." Luo Tian did not retreat or dodge, his fist directly smashing towards the long blade that was slashing towards him. The long blade slashed onto Luo Tian's fist, and in less than half a breath, the long blade entered his fist, emitting a white mist. It directly melted. The sturdy man was scared silly, his legs went soft, and he scolded, "What demonic technique are you using?" "I'm a demon, your sister. Die for me." A full force attack directly pierced through the sturdy man's chest, leaving a fist-sized hole. It was extremely terrifying. However, the system did not sound out, which meant that the sturdy man was not dead. He didn't die even after being punched through the heart. Wasn't he human? Not only was he not dead, he didn't seem to have any injuries at all. He was full of energy, and there wasn't even a drop of blood from his wounds. How was this possible? Even immortals couldn't do it, right? You even said that I was using demonic techniques. You're the one who was using demonic techniques. In the blink of an eye, the sturdy man suddenly laughed out loud and slammed his palm towards Luo Tian's chest. "Inn King bestowed me with an immortal body, ha ha ha! You, a mere human, want to kill me?" The punch that was supposed to kill him didn't. Luo Tian was caught off guard and was punched in the chest by the brawny man. The power behind the punch was not particularly strong. However, the instant the punch landed, Luo Tian felt the aura of death. It was similar to the aura of the undead Millennium King he had encountered in the Ghost Prison Mountain Range. However, the death aura on the muscular man's fist was completely different from that of the undead Millenary King. Bang! Luo Tian's chest took a hit. The black death aura spread out from his chest and entered the surface of his skin. Strands of hair-like things quickly spread out. F***CK. Luo Tian's mind tightened. The killing intent demon core in his sea of consciousness suddenly released a thick killing intent, crazily crushing the death aura that had entered his body. At this moment, Luo Tian's back was drenched in cold sweat. He had thought that the burly man's cultivation wasn't that high, so he had taken him lightly. He hadn't expected his attack to be so strange. The killing intent had completely killed the death aura. Luo Tian's brows sank, and he sneered, I want to see if you really won't die. Level 2 Berserk. Magma, raging fire. Both of his fists sank again, and a thick magma aura emerged. Luo Tian said in a deep voice, Wind Shadow Step. Whoosh! His body was as fast as lightning, and in an instant he was in front of the brawny man. The brawny man was startled for a moment, then laughed out loud. You can't kill me, I am immortal, ha ha ha, I'm laughing at your son of a bitch. A punch directly smashed into the brawny man's mouth. It was blasted through. Half of his head fell off, but his body did not fall. His eyes were still blinking, and half of his lips were still moving, as if he was laughing and mocking. Immediately, Luo Tian's heart was filled with anger. He stepped on half of the head and shouted coldly, Are you dead or not? His head exploded and his body fell down. At this moment, ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Bao San for obtaining 2,000 experience and 300 profound chi values. Uft! Luo Tian spat at Bao San's corpse and said disdainfully, You damn slut, if you don't die, then let me see you die. He looked at the system. He thought to himself, F***CK, this guy has a lot of experience. Even this kind of minion-level monster has 2,000 experience if a little more comes. Huh? Why isn't there any invincible value? Luo Tian was slightly shocked. Logically speaking, every time he killed a person, he would obtain a point of invincible value. However, the assassin Bao San did not obtain any points of invincible value. Just as Luo Tian was thinking about this problem, the other person angrily slashed forward with his blade. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth drew back, and he coldly snorted, You're courting death! His body tilted slightly. After dodging the blade, he flipped his right palm and quickly struck the man's forehead. Bam! The man was sent flying, and then he heard the sound of rocks rolling down, and then there was no more. A ding sound rang out in his mind. Luo Tian thought, As expected, these people have something under their heads, and these people are probably all dead. If that's the case, F***CK, what kind of world is this? Dead country. Chapter 118. There were some things that you really couldn't imagine. In this different world, there were all sorts of unimaginable things. Luo Tian looked at the 7 people in the room. Were these people also dead? Also, the 6 naked women were not afraid at all when they saw strangers. They were not shy at all. If they were humans, they would have already started screaming. This was very unusual. Furthermore, the so-called prophecy? This was simply nonsense, and Luo Tian had never believed it. It was all made up by those who had nothing better to do to comfort themselves and also to comfort their clansmen. However, as time passed, the prophecy was passed down from generation to generation. Some people slowly forgot about it, while others firmly remembered it. For example, the witch in front of Luo Tian with a pious face and thick wrinkles that were about to turn into dead skin was the kind that firmly remembered it. Luo Tian killed the 2 patrol guards in a few moves, which made the old woman very excited. She was now even more convinced that the prophecy had come true. She believed it. The 6 women were also convinced at this moment. This was because the prophecy had clearly described that only the people sent by the heavens could kill the undying guards of the Yin Mountain City. At this moment, they saw hope and knelt on the ground with tears in their eyes. They kowtowed heavily and said, Upper mortal, save us, upper mortal, save us. In the vast ocean, they grabbed onto a life-saving straw and desperately held onto it. Luo Tian looked at them. All of them were extremely pitiful, and people couldn't help but sympathize with them. However, Luo Tian said bluntly, I am really not the person in your prophecy. I am just an ordinary human. Actually, the weakness of those guards is their brains. As long as their brains are shattered, they will die. I am just a coincidence. What prophecy was simply bullshit. Luo Tian didn't want to lie to them. When the old lady heard Luo Tian's words, she immediately explained, Upper mortal, you are the person in the prophecy. You possess great power and can lead our Earth's core race to escape from the control of the Een Mountain Corpse City. Please help us. I beg you, please help us. The 6 women shouted in unison. I beg you, please help us. I beg you, please help us. Suddenly, there were many people kneeling outside the house, and most of them were women. Most of them were naked, and not a single piece of clothing was left on them. All of them had incomparably sincere expressions on their faces. All of them were covered in scars from the whips. Luo Tian was shocked. His thoughts couldn't seem to wrap his head around it. Looking at everything in front of him, his heart sank again. He asked again, "What kind of world is this?" It was too inhumane. Luo Tian couldn't help but clench his fists and furrow his brows. The old woman led everyone to say in unison again, "Immortal, please, please save us." Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the mission to rescue Earth's core race. Mission. Rescues as Save Mission Grade. A mission objective. Kill the Shady Mountain Corpse City Lord, Yin Shang. Mission reward. 120,000 experience points of the world, of the profound, of the world, of the world, of the T of doves. What the F asterisk CK? I've triggered another mission, and it's even an A rank mission. Luo Tian was secretly shocked. He was not surprised, but instead felt a lot of pressure. This was because these people treated him as the person in the prophecy. If he could not kill Yin Shang, they would be disappointed or even despair. This was something Luo Tian did not want to see. The reward for the mission was very tempting, especially the random auxiliary technique. For example, the puppet technique that came out from the last A rank mission was a very awesome existence. Ding! Do you accept or not? Please make your choice within 10 seconds. Luo Tian was in a difficult position. If it was just him, he would not hesitate to make his choice, but this concerned the fate of the entire Earth's core race. Once he failed, they would lose all hope in life. If even the prophecy failed, what else could save them? It was very likely that they would be enslaved by the Een Mountain City for the rest of their lives until they died. Then again, what was Yin Shang's cultivation level? Did he have the ability to kill it? This was a very serious problem, and Luo Tian had no choice but to consider it. It wasn't that he was afraid, but that he had to consider it. Pa! Pa! A long black whip rose up in the air and lashed down heavily. With 2 consecutive sounds, the backs of the 2 women kneeling outside the house were torn apart. The wounds were so deep that bones could be seen, and they let out 2 miserable cries at the same time. "You bunch of bitches, if you don't work for lousy, do you want to die?" A stern shout rang out. A giant man over 2 meters tall held a long whip in his hand. His face was as ferocious as a fiend. The long whip in his hand slashed through the air, swaying like a spirit snake, and landed heavily once again. Pa! It wrapped around a woman's neck and pulled fiercely. The woman flew out and landed at the giant man's feet. The giant man looked coldly at the woman's slightly bulging stomach and stomped down heavily with his right foot. The woman's body caved in, and blood flowed out from her lower body. Her eyeballs were about to pop out, and she was in so much pain that she couldn't even make a sound. The giant man laughed wildly. "You damn bitch, I told you to be lazy." F asterisk CK. Luo Tian's heart sank as he roared. At the same time, the idea sent out an order. Accept! The mission light flashed and landed on the mission board. At this moment, Luo Tian rushed out like an angry lion, because the giant man's actions had touched the bottom line in his heart. Therefore, he chose to accept without hesitation. It was still the same sentence. If he died, he would die for 1,000 years. I don't believe it. In the next moment, Luo Tian's anger soared to the sky. Both of his fists were dragged behind him, and the scarlet magma wrapped around his arms, releasing a dense and scorching aura of power. It was thick, powerful, and filled with the fury of hell. Pouring his strength, his fists shot out like heavy cannons. It landed heavily on the giant man's chest. His chest was pierced through, and the giant man was sent flying. Of course, he didn't die, nor was he injured in the slightest. The giant man was furious and roared in a deep voice, "Who the F***CK wants to die, to dare to sneak attack Lousy? With just this bit of strength, you want to kill Lousy. Lousy has the undying body bestowed by the Een King. Arrogant, condescending." This was the aura released by the giant man. However, before he could finish speaking, Luo Tian's figure blurred in the air, knelt down with both knees and heavily pressed down. The power stripes below his knees flashed sinisterly. Bam! His entire chest was shattered, and it was directly separated from his upper body. The giant man's face was still arrogant, and still laughed disdainfully. "You dog, you can't kill Lousy, ha ha ha!" The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a death god smile, and said coldly, "Is that so?" Then both of his fists moved. His fists were like rain as they crazily struck down. Every time he used his full strength and only used one punch to kill the giant man. However, Luo Tian did not stop. Like a madman, he roared out, "Are you King dead or not?" Punch after punch, punch after punch. The giant man's entire head turned into a pile of meat paste, and his fists created a deep pit in the ground. Luo Tian was really angry. Everyone behind him was stunned. It was unknown when. The crowd suddenly screamed, "Not good. Een Mountain City's undead guard is here." Luo Tian's bloodshot eyes slightly raised. His gaze was extremely cold, and his entire body emitted an endless killing intent. The third chapter has been delivered. Everyone, please vote for the old cow if you have a vote. Chapter 119. The crowd was in an uproar as they all retreated with all their might. Their eyes were filled with endless fear. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Fear, incomparable fear. The viciousness of the undying guards made them tremble in fear. Luo Tian stood at the very least and helped the pregnant woman under the giant man's foot. Looking at her pale face, his heart ached. Was he still human? He didn't even let go of a pregnant woman, and he still had such an arrogant look. Everyone had parents, and everyone came out of their mother's womb. Treating a pregnant woman like this was worse than a beast. Luo Tian coldly glanced at the half of the giant man's body. His eyes were filled with endless anger, and he wished that he could kill him 10,000 times over. The old woman walked forward and supported the pregnant woman who was about to faint from the pain, saying, "Immortal, they are here." Luo Tian's expression was indifferent as he smiled and said, "Just in time." Since he was angry, he would release it all. In that instant, Luo Tian didn't wait for the guards to come up and directly charged towards them. He clenched his fists and shot out like a cannonball with a long tail of flames. "Who is it?" "I am your ancestor." He jumped up heavily and moved his right fist. He poured his strength into it and punched down. He aimed at the head of the person at the front and smashed it down. One punch smashed it. A notification sounded in his mind. Ding! One punch, instant kill. After the first punch, the second punch followed. He roared, "Mother f*** cur! Go to hell, you bunch of dead things." It was as if he had gone mad, as if he was a demon. The scene of the pregnant woman being stepped on was imprinted in Luo Tian's mind. That scene really made him incomparably angry. The more angry he was, the more he vented. Every punch would kill an undying guard. At the same time, Luo Tian wanted to prove to them that the so-called undying guards were just a bunch of trash, and there was no need to be afraid. Crazy kill. In less than half a minute, only one of the 16 patrolling guards was left. He was also the leader of this group of guards. He was riding on a hellhound with a ferocious expression. He pointed his spear at Luo Tian and trembled. Looking at the dead guards around him, his expression was extremely ugly and he was extremely puzzled. How could this be? How could this be? Een King gave us undying bodies, so how could we die? Furthermore, who was this man in front of her? How could he kill the undying guards? Frightened, he asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you?" Luo Tian smiled and said, "I just said that I am your ancestor." The leader's eyes darkened, and the vicious dog beneath him revealed a ferocious look. He growled in a low voice and snorted coldly, "You're courting death!" "Come on!" Luo Tian shouted angrily. He curled his index finger and said with a smile, "Do you really think you can't die? You bunch of idiots. Yin King wouldn't lie to us. Our bodies are immortal." Before he could finish his words, Luo Tian picked his ears, indicating that he was tired of listening to this sentence. His figure moved, and a fist blasted out. The leader of the guards immediately shut his mouth and shot backwards from the hellish dog. It was also at this moment that the hellhound pounced over in a frenzy. F***CK. You bastard! You still dare to be arrogant in front of Laozi. Luo Tian punched the back of the hound. It directly blasted its body into two halves. The hound didn't die. Like the other guards, it had the so-called undying body. Its two dog eyes stared fixedly at Luo Tian, and it was still barking crazily. It was as if he wasn't afraid of Luo Tian in the slightest. Luo Tian was extremely irritated. He directly stomped on the hound's head, causing its brain matter to splatter all over the ground. "Damn it, keep barking!" The leader's expression was extremely ugly. "How could you?" Luo Tian laughed sinisterly. "How could I kill them? I already said that you bunch of idiots think that you have an undying body, but you're actually just a bunch of trash." They really sucked. If one had to use cultivation levels to classify them, they would at most be at the Xian Master Realm. However, if they didn't find their weakness, then their strength would probably be at the great Xian Master Realm. Let's ask, if a person couldn't die no matter how you beat them, and it didn't hurt, how could you fight them? Fortunately, Luo Tian had discovered their weakness. Otherwise, not to mention fighting, he would have been exhausted to death by them. It was also because of this that their experience was very rich, and it was a good place to farm experience. If there were tens of thousands of these people, gulp. Luo Tian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Then wouldn't breaking through to the great Xian Master Realm be in the blink of an eye? The leader's eyes were almost spewing out flames of anger as he cursed. "Yin King won't lie to us. You can't kill us. Ha ha ha! You, an outsider, will definitely die a very, very miserable death. Yin King will bestow us with eternal life. Ha ha ha! Bestow your sister." Luo Tian's feet moved, and he used the wind shadow step. His body drew a long line of afterimages, and he instantly landed beside the leader. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a deathly smile as he coldly said, "Laugh again." Just as the guard leader opened his mouth, a thick magma fist rushed into his mouth. Burning, crazily burning. Thick black smoke spewed out of his nose, eyes, and ears. Under the head of the guard leader, a bug that was half a finger long was crazily moving, as if it wanted to break out of his body. At this moment, a system notification suddenly sounded out in Luo Tian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Do you wish to strengthen it? Huh. It leveled up? Luo Tian was overjoyed in his heart and immediately said, "Strengthen." Ding! Please make the choice to strengthen feet, chest, head. What do you mean? Could it be that this cultivation technique is to continuously strengthen the body and then turn the body into a magma man or flaming man? In that instant, Luo Tian was stunned and muttered to himself in his heart, "It can't be that one of the three generals in One Piece is a kinda right? Or is it Fire Fist Ace? Or do you have the strength of both of them? Wow, do you have to be so awesome? Even my little heart can't take it." Immediately, Luo Tian thought about it for a moment, then made his choice and said, "Strengthen my feet." Ding! In the process of strengthening my feet, why did he strengthen his feet? His chest and head could only be used for defense, but his feet were the place to attack. If he were to sweep his foot out, it would be like a flaming whip. How cool would that be? Of course, there was another reason why Luo Tian chose to strengthen his feet. Just now, when he thought of the characters in One Piece, he naturally thought of the chef with curly eyebrows. A few seconds passed. White chi began to appear from his feet, and then it turned scarlet red. Then, bit by bit, magma began to roll out. Both his hands and feet were made of magma. It looked 2F *king awesome. It was also at this moment. The guard leader was already on the verge of death. Luo Tian laughed coldly and said, "Go to hell." "Stop." Suddenly, an extremely deep voice came out, and a black cloud floated over in the air. Golden light shot out in all directions from the black cloud, bringing with it an endless and cold aura of death. F***CK. If you tell Lousy to stop, then Lousy will lose so much face. Luo Tian said in disdain, and then moved his right fist. He killed the leader of the guards without any hesitation. Rumble, the black cloud exploded, and the endless pressure of death crushed towards Luo Tian like a tsunami. Thank you to Pasquale for your 1888 book coins. Thank you to bookfriend 518517787 for your support. The old cow is extremely grateful, and on a new day I beg all the brothers to vote for the old cow. Thank you. Chapter 120. No one could stop him, not even a god. Because this daddy's anger has yet to subside. The pressure of death that filled the sky crushed down on Luo Tian's mind and sea of consciousness, making it very uncomfortable. But Luo Tian was not afraid at all. These bastards did not even let go of a pregnant woman. They did not even have the qualifications to go to hell. The magma on his fist burned crazily until the head of the guard leader was burned to ashes. Drop by drop, a light breeze blew past and directly scattered out. Even his soul was burned. Then, Luo Tian raised his gaze slightly, looking at the black cloud that had exploded. His eyes opened wide, and he instantly became excited, muttering to himself, "Boss!" His entire body was glowing with a golden light. Although it wasn't strong, it was definitely a small boss. The cloud exploded, and an incomparably ferocious beast head appeared, followed by a long spear that extended into the air. The spear's body was like a spirit snake, its entire body pitch black, emitting dense black flames, the black flames of death. In addition, there was a body that was 3 meters tall. Half of his body was naked, and his muscles were like black iron. His entire body was filled with explosive power. A very powerful aura burst out from his body. This aura was completely different from the Undying Guards from before. This difference was the difference in cultivation. Undying Guard Commander Yuhan, the early stage of the Great Xian Master Realm. He was one of the 4 protectors under the Yin King and was extremely strong. His appearance caused the faces of everyone in the Earth's core race to change drastically. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. Fear. This kind of fear could not be described with words. At this moment, they even forgot to tremble. They buried their heads in their chests and involuntarily knelt on the ground. Seeing that, Luo Tian frowned and bellowed, "All of you, get up! No one is allowed to kneel!" His voice shook the sky. It was like a bolt of lightning streaking across the pitch-black sky. Many people raised their heads to look at Luo Tian, their eyes filled with hesitation and struggle. A person must have self-respect. They could be killed, beaten, mocked, and humiliated, but they could not lower themselves. They had to have self-respect and a bottom line. A pair of knees could kneel to the heavens, to the earth, to their parents, but they could not kneel to their enemies. The old woman was the first to stand up and said loudly, "Everyone stand up. With the immortal here, we don't have to be afraid." "Ha ha ha, ascendant immortal? How can a puny human like him be called a high immortal?" Yuhan hovered in the air and glanced at Luo Tian with disdain. He sneered, "Old woman, I think you've really gone senile. Do you really think the prophecy can come true? His cultivation is only at the 8th level of the mystic cultivator realm in the human world. With this kind of cultivation, let alone killing the Een King. He's not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Ha ha ha, laugh! He laughed wildly as if he had heard a particularly funny joke. The old witch glanced at Luo Tian with a resolute gaze and said, "Yu Hun, you've done too much evil. No matter how strong you are, you can't escape death. The exalted immortal will definitely help us kill you. Everyone get up. Don't be afraid of him. With the ascendant immortal here, he will protect us." Not long after, some people looked at the old lady and then looked at Luo Tian, who was not far away. They raised their legs slightly. Many people wanted to stand up. However, just then, Yu Hun glared at them and shouted coldly, "All of you kneel properly. If anyone dares to get up, I will make her suffer a fate worse than death." Luo Tian looked at Yu Hun, then looked at the kneeling Earth's core race, and did not say a word. He was waiting for the Earth's core race's choice. If they still chose to continue kneeling, he would leave even if he triggered the mission. There was no hope for the person who was about to die. What was the use of saving a person who didn't even care about his dignity? Many people knelt back down. Luo Tian felt his heart ache when he saw this. The old woman looked at Luo Tian, then looked at the people kneeling around her. Her expression became agitated, and she used all of her strength to shout, "Are you really willing to kneel like this for the rest of your life? Don't you want to be a proper person for once? Do you want to let the enemy in front of you live a carefree life? Haven't you had enough?" His voice was like an arrow, piercing through everyone's soul. Especially that sentence, "Haven't you had enough?" It made their hearts tremble. Then, he raised his gaze and slowly became resolute. With both hands on the ground, he slowly started to fight. Yu Hun's face became sinister. He waved the spear in his hand heavily, and a long black flame swept out like a whip, aiming at a woman standing at the front. The black flame rolled and wrapped around that person's neck. "You want to rebel? You bunch of bitches! Do you have the qualifications to do so?" Yu Hun's spear moved, and the black flame tightened. Just as he was about to break the woman's neck, he realized that he couldn't move her no matter how hard he tried. Looking up, he realized that Luo Tian had unknowingly grabbed onto one end of the black flame, with a cold smile on his face. Yu Hun laughed. He raised his head and laughed wildly. "I wanted to let you live for a few more minutes, but I didn't expect you to be in such a hurry to die. Sure, I'll send you to the hell of all evil." As soon as he finished, the black flames all over Yu Hun's body suddenly rushed out, transforming into a huge snake that flew into the air. In the blink of an eye, the black flame giant snake opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Luo Tian. Luo Tian's mind tightened. The black flame was the aura of death. Once touched, it would madly invade. There was only one way to disperse this death aura, and that was to kill them all. Immediately, Luo Tian frowned and shouted in his heart, "Killing intent, demon nucleus. I'll let you kill enough today." Killing intent filling the sky. "Come out!" In the sea of consciousness, the killing intent surged out, rushing out of Luo Tian's body and forming a giant thing holding a sickle. Death God! Death God's killing intent? Luo Tian was stunned. He didn't expect that the killing intent he released could condense into a hell's death god. How could he not be excited? Death aura, right? I'm the ancestor of death. Comparing death with me. Your brain must have been bitten by a dog, right? In the blink of an eye, with a wave of the killing intent sickle, it directly cut the incomparably ferocious death spirit snake into two. This was not enough. The moment it was cut, the death god's killing intent actually sucked them all in. It was also at this moment, Luo Tian's sea of consciousness made a loud buzzing sound. A surge of power impacted his sea of consciousness. A few seconds later, the power of the death god's killing intent increased by a bit. Luo Tian was completely excited. The killing intent devoured the death aura and increased his own strength. This was too cool. Kill represented death. When the draw slash revealed its powerful killing intent, Luo Tian's mind was unknowingly affected. At that moment, the killing intent in his body quietly changed. There were many types of killing path. Luo Tian's killing path was even more violent than the Azura killing path of the frenzied blade. His killing path was death. At this moment, Luo Tian's temperament changed a little, and an incomparably domineering aura erupted from his heart. He laughed arrogantly. With this little strength you dare to show off in front of me? Come again, little be asterisk starred. This book was on the shelves. I know that when I release this chapter, many people will scold Old Cow. Old Cow had no choice. It was supposed to be on the shelves a few days ago, but Old Cow had delayed it until today. 122 free chapters. It wasn't a lot, but Old Cow had really tried his best. There was no choice. Old Cow needed to eat, and Little Cow Cow was about to be born and needed milk. Old Cow still had a family behind him. Everything needed money to support. Therefore, if it was possible, Old Cow earnestly requested everyone to subscribe. Old Cow was extremely grateful. This is the second chapter today. There are 4 more chapters, and 6 chapters will be updated today. Brothers, please support Old Cow. I am extremely grateful. Chapter 121. Suddenly, Luo Tian became crazy. This kind of arrogance came from his bones. It was extremely domineering and arrogant. Way of death. He had to be arrogant, and look down on everything. No matter how strong or powerful his opponent was, he had to be arrogant. The prophecy is about to come true. He really is the person in the prophecy. He's really handsome. Everyone from the Earth's core race was so excited that their eyes were filled with tears. Their eyes were filled with hope, and at this moment, everyone stood up and straightened their backs. In that instant, they felt that everything was going to be better. The old woman's tears flowed down her face as she looked at Luo Tian and muttered, "High Immortal is so handsome. If only I could give birth to his child." If Luo Tian heard this, he would probably turn around and leave, never to return here again. Yu Hun's expression was ugly. The black flames of death had actually been killed, and they had not even been devoured. How could he accept this? Especially when he saw the people of Earth's core race cheering. The anger in his heart surged out. Yu Hun sneered angrily and shouted, "Humph, you bunch of bitches! I'm laughing so happily, I'll make you wish you were dead soon." The fierce beast beneath him also let out a heavy roar. The expression of the people of Earth's core race changed slightly, and the cheers became much weaker. Luo Tian bellowed, "Little bastard, you're so arrogant. Do you believe that I won't beat the shit out of you? So handsome. Even your words are so handsome. High Immortal, I still love you. Aren't the people of Earth's core race too enthusiastic? There were so many women. Wow." Luo Tian shook his head and scolded. "Luo Tian, oh Luo Tian, can you be a little more serious? Pierce Mother is still waiting for you to save her. Murong Wanjian is still waiting for you to step on her. Little Sister Shui is still waiting for you to comfort her. Cold Frost tight, but is still waiting for you to open the flower. And you still want to stay here. Can you have some integrity? At least finish all those things, and then secretly come back to have fun once or twice. Moral integrity, it wasn't just broken into pieces. The Earth's core race lived underground all year round. None of them wore any clothes, and all of them were very bold and unrestrained, especially when it came to courtship. They were even more direct and would not hide anything. The more they cheered, the angrier Yu Hun became. Yu Hun let out a furious roar towards the sky. He clamped his legs together, and the ferocious beast under him charged forward like a bolt of lightning. "Despicable human, go to hell! Die, you little be asterisk starred." Luo Tian was still as arrogant as ever. The death Tao conception was still spreading in his body. His eyes darkened as he shouted, "You want to fight me head-on, right? I will accompany you. Level 2 Berserk." Buzz! His attribute strength increased by 4 times. Next, Luo Tian shouted again, "Magma, raging fire, strengthen!" His hands and feet were covered in magma. His entire body was scarlet red and emitted white gas. His expression was gloomy and cold, but it was filled with endless killing intent. Seeing Yu Hun charging forward, Luo Tian stood in place without moving an inch. All the muscles in his body tensed up as he thought to himself, "I want to see if I can withstand the power of the great Xian Master Realm." Forcefully resisting the attack of a great Xian Master Realm expert, he was a complete madman, a pervert, a perverted madman. Would he be able to take more than a month's worth of muscle resistance training? Luo Tian was not confident. However, he wanted to give it a try. Only then would he be able to understand the power of a great Xian Master Realm expert. Last time, Chun Tinya's attack was completely dependent on the Blood Evil Armor's defensive ability. Now, the Blood Evil Armor's defense was only at the initial stage and was simply unable to withstand it. Right now, Luo Tian's defense was completely dependent on his physical body. He wanted to take it head-on. Seeing that Luo Tian did not move at all, Yu Hun was furious. He thrusted out his spear and roared, "Torrential Pear Blossom Spear!" The tip of the spear was like rain as it stabbed out crazily. In just a few seconds, he had stabbed out hundreds of times. Furthermore, every spear carried the aura of death with it. Once it entered the body, it would invade crazily. "See, fresh blood spurted out. Luo Tian's entire body was covered in bloody holes. Blood flowed out, and the wounds were black as if he was poisoned. It was very painful. However, Luo Tian was as excited as a madman as he laughed out loud, "Ha ha ha! Is this the power of the great Xian Master Realm? It's not enough." There was no defense at all. He relied on his body to resist. But even though Yu Hun's attack pierced through his body, the wound was not deep. The strength of his physical body had already reached a very strong realm. This month's training that was close to self-torture finally bore some results. Luo Tian looked like a complete madman. Even the incomparably savage Yu Hun's face darkened as he scolded, "You madman! Haha, you're done attacking. Now it's my turn." Luo Tian grinned, revealing his bloody teeth, and laughed sinisterly. It was a smile of death. In that instant, the power that had long been brewing burst forth. Luo Tian shouted softly, "Wind Shadow Step!" Whoosh! His body blurred and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Yu Hun. His right arm moved as he punched out. Bam! The speed was too fast, and Yu Hun was unable to react in time. His body flew a few meters, and at this moment, before he could even land on the ground, Luo Tian was already waiting for him at the place where he landed. His body flew up again. Luo Tian followed suit and flew into the air. His 2 scarlet magma feet started to trample crazily. 3rd strike, 4th strike, 5th strike, 7th. Flames splattered everywhere and magma spewed out. At this moment, Luo Tian seemed to be dancing. His dance steps could not be considered graceful, but they were extremely domineering. With the flames of death, it was as if he was floating in hell, dancing on a lotus of death. Awesome. Awesome to the point of being a mess. 100th combo. Bam! As soon as his voice fell, Yu Hun's body also fell heavily to the ground. His abdomen was already gone, and he was trampled into powder by Luo Tian. Yu Hun had the so-called immortal body, so he did not die and did not even feel the slightest bit of pain. Looking at Luo Tian, he laughed out loud in disdain and said with disdain, "Ha ha ha! So what if you're powerful? You still can't kill me, ha ha ha. Very arrogant, very arrogant. F***CK. You're still so arrogant at this time. Who gave you the courage?" Luo Tian shook his head and laughed. Yu Hun laughed wildly again, as if he wanted to say something. Luo Tian's 5 fingers formed a claw, and instantly pierced into Yu Hun's skull, and laughed coldly, "Explode for me!"